Die! Lin Feng's ice-cold voice filled the atmosphere. Then the winged tiger roared and immediately attacked two cultivators of the Wanshou sect. In the blink of an eye, it smashed their heads into paste with its paws and blood splashed everywhere. When the other sect members saw that move, they were terrified. Each and every single one of them turned deathly pale. They wanted to escape, but their legs were completely stiff. They were scared to death. That beast could kill people so easily. It had easily killed a cultivator of the first Xianxia layer. In the blink of an eye, it had bitten off his head with its sharp teeth. It would thus be very easy for the beast to kill them as well. They were much weaker. Run! They were scared to death, but the only thing that echoed through their souls was one word. Run! Their feet started to move and they started running in all directions. Running in different directions would increase their chances of escape. You will all die, and after that, I will kill everyone who is related to the Wanshou sect. No one will be able to escape with their life, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. No one would escape. The Wanshou sect wanted to kill all the people related to Lin Feng, therefore he would also kill anyone related to them. If anyone dared walk side by side with members of the Wanshou sect, they would be killed. The sound of another head being crushed by the paws of the winged tiger spread through the air. It had already killed 8 people from the Wanshou sect. The winged tiger's speed was terrifying. How could they escape? In a short time, all those people who had come to kill Jingyun and Duanfeng were dead. They had all been killed by the winged tiger, and Lin Feng hadn't even needed to move once. He was just coldly watching the show. He didn't need to fight against such people. Roar! The winged tiger roared in a sinister way. Its mouth and paws were covered with its victim's blood. Its eyes looked incredibly ferocious and cruel. Apart from looking ferocious and cruel, it also looked like it was excited after killing so many people. The winged tiger was an ancient ferocious beast. Being ferocious, cruel, and bloodthirsty was part of its temperament. Having been turned into a docile and gentle pet by the cat was its most painful memory. How scary! Duanfeng and Jingyun were looking at the winged tiger. They hadn't seen Lin Feng for a while, and surprisingly, a terrifying ferocious beast had appeared by Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng, big brother, hurry up and return to the Celestial Academy, said Duanfeng suddenly. Jingyun nodded and said, Indeed, Lin Feng. So many strong cultivators are there. Meng Qing and Lan Jiao probably can't deal with them. Don't worry, said Lin Feng almost at the same time while shaking his head as if he had already anticipated what they were going to say. Would killing Meng Qing be that easy? Besides, apart from Meng Qing, who was extremely strong, there were also the powers of the academy. Lin Feng was convinced that at the Celestial Academy, nothing could happen to Meng Qing and Lan Jiao. Duan Wuya, the second prince, the vice principal Long Ding, and Yan Yu Pingshang would never let the members of the Wanshou sect do as they pleased inside the Celestial Academy. More particularly, they would never let them attack the people the prince promised to protect. Lin Feng was certain that if the situation became too dangerous, they would intervene and protect them. After all, Duan Wuya had always helped him and hoped that Lin Feng would remain friendly with him. Lin Feng had no idea what Duan Wuya's goal was, though. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to Meng Qing, said Lin Feng to Duanfeng and Jingyun. Immediately after, he looked at the two others, Feng Ting and the old man. When they saw Lin Feng look at them, their faces froze and they didn't even dare to blink. Their facial expressions were strange. Their faces were filled with both hatred and dread. Jingyun, how did you and Duanfeng meet those people? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. Back then, around the region of the Mount Sword, they were chased by their own guards and appeared in front of Jingyun and Duanfeng. Duanfeng and I came here to practice, and accidentally, we came across them. At that moment, the guards of her clan had betrayed her. They wanted to rape her and kill the old man. Then Duanfeng killed the guards and saved her, replied Jingyun before adding, Besides Duanfeng. While saying this, Jingyun glanced at Duanfeng and stopped talking. Besides, Duanfeng has feelings for her, however. She's been using him the entire time. She made him fight strong, ferocious beasts for her to take the precious items, said Lin Feng as he finished Jingyun's sentence. Actually, that was completely correct. Considering her behavior, who couldn't see that she was using him? Beneath her beautiful exterior, she was heartless and unscrupulous with her methods. Sorrow appeared in Duanfeng's eyes. He had started to like Feng Ting. It was also the first time that he felt that way about a girl, but she only used him. When they had found themselves in a critical situation, she had immediately and clearly denied that they had anything to do with him. She had even tried to join sides with the Wanshou sect when she stated that she hated Lin Feng. Jing Yun remained silent while nodding. It was precisely the way Lin Feng described it. Duan Feng had taken a liking to Feng Ting and she had used him to obtain precious items. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Feng Ting and the old man again, which made them tremble in fear. Lin Feng's eyes looked ice-cold. "We're leaving," said Feng Ting as she started walking. They wanted to walk away because they didn't want to face Lin Feng. "Stop," said Lin Feng. "Walk away? Could it be that simple?" Feng Ting slightly shivered and she slowly turned around. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" asked Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. He then added while sounding indifferent, "A moment before, I heard you say that we were enemies, that you wished to see me die, and now we are facing each other. Why don't you come and kill me?" When Feng Ting heard Lin Feng's words, she didn't know how to reply. Indeed, she and the old man had really said those words. "This is the second time. The first time I let you keep your life. This time you're not even grateful to Duan Feng for saving your life, and on top of that you used him for your own personal interests. Then, in a dangerous situation, you immediately tried to leave. How ridiculous. If Duan Feng hadn't been there, you would already be dead. This time, if I hadn't arrived in time, you would have all died. Therefore, you both owe me your lives." Lin Feng then added in an ice-cold way, "All right, that's enough. You can die now. You can die now." Those words made Feng Ting and the old man's facial expressions drastically change. They looked at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. Lin Feng surprisingly wanted to kill them. "Lin Feng, brother." When Duan Feng heard Lin Feng, he was stupefied. He then shouted at Lin Feng. Even though Feng Ting had used him, he would still be sad if she died. "Duan Feng, some things can be forgiven, some things can never be forgiven. She used you and your feelings, you saved her life, and then she tried to stab you in the back when the situation became dangerous. Such things are intolerable," said Lin Feng in a calm way while turning his head to Duan Feng. He then continued, "They chose to let you die to save themselves when the situation became dangerous. They didn't show the tiniest bit of gratitude. Such people do not deserve to live." Lin Feng was looking at Duan Feng's soft and tender face, then said, sounding firm, "They are the most disgusting type of people. You have to understand the reasons why I am acting this way. You have to understand that in this world, you don't owe anyone anything. There is no necessity to do things for other people without something in return. However, if someone does something for you out of pure altruism, then you must show gratitude and appreciate them, because nobody owes you anything." Lin Feng's thoughts were simple. Those were the rules of the heartless and emotionless cultivation world. Duan Feng had never owed her anything, but he saved her life, and in the end, Feng Ting didn't appreciate it. Not being appreciative doesn't mean much, but the problem was that she even stabbed him in the back. After all of this, why in the world did Duan Feng still care about her? He had done things unconditionally, and this was how she repaid him. When Duan Feng heard Lin Feng, he remained silent. He had never thought about such things so deeply. "Both of you, you can either take your own life or I will kill you myself," said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached, which made Feng Ting and the old man look terrified. Lin Feng was really going to kill them. "I see that you will not do it by yourself," said Lin Feng, looking disgusted. His eyes were filled with disgust and hatred. Those people were heartless and unscrupulous. Lin Feng hated the types of people who betrayed the kindness of others. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and he disappeared from his original position. Feng Ting and the old man looked scared to death. Immediately after, they saw an evil light flash before them, and a second later, their bodies silently fell down onto the ground. They were dead. Lin Feng would kill these kind of disgusting people unscrupulously and heartlessly. That world was heartless. Lin Feng also cared about his friends and family. Those who dared hurt them or those who presented a danger to his friends' lives had to die. At the Celestial Academy, the atmosphere was lively. Many people had gathered and had their heads raised looking towards the sky. In the sky, there were majestic, ferocious beasts. They were releasing some bestial chi. Their eyes looked ice cold, and there were cultivators riding on their backs. There were 12 people. They were all members of the Wanshou sect. Among them, there were 8 people who were quite young. They were probably all core disciples. The Wanshou sect has expanded very quickly, and their strength is monstrous. There are 8 disciples of the Xianxia layer there, but in total, the Wanshou sect has almost 20 disciples who've broken through to the Xianxia layer. The members of the Celestial Academy were surprised. The Wanshou sect definitely deserved to be considered as one of the most influential groups in Shuiyu. They had more disciples of the Xianxia layer than the Haoyu sect, the Wuxia sect, or the Ice and Snow Mountain village. It seemed like geniuses had risen up in the last years. It was said that in the past year, 7 disciples had broken through to the Xianxia layer in the Wanshou sect. It was the era where geniuses would start to reveal themselves. The rules of the cultivation world are intriguing, sighed some people. In Shuiyu, every 10 years there seemed to be a great period before the competition in which many geniuses would reveal themselves. Every 10 years, many of them were killed until only a few people were left amongst the rising geniuses. Those were the top geniuses. It wasn't just a coincidence that the era of geniuses always happened during the time of the great competition of Shuiyu. It wasn't just happening in Shuiyu, it was actually the case for all the 13 countries of Shuiyu. At that moment, there was only 1 year left before the great competition of Shuiyu, and geniuses had already started to reveal themselves in preparation. As expected, there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Shuiyu. They sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. A few educated people suddenly thought about what happened in the past while sighing. They had also gone through a similar experience in the past. 19 years ago, for geniuses had appeared, and it was like heaven and earth were turned upside down. One of them had disappeared after being sealed. Another had stopped using his sword. Another had built the lovesick forest and never showed themselves. It was said that the last of the 4 was the person who was currently ruling over the country. At that moment, he was behind the curtains, controlling everything within the country. We have so many people fighting against a weak girl like you wouldn't be fair. Just slit your wrists and kill yourself. We will allow you to die with your dignity, said a voice at that moment and resonated through the air. Many people then looked at the weak and delicate-looking girl. She was wearing snowy white clothes. She looked pure and holy, just like a celestial being. Even though those men in the sky wanted her dead, they wanted her to retain her dignity. That girl calmly glanced at them in a cold and detached way. She didn't seem affected at all, as if nothing could affect her icy heart. Nobody could affect her. There was only a single person who could melt her heart. That person was obviously Lin Feng. Only Lin Feng could melt Meng Qing's frozen heart. Even if the people close to her wanted to see what she looked like without her fine veil on her face, she wouldn't ever show them. The crowd obviously wanted to see Meng Qing. Meng Qing really stood out from the other girls. She looked like a celestial being. She was above the mortal world. What intrigued them the most was that they couldn't see her face. Many people were desperate to see her delicate face, even if it was only once. Meng Qing didn't care about them. She raised her head. Her eyes looked cold and detached. The one who had just spoke frowned and looked upset. So many people had come to fight against Meng Qing. There were 2 reasons. The first one was because they had heard that Meng Qing wasn't weak and ordinary cultivators of the Xianxia layer couldn't defeat her. Besides, there was another reason. They wanted to scare people and tell everybody that if anyone dared to provoke the Wanshou sect, no matter who they were, they would kill them and all of their friends and family. The consequences for offending the Wanshou sect were disastrous. The Wanshou sect wanted to show everybody how strong they had become and regain the prestige that they had lost during the Mount Sword incident. Those 12 cultivators were fierce and intrepid. They could turn the entire Celestial Academy upside down. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? I will give you a second chance. Slit your wrists and die with dignity, or I will come down and kill you. But I can guarantee you that if I take action, you will die under tragic circumstances. Threatened the person who had just spoke. His voice was growing more aggressive. Meng Qing looked as emotionless as before. She glanced at him in a cold and detached way. She remained silent and motionless. Meng Qing despised him. She looked down upon people like him. "You are asking for a painful death," said that person while pulling a long face. He had given his offer twice and Meng Qing continued to ignore him twice, which made him look like a fool. How could he not be furious? "Yan Bai, go and kill her. I don't want people to think that we, members of the Wanshou sect, will bully a weak woman." The one who had just spoke was looking at Yan Bai at that moment. Yan Bai had broken through to the first Xianxia layer but was considered as a particularly strong cultivator for his level. It was thus clear that that person hadn't chosen Yan Bai randomly. "Roger, Elder," replied Yan Bai. He then moved forwards. His eyes were filled with excitement. He had been practicing with all of his ability through all of his years and had finally broken through to the Xianxia layer. His name had become associated as a genius, and it was time for him to show the others how strong he was. He wanted everybody in the Imperial City to remember his name. "I don't want people to think that I, Yan Bai, bully women, so you can make the first move," said Yan Bai while stepping forwards and descending from the sky. He glanced at Meng Qing. She was clearly extremely beautiful from what he could see. If the Wanshou sect hadn't wanted her dead, he would have wanted to avoid fighting such a beauty. When Meng Qing heard him, she didn't say anything. She took a step forwards. She looked lithe, graceful and quick. Her silhouette flickered and she moved straight towards her opponent. "You will never be able to touch me with such speed. You can't compete with me," said Yan Bai when he saw how slow Meng Qing was moving. He was shaking his head. Meng Qing was moving so slow. Meng Qing moved her hand very slowly through the air. Her pale and thin hand didn't seem threatening at all. "Hee, so weak," said Yan Bai while smiling indifferently. However, at the moment when he finished talking, his smile immediately disappeared. An incredible coldness penetrated into his bones. It was so cold that he started shaking from head to toe. Yan Bai's face drastically changed. Bestial qi started to circulate through his body and moved to fight against the coldness, but the most terrifying thing is that when it was about to collide with the ice qi, it abruptly moved back as if the bestial qi was scared. "Retreat," thought Yan Bai. Meng Qing's strength was incredible. Her energy was ice cold and it felt as if his body was going to freeze. "Kacha." Transparent ice invaded the atmosphere. Yan Bai moved back, but then Meng Qing said one word. "Seal." When she finished speaking, Yan Bai was frozen solid. That move astonished everyone. That cultivator of the Xianxia layer was frozen solid. Meng Qing didn't stop moving. Her lithe and graceful body kept fluttering. She raised her hand again and moved towards Yan Bai again. "Would you dare?" shouted a furious voice. A cultivator of the Xianxia layer on a beast jumped through the air and descended towards Meng Qing. He then punched through the air, creating a powerful hurricane which moved towards Meng Qing. "Get lost," shouted a hoarse voice at that moment. Then somebody emerged from the crowd. That person had a powerful fire burning in their hand, and a fist surrounded by fire bombarded the atmosphere towards that person who was descending on the beast. Boom! A monstrously loud explosion made the atmosphere shake. The one who was descending from the sky was propelled back to his original position. As the one who attacked him, he remained unmoved. "Kacha!" A sound broke the silence, and the ice block, which was Yan Bai, broke into 4 parts. Yan Bai's body had split into 4 separate parts. Meng Qing swiftly killed him. Fury! The members of the Wanshou sect were astonished. Yan Bai was killed. Meng Qing had surprisingly killed him. All the members of the sect had seen it occur with their own eyes, but they were all unable to prevent it. "Who are you?" asked many of the group to the person who just prevented the other member of the Wanshou sect from intervening. It was an old man. He looked ordinary, but fire qi was flickering around his body. "When you say that the Wanshou sect doesn't bully women, you must have meant that you will attack her by surprise, one after the other, while she is already fighting your members. These are the moral principles of the Wanshou sect," joked the old man as if he found them ridiculous. When the members of the Wanshou sect heard him, they all pulled a long face. He had just humiliated them. They had just announced that they don't bully women. but then they tried to save their fellow disciple by attacking her by surprise. "Who are you?" asked the person leading the group from the Wanshou sect while looking down at the old man from the sky. That old man was probably very strong. A moment before, the chi he had released contained the power of the third Xianxia layer, which meant the old man had a similar strength to him. But the group from the Wanshou sect had brought 3 cultivators of the third Xianxia layer, therefore they didn't really care about him. He humiliated the Wanshou sect and he would die because of it. "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that we are enemies and not friends," said the old man in a straightforward manner, which upset the members of the Wanshou sect even more. People were usually eager to make friends with them, even if only to appease them, but at that moment, the old man had just said that they were enemies. "Enemies?" said the elder of the Wanshou sect while smiling coldly. "Even though you are slightly talented in your cultivation, you cannot rely on your current strength to deal with all of us and— What if I join in too?" The elder hadn't finished talking when a voice spread through the atmosphere and a person came out from the crowd. It was another old man, but he looked a little bit younger and had red hair which was as red as a blazing sun. "Ha!" The members of the Wanshou sect were frowning. They were extremely upset. What was going on? Why were so many people interfering? Surprisingly, people kept appearing and wanted to confront them. They were all rushing to their own deaths. When Meng Qing saw the 2 old men, she was surprised. Those 2 old men were Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi. Why aren't Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi in Yangzhou City? How come they have come here? Thought Meng Qing. Could it be that Lin Feng had sent them from Yangzhou City? But at that moment, Mr. Qi turned his head around and looked to Meng Qing while smiling. "Miss, when he isn't here to protect you, these bastards think they can do as they please." Meng Qing obviously knew whom Mr. Qi was talking about. At that moment, something very rare happened. A smile appeared on Meng Qing's face, but of course it lasted for less than a second. At the same time, she nodded at Mr. Qi. The others didn't know what the old man was talking about. Who was he talking about? "Mr. Qi, don't be mad at me, because they decided to attack my friends. I had no choice but to request for you to make the journey." At that moment, an ice-cold voice which came from the horizon spread across the academy. The crowd gazed into the distance and saw a beam of light shooting through the sky. It looked like a shooting star moving across the sky. It looked incredible. "Lin Feng. Lin Feng has returned." When the crowd saw the handsome young man in the sky, they narrowed their eyes and recognized it was Lin Feng. He was riding a majestic, ferocious beast. That beast was fire-red and looked incredibly imposing with its gigantic wings. Its bloodthirsty eyes looked extremely cruel and ferocious. One could see that it was an extraordinary beast with only a glance. The majority of people at the Celestial Academy had already seen Lin Feng in the past. They had the feeling that the Lin Feng, who was riding a beast at that moment, looked even more mysterious and mature than when they last saw him. He also looked more determined and ruthless. Meng Qing was also looking at Lin Feng on his ferocious beast. A warm and tender smile appeared on her usual emotionless face. It was as if time had frozen in that moment and nothing else existed but her smile. She could see that the young man she was protecting in the past had already become strong enough to protect himself. He was ready to start protecting her. Meng Qing was impatiently looking forward to the day when Lin Feng would really be able to protect her. She was also convinced that she would not have to wait much longer. She could see that Lin Feng, step by step, was growing stronger. Sooner or later, he would be able to look down on the world from the heavens. Lin Feng and the 2 old men seemed to be close friends. The crowd looked surprised. It seemed like Lin Feng was much more mysterious than what they had initially thought. Besides, wasn't he supposed to be a lone wolf with no background? Why were there people here supporting him? "Indeed, since they have come to us, we should not waste this opportunity," said Mr. Qi in an ice-cold tone. He then looked at Lin Feng. His eyes started twinkling when he saw that ancient ferocious beast. It looked like a winged tiger. They hadn't seen Lin Feng for a while and he had drastically improved once again. He was progressing extremely fast. His natural abilities were monstrous. It seemed like Mr. Hua had made the right choice when he decided to follow him. Lin Feng and his friends are behaving extremely arrogantly, thought the crowd when they heard Lin Feng and Mr. Qi. They were a bit surprised. They were wondering why Lin Feng was so confident. After all, even if Lin Feng had Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi on his side, they were only 4 cultivators of the Xianxia layer in total. There was also Lin Feng's ferocious beast. However, on the side of the Wanshou sect, Meng Qing had killed Yan Bai, but there were still 11 members of the Xianxia layer. 5 of them were riding ferocious beasts which had strength comparable to the Xianxia layer. When comparing both sides' strengths, it seemed like the Wanshou sect had an absolute advantage in numbers. "I really don't know why you think you can behave so arrogantly," said the elder of the Wanshou sect in an ice-cold tone while staring at Lin Feng. "We were worried that we wouldn't be able to find you. But you actually delivered yourself to our doorstep. You really are courting death," said Lin Feng while ignoring the elder and glancing at the members of the Wanshou sect. Lin Feng then continued, 11 people? And 5 ferocious beasts? Huh! The elder frowned. Lin Feng had ignored him and was counting them. "Luckily, we get to kill 11 of them today," continued Lin Feng, which made the elder of the Wanshou sect pull a long face. What an arrogant young man. Lin Feng had counted them in order to tell them that all 11 of them would die. "Lin Feng, how did Wu Jin die?" asked the elder of the Wanshou sect while looking at Lin Feng. They all knew that Wu Jin was dead, but they were still wondering how. They didn't believe that Lin Feng was the person who killed Wu Jin because they had too much faith in Wu Jin's power and underestimated Lin Feng. "Morons," said Lin Feng indifferently. He slightly moved, and in a flash, he transformed into a beam and disappeared from his original position, leaving the elder of the Wanshou sect looking at the empty space while pulling a long face. A ferocious expression appeared in the elder's eyes. Lin Feng had jumped off his winged tiger and moved next to Meng Qing, who then smiled at him with a radiant smile. Lin Feng also looked towards her with a tender look. He then said, "They have come to kill you. Thus they will all die. None of them will be spared." "I believe you," replied Meng Qing with a magnificent smile on her face. Lin Feng could really protect her from now on. Lin Feng tightened his fist so firmly that his bones gave off cracking sounds. He then raised his head. His eyes suddenly looked emotionless and ice-cold. His eyes became black and the qi around his body was releasing killing intent. He then glanced at the members of the Wanshou sect. When they saw those 2 terrifying black eyes, they all felt a deep fear which made them tremble. "Mr. Hua, Mr. Qi, help me secure the area. Don't let a single person run away," said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way which stupefied Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi. They looked at Lin Feng and then immediately smiled. He was already prepared to kill all of those cultivators by himself. Lin Feng was incredibly aggressive and domineering. "I really can't wait to see how strong he's become." Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi looked excited. They understood that if Lin Feng was confident, it was because he had a reason to be confident. Since he was speaking this way, Lin Feng would give them a good show. Besides, it also meant that he was confident that he could defeat 11 cultivators of the Xianxia layer and 5 Shen-level beasts by himself. Therefore, they were excited and believed in him. "All right, Lin Feng, we will secure the area," replied Mr. Qi immediately after. He took a step and jumped up through the air. Mr. Hua immediately did the same on the other side. Those 2 old men seemed to have gone into a position which would prevent the members of the Wanshou sect from escaping. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi really trusted in Lin Feng. At that moment, their eyes were filled with a radiant glow. They really wanted to see how Lin Feng intended to kill a dozen cultivators of the Xianxia layer. "That youngster has come back with a few new surprises for us old men to enjoy," thought Mr. Hua while smiling wryly. Lin Feng was progressing extremely quickly. He already had the confidence to fight against so many strong cultivators by himself. The crowd was astonished. He just wanted the 2 old men to prevent the opponents from escaping? Lin Feng wanted to fight against so many cultivators and ferocious beasts on his own? He was going to kill them all for targeting his lover? All the members of the Celestial Academy felt a surge of pride after seeing Lin Feng's actions. They were all impatient to see how Lin Feng planned to kill all these people. If he did, how shocking would it be? Each and every member of the Wanshou sect was pulling a long face. Lin Feng looked down on them too much. He wanted to kill them all by himself. He was humiliating them all. The one acting as the leader of the group from the Wanshou sect watched Lin Feng rise into the air and said coldly to Lin Feng, "Lin Feng, I used to have a good opinion of you. I wouldn't have thought that you would dare to shamefully boast. Today, I will grant you a fitting death. Indeed, elder, let me go and kill him. One person will be enough," said one of the young men from the Wanshou sect while getting excited by the idea of fighting against Lin Feng, who was looking down on them. Shamefully boast? Lin Feng smiled in an ice-cold way while making a slight hand gesture. In a flash, the winged tiger roared and his wings flickered. Its image transformed into a shadow and it vanished from its original position. It was moving to kill one of the members on the edge of the group. "Animal! How dare you!" When they saw the winged tiger abruptly attack, they were surprised. It was extremely quick. Many from the group suddenly rushed forward in an attempt to block it. Roarar! The winged tiger suddenly started to spurt flames from its mouth, which attacked those trying to block it. At the same time, its gigantic fiery red wings fluttered, and the winged tiger moved around them, flying in a different direction. Its eyes were filled with ominous glints. While the winged tiger was attacking the group, Lin Feng rushed forward as well. While many people were focusing their attention on the winged tiger, they turned their heads and noticed that they couldn't see Lin Feng anymore. He had disappeared. A cultivator of the first Xianxia layer suddenly turned his head as if he sensed something, and in an instant his facial expression drastically changed. He could only see Lin Feng moving towards him at incredible speed. Following behind Lin Feng's figure was an extremely sharp sword chi. Retreat! That was his only thought at that moment. However, did a cultivator of the first Xianxia layer have the ability to run away from Lin Feng? Die! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Just like the wind, Lin Feng immediately arrived in front of him. He raised his finger and pierced through the cultivator's skull with his finger. Pississich. A hole which started to pour with blood appeared in that person's head, and his face still looked astonished. His body slowly started falling down. He was the first to die. "Lin Feng!" shouted a member of the Wanshou sect in anger when he saw that Lin Feng had killed one of their fellow disciples. He was furious. Roar! The winged tiger roared again. It quickly moved back to its initial position at the same time as Lin Feng moved away from the group. The mouth of the winged tiger was covered with fresh blood. It seemed to still be chewing on brain matter. It belonged to a ferocious beast from the Wanshou sect. A moment before, the winged tiger had pierced through the head of a ferocious beast and had extracted its brain, which it was now savoring. When the crowd saw the result of the initial encounter, they were astonished and their hearts started pounding. In the blink of an eye, the Wanshou sect had lost a cultivator and a ferocious beast. Both Lin Feng and the winged tiger were incredibly strong. "That's a winged tiger," thought the elder of the Wanshou sect, whose facial expression grew colder. He was fixedly staring at the winged tiger. Only an ancient ferocious beast could produce an aura that bloodthirsty and that cruel. Only an ancient ferocious beast could kill beasts of the same level in such a relaxed manner. It's an ancient ferocious beast, a winged tiger. The crowd was astonished as well. Some of the crowd were also realizing that that beast looked like the ancient ferocious beasts in the records. It looked like a winged tiger. How terrific! Lin Feng had surprisingly managed to tame an ancient ferocious beast. 10 people for beasts, said Lin Feng, which stupefied the members of the Wanshou sect. They were fixedly staring at his pitch-black and emotionless eyes. At that moment, in Lin Feng's eyes, they were nothing but numbers. He wanted to kill each and every single one of them. Lin Feng was not showing any signs of joking. Was he just boasting, or could he really kill them all? With his attack a moment before, he had already answered that question, or at least, he had already shown his strength. "Let's attack together. Surround and kill him," shouted the elder of the Wanshou sect in an ice-cold tone. They all looked at him silently, and then immediately nodded. They were going to act together. They all moved towards Lin Feng and the winged tiger to his side. Lin Feng moved and the winged tiger also moved. They both separated from the other, moving in different directions. They were both extremely quick. Were they afraid of fighting against the crowd? Die! shouted furious voice. 6 strong cultivators threw themselves at Lin Feng and the remaining 4 at the winged tiger. They immediately started fighting. Humph! Lin Feng smiled coldly. Amongst those 6 people moving towards him, there were 2 of the 3rd Xianxia layer. Against all expectations, they really thought very highly of him. Wind! He started to move with his eyes looking piercingly cold. Lin Feng calmly started to analyze the wind. There was no more resistance against any of his movements. Lin Feng was moving lightly and silently like a leaf fluttering in the wind, but his movements were not aimless. They were extremely precise. Roar! Lin Feng suddenly released his purple spirit. An endless purple lake shot into the sky and crashed down towards the incoming opponents. Break! Shouted the members of the Wanshou sect, who didn't seem to be frightened at all. They immediately attacked the purple lake. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 members of the group were swallowed into the lake and melted into nothingness. Those 3 people were all below the 3rd Xianxia layer. Lin Feng had already broken through to the 2nd Xianxia layer. His purple spirit could easily dissolve opponents in the early Xianxia layers. Roar! 2 gigantic purple snakes then rushed towards the 2 cultivators of the 3rd Xianxia layer. At the same time, Lin Feng also moved towards the last cultivator of the 2nd Xianxia layer. The sword qi that surrounded his body looked like a rainbow. Boom! When that cultivator of the 2nd Xianxia layer saw Lin Feng's qi, his facial expression drastically changed. He released his beast spirit. However, Lin Feng had already arrived. He raised his head and saw a sword as scorching hot as the sun falling down. It was a magnificent scorching sword and it was falling towards him. He couldn't even keep his eyes open. PSSH. The scorching sword penetrated into his body as another member of the Wanshou sect died. Lin Feng! An incredibly furious shout invaded the atmosphere. One of the cultivators of the 3rd Xianxia layer had managed to break through the purple spirit and discovered that 4 people had already died. He was incredibly furious and releasing a deadly energy as he charged through the sky. Lin Feng glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Instead, he moved towards the ferocious beasts at an incredible speed. The crowd, while looking at the battle in the sky, had the feeling that they were suffocating. In such a short time, Lin Feng had already become so strong. It was terrifying. Those cultivators of the Xianxia layer were like insects in front of him. In Lin Feng's eyes, these people were already walking corpses. Since they had come with the intention to kill Meng Qing, Lin Feng decided that he would kill each and every single one of them. None of them would be spared. How quick! He moves like the wind. Though the crowd, they had the impression that he was like an illusion on the wind. Could a cultivator move so quickly? Lin Feng was moving so freely as if there was no resistance. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 2nd Xianxia layer, but the cultivators of the 3rd Xianxia layer were far from matching his speed. Roar! When the ferocious beasts saw Lin Feng coming towards them, they started to roar. However, they could only see a figure that had a blindingly dazzling sword in each of his hands. Lin Feng raised both the scorching swords into the air. He was attacking with 2 swords at the same time, and on top of that, he was attacking 2 different beasts at the same time. What incredible qi control! Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi were astonished. He was controlling 2 swords formed from pure qi at the same time, to unleash an attack without flaw. What Lin Feng was doing was simply miraculous. He's even stronger than me now, said Mr. Hua while smiling wryly. When he first met Lin Feng, he had very high natural abilities but was still in the Ling Qi layer, and now, he had already become so incredibly strong it was slightly terrifying. After launching his onslaught with the 2 swords, 3 of the beasts were killed and 1 was injured. The one which was injured cried pitifully, but Lin Feng immediately attacked it without mercy. The 4 beasts were all killed. Xiong Qi! Shouted Lin Feng in his mind. The winged tiger already knew what Lin Feng meant. It then disappeared from sight and shot towards Lin Feng with incredible speed. The sharp claws of the winged tiger tore into the skulls of the ferocious beasts and snatched their brains, which it started to chew while purring with pleasure. The members of the Wanshou sect were all looking on in shock. They were fixedly staring at the beasts falling from the sky, as well the condition of the members that attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already killed 4 people and 4 ferocious beasts. The winged tiger also killed one cultivator of the first Xianxia layer. The entire battle could be summed up in one word: massacre. The Wanshou sect had prepared a perfect plan to deal with them and launched their attack with a group of extremely strong cultivators. But in front of Lin Feng, they couldn't even fight back. He was just slaughtering them like chickens. The crowd had thought of the million possible outcomes of the battle, but they always thought that Lin Feng was too weak to fight with them. What was happening at that moment was inconceivable. 5 people, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. The Wanshou sect had come with 12 powerful cultivators and had brought 5 Shen-level beasts along. At that moment, only 5 people were remaining from that powerful force. Of course, the 5 remaining cultivators were also the strongest of the group. 3 of them were at the 3rd Xianxia layer and 2 were at the 2nd Xianxia layer. Those 5 people would be much more difficult to deal with than the ones who died. Nobody could anticipate the outcome of the battle. After all, Lin Feng hadn't killed a cultivator of the 3rd Xianxia layer during the battle. No matter what the outcome, Lin Feng and his winged tiger had already shocked the crowd. What he had done was beyond their expectations. Lin Feng had been aggressive and arrogant because he had the strength to behave that way. He wasn't shamelessly boasting. He really had the strength to look down on their entire group. Maybe a miracle is going to happen at our academy, thought many people in the crowd. They had never seen such an incredible cultivator, and they had never even heard about such a thing occurring. Lin Feng was the top student of their academy. He had gained the title when he defeated Xiong Bai Luo, but they had never thought that he would reach such a terrifying level. "You too, kill that beast," said the elder of the Wanshou sect while looking at the 2 cultivators of the 2nd Xianxia layer. The 2 cultivators nodded in acknowledgement. Even though the ancient ferocious beast was bloodthirsty and cruel, they still felt that Lin Feng was the more dangerous of the 2. A moment before, he had killed 4 people and 4 beasts by himself. Amongst those people there were cultivators at the 2nd Xianxia layer. Thus, if those 2 cultivators fought against Lin Feng, the consequences would be disastrous. "We 3, let's join hands and kill him," said the elder. 3 cultivators of the 3rd Xianxia layer were going to fight against Lin Feng. They were set on killing him. The 2 other members looked at the elder in a solemn and respectful way while nodding. Lin Feng definitely had to die at any cost. If Lin Feng didn't die, it would have disastrous consequences in the future. He was too dangerous. Lin Feng was just 18. How powerful would he be in 3 years? How about 5 years? Wouldn't Lin Feng have the power to remove the Wanshou sect by the roots? "Use all your strength. Don't hold anything back," said the elder who didn't sound confident. Immediately after, he released his spirit and a pitch-black spirit that looked like a real beast appeared. However, on that illusion, there were 2 small eyes. They looked bestially evil. Those 2 eyes were sharp, bestially evil eyes. "What kind of beast spirit is that?" thought the crowd while looking at the spirit. That illusion had a gigantic body, but those 2 eyes were small and narrow. They looked like the eyes of an ox. Immediately after releasing his spirit, the elder released a wildly powerful qi. It seemed monstrously aggressive. At the same time, the 2 other cultivators also released their spirits. One of them had an evil tiger spirit which was releasing an aggressive and brutal energy, while the other released a snake-like spirit which was releasing a murderous energy. Those 3 powerful cultivators had all released their spirits. They wouldn't spare any effort. They had to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng was staring at the 3 people with his ice-cold and pitch-black eyes. He looked absolutely emotionless. Behind Lin Feng appeared a purple liquid which insanely fluctuated and turned into a gigantic purple dragon. Its gigantic eyes were fixedly staring at those 3 cultivators. Those 5 couldn't leave. They only had the option to fight. Both sides remained silent. Nobody broke the silence. In the atmosphere, there was only oppressive deadly energy. That group and Lin Feng both wanted to kill the other. Neither side was willing to show mercy. After a short while, the members of the Wanshou sect couldn't stand it anymore, and the elder of the sect, while staring at Lin Feng, shouted furiously, "Let's all attack him now and kill him." When he finished talking, His threw himself towards Lin Feng. A rumbling sound filled the atmosphere as he bombarded towards Lin Feng. His bestial eyes were still fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked calm and cold. He looked at the three people who were attacking him as a group. They were rushing towards him and aiming for his life. He slightly moved as if he was a leaf blowing in the wind. In a flash, he disappeared and arrived higher in the air. Boom! They were all still rushing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. He only saw two bestial eyes which were still staring at him. The elder of the Wanshou sect had thrown himself towards him. They were demon ox's eyes. That beast was an ox-type beast, and those eyes could lock someone's movements, preventing enemies from dodging an attack. It felt impossible to escape from the power of those eyes. On top of that, the elder's speed was also impressive. He was extremely quick. He seemed like he could ignore some air resistance as well. A rumbling sound spread through the air, as if a million wild oxen had formed a stampede. What a monstrous ox chi, thought the crowd from the ground. At that moment, they could clearly sense the monstrously brutal chi emerging out of the elder's body. He seemed like he wanted to use his body to destroy everything in his path. But Lin Feng, in his heart, was only smiling coldly. The elder's spirit and that of Du Yan, whom Lin Feng had killed, were similar, but after transforming into a beast, Du Yan was much stronger than that elder. Du Yan's attacks had been even more brutal, and his movements made the earth tremble. Lin Feng was forced to use his Black Lotus to kill Du Yan. This time, he had become much stronger and faced against a weaker opponent. He didn't need to use it. The Black Lotus was his trump card. He would only use it when facing someone he wasn't able to defeat. Lin Feng raised his head and sword light illuminated the atmosphere. An extremely brutal chi that was bursting with power filled the air. Sun chi started pouring into Lin Feng's hands, and he then condensed a sword made from pure sun chi. It was dazzling to the eyes. It was just like a burning sun. The crowd raised their heads and looked at that sunlight coming from Lin Feng's sword, and they were dazzled. It seemed like a rising sun. At the same time, in Lin Feng's other hand was another condensed sword. It was his scorching sword. That sword was even more dazzling than the one he was holding in his right hand. He's using two swords again. The crowd's hearts were pounding. He had reached such an incredible sword cultivation level that he could wield two swords. Everybody couldn't believe their eyes. Sword attacks were monstrously powerful. Whether a sword cultivator was strong or not, they could usually use the sword with either of their hands. However, using two swords separately was a different matter. Sword cultivators who weren't strong enough could practice with the sword their entire life but never be able to wield two swords separately. Condensing pure chi into a single sword was the only way for them to focus on unleashing their strongest attacks. They could not do the same with two swords. However, Lin Feng could control two swords, and each sword could carry out a different attack like it had a life of its own. One sword looked like a scorching sun and the other looked like a rising sun. That kind of chi control made many people feel like they were lacking in comparison. Lin Feng can control two swords and carry out two separate skills. He will definitely reach untold heights. Who will be able to stop him? Sighed Mr. Hua. He was an alchemist. He obviously understood what was required to wield two swords at once. It was extremely difficult. By himself, Lin Feng was wielding two swords as if he was two different people. His power of comprehension, his control, and his soul were all at a terrifying level. He had challenged these cultivators as if he knew that it was going to be a piece of cake. And on top of that, Lin Feng always seemed to have new hidden tricks. It seemed like whoever was in front of him, Lin Feng would always come out on top. When the elder of the Wanshou sect saw Lin Feng's swords, he looked glum, but at that moment he had already condensed all his energy into his attack. He couldn't retreat anymore. A terrifying sharp sound whistled in the air. The elder of the Wanshou sect was surrounded by what seemed to be an endless amount of chi and force, as if nobody could stop him anymore. Lacerate. Lin Feng only said one word, and the pure chi sword in his right hand started attracting rays of sunlight as it slowly started to rise. It was filled with power. His sword looked extremely slow, but no matter how one tried to escape from it, it remained in constant pursuit. Boom! Incredible force and chi invaded the atmosphere. It seemed like the entire sky was going to be consumed. It then shot out in every direction and filled the atmosphere. The sound of a bellowing ox spread through the air. The light from the sword of the rising sun slowly dispersed. The sword attack had been crushed. Besides, before everyone's eyes was a gigantic ox illusion soaring into the skies. It seemed to possess an infinite strength. The elder of the third Xianxia layer is incredibly strong, thought the crowd. That ox spirit had a terrifying strength. Even though they were far from the battle, they could still sense the ox's incredible energy. The energy of that ox spirit had the power to tear through any attack, like a hot knife through butter. After that, they couldn't even see the sword of the rising sun anymore. But they could see another dazzling light. It contained the rose-like color of a setting sun. Lin Feng's left hand was holding a scorching sword, which was slowly turning into the sword of the setting sun. The sword chi was lacerating the entire atmosphere. It was diffusing an endless stream of sunlight. The scorching sword then descended from the vault of heaven. Anything that tried to prevent it from moving down was instantly lacerated. The ox spirit was also lacerated. It blocked the sword of the rising sun a moment before, so it had already lost the power required to block the next attack. Wild ox collision, roared the elder of the Wan Shou sect when he saw that the ox spirit had been lacerated. His face looked ferocious and hideous. He started to release a monstrous amount of pure qi, and his spirit formed into another ox which soared into the sky. "Humph!" groaned Lin Feng coldly. His face looked expressionless and ice-cold. In his right hand, he condensed another pure qi sword. When the crowd saw that sword, they felt like they were watching an incredible hero, as if everything he did was unexpected, as if he was destined to overcome any obstacle. "That's a different sword again," thought the crowd, absolutely astonished. Lin Feng was too skilled. Lin Feng could unleash a different sword attack with each of his hands, as if he was two people fighting in perfect harmony. Even two strong sword cultivators couldn't necessarily carry out such a perfect synchronization. Everything was happening in such a short time. At the moment when the gigantic ox illusion and the scorching sword collided, another sword descended as well. It was illuminating the elder's face. At that moment, the elder of the Wan Shou sect felt a strange sensation coming from the sword. He had the feeling that he had grown very old and was no longer needed in the world anymore. He had the feeling that the world belonged to Lin Feng, a young man. The elder felt like his time was coming to an end. The energy in that sword made the elder feel calm and reassured, as if everything must come to an end. It was affected his innermost emotions. "Get back!" shouted a voice extremely loudly, which abruptly made the elder's heart start to pound. He quickly sobered up and his facial expression suddenly drastically changed. Lin Feng's sword was already in front of him. Boom! The elder's facial expression had completely changed. He immediately released all his pure qi to block the incoming sword. However, the sword continued descending and his pure qi was lacerated. Back! The elder started to frantically retreat. The situation was extremely dangerous. He felt a shiver run down his spine. How dangerous! He had been extremely close to death. If nobody had called out to him, Lin Feng's sword would have cut him down. "You think you can escape?" said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. Just like the wind, Lin Feng arrived next to the elder, and his sword of the setting sun continued to fall while absorbing all the light in the atmosphere. It almost seemed like night. How quick! Lin Feng was much faster than the elder. The elder couldn't escape even if he wanted to. "Elder!" The two other cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng to attack him. In Lin Feng's eyes, a bestially evil light could be seen. His purple snake spirit roared and moved towards those two cultivators and blocked their path. "Break!" The one with the evil tiger spirit immediately moved towards the purple spirit and started attacking like a madman. Lin Feng didn't take notice of that. His jet-black eyes looked as expressionless and ice-cold as before. A cold light could be seen inside those eyes. Then, Lin Feng suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight and seemed to merge into the darkness created by his sword. "Die!" A sudden shout drew people's attention. Suddenly a cross mark appeared in front of the elder. That cross was dazzling and powerful. The elder started shaking violently from head to toe, and an acute and intense pain spread across his skin. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng again. Just like the wind, he arrived in front of the elder, and the cross crashed into the elder's chest. Lin Feng's movements seemed like he was floating on the wind. In the blink of an eye, an incredible rain of blood burst into the air. It looked incredible. The elder of the Wanshou sect started shaking from head to toe. He then lowered his head and looked down at his chest. There was a huge cross-shaped wound. At that moment, his chest had been mutilated by Lin Feng. Dread and terror invaded his heart. Was he going to die? He was suddenly feeling regret. He never thought his life was going to end because of his actions today. "Elder!" shouted one of the cultivators. When the one who had the evil tiger spirit saw that the elder's chest had been cut open, he looked furious as well as shocked. He immediately threw himself towards Lin Feng. His eyes looked ice-cold and bloodthirsty. Lin Feng didn't look affected at all. He was calmly sensing the brutal energy approaching him. He waited until that brutal energy was a breath away and then swiftly moved. His body streaked across the sky. His speed was incredible. Lin Feng was moving like the wind, and the sword in his hand also seemed to follow the wind. He was in fusion with his sword, so his sword was like part of his body as it moved without resistance. P10. A light and subtle sound emerged in the air, and a thread of blood shot into the air. The one who had the evil tiger spirit was shocked. He wasn't much weaker than the elder, but at that moment, a thread of blood appeared on the cultivator's throat, and the blood didn't stop flowing. The crowd was astonished. They were both dead. In the blink of an eye, 2 cultivators of the 3rd Xianxia layer had died. One had his chest mangled, and the other had his throat slit. Blood was raining down from the sky. Those 2 bodies heavily plummeted from the sky and lifelessly crashed into the ground. The crowd shivered. Lin Feng had killed 2 cultivators of the 3rd Xianxia layer so easily. They hadn't even managed to harm a hair on Lin Feng's head. When the one with the snake spirit saw that, he was astonished. He just watched the 2 bodies lifelessly fall down to the ground, and when he saw that, his heart twitched. They had died, they were both dead. Besides, the winged tiger was still fighting. It was fighting against the 2 cultivators of the 2nd Xianxia layer, and it had already killed one of them. Lin Feng and the winged tiger were both terrifyingly powerful. Escape! There were only 2 people left at that moment. They both had the same thought, they just wanted to escape. They couldn't deal with Lin Feng. It was already too late for the others, they couldn't fight anymore. Otherwise they were doomed to die. They could only escape. The one fighting against Lin Feng released some pure qi which immediately shot towards Lin Feng. Besides, at the same time he moved as well, however, he didn't rush towards Lin Feng. Instead, he turned around and tried to escape. Escaping was the only chance he had to continue living. But could he escape? Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi hadn't moved a single time. Immediately after, they prepared to move. When they saw the cultivator who wanted to escape, they smiled coldly. At the moment when they wanted to move, just like the wind, Lin Feng rushed towards the escaping cultivator, which surprised the 2 old men. Lin Feng was trying to prevent them from having to act. They didn't need to help him stop one person from escaping. This made them smile. No! A horrible scream filled with dread spread through the atmosphere. That person could feel a cold wind approaching from behind which terrified him. However, since he had come to attack the academy, he was already doomed. A sword moving with the wind descended as a bloody line appeared between his eyebrows. Immediately after, the crowd started shaking. They only saw the cultivator of the 3rd Xianxia layer, who was trying to escape, get split in half by Lin Feng's sword. Blood once again poured from the sky. The scene was incredible. The last one had died. 3 cultivators of the 3rd Xianxia layer had died. They were all killed by Lin Feng. At the same time, the winged tiger roared. It also killed the last remaining cultivator of the 2nd Xianxia layer. In the air, there were only 1 person and his ferocious beast remaining. Lin Feng and the winged tiger. The outcome of the battle made many people grow speechless. It was astonishing. They had never thought that Lin Feng would be able to kill all the members of the Wanshou sect. 12 cultivators of the Xianxia layer and 5 Xian-level beasts. That was a terrifying group of cultivators. Anywhere else in Xueyu, they would have been considered a terrifying force, but at that moment, they had all been slaughtered by Lin Feng. None of them were left alive. Everything had happened just like Lin Feng said. The Wanshou sect wanted to kill Lin Feng and all the people who were close to him. They had planned to kill all of them. But in the end, Lin Feng killed all of the attacking members. leaving none alive. They had wanted to kill Lin Feng's friends and even Meng Qing. Lin Feng would show no mercy. He immediately decided that he was going to massacre them. None of them would live to tell the tale. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd with his pitch-black eyes which made people's hearts pound brutally. Those ice-cold eyes were terrifying. They were wondering what happened to Lin Feng for him to become so powerful. At that moment, Meng Qing was looking at Lin Feng with a resplendent smile on her face. She didn't look cold anymore. She just had a beautiful, sweet and happy smile on her face. Meng Qing's smile gushed into Lin Feng's heart just like a warm breeze. Lin Feng had made rivers of blood flow, but it wasn't important. All that mattered to him was that Meng Qing's coldness was gradually disappearing. He had managed to melt the ice around her heart. Lin Feng felt gratified and pleasantly surprised. All his work was worth it. Back then, Meng Qing had always been protecting him, and now it was different. He now had the power to protect the woman he loved. He couldn't let anyone harm her. "I'm sorry that I made you go through all of this," said Lin Feng in a soft tone. Meng Qing smiled and shook her head. She didn't feel unpleased at all. She just felt a very warm sensation in her heart. Was that how it felt to be protected by the man she loved? She finally knew how it felt. Felt so sweet. It was a wonderful feeling. If Lin Feng could protect her forever, she would be willing to give up on her cultivation. Even if it took her 1,000,000 years to recover, it would be worth it. Cough, cough. A light cough interrupted Lin Feng and Meng Qing's intimate moment. Lin Feng suddenly looked embarrassed. He turned his head and saw the two old men. They weren't standing very far from the couple. He smiled and said, "Mr. Qi, Mr. Hua, why did you both come to the Imperial City? There are high-ranking soldiers of the Xianxia layer in Yangzhou City now, so they can protect the city. Mr. Hua and I were bored, so we both wanted to come," said Mr. Qi in a low voice while smiling. Lin Feng was stupefied and staring at Mr. Qi. "How many uncles have broken through to the Xianxia layer?" asked Lin Feng. "All of them," replied Mr. Qi, which astonished Lin Feng. Immediately after, a radiant smile appeared on his face. Ren Qingquang and the other officers had all broken through to the Xianxia layer. There were 3 officers of the Xianxia layer in Yangzhou City. Soon after, some of the Qixia troops would also start to break through to the Xianxia layer. No wonder Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua felt they could both come to the Imperial City and let off some steam. It was indeed a wonderful thing. Lin Feng felt happy to hear the news. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi had helped Ren Qingquang and the others improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds. They would be able to help even more people break through to the Xianxia layer in the future. The Qixia troops would be a power that could sweep across Shuiyu someday. That was also Lin Feng's goal. "Lin Feng, let's go somewhere else and talk," said Mr. Hua while talking to Lin Feng, who then nodded. The crowd was still there looking at them, which didn't make them feel relaxed when talked with each other. Immediately after, Lin Feng, Meng Qing and the 2 old men walked away. When the crowd saw Lin Feng leave, they sighed. Back when Lin Feng had come to the Celestial Academy for the first time, nobody had thought that he would be able to achieve such incredible things. Lin Feng had achieved such great things. This battle was just another page in Lin Feng's adventures. Alone with his ferocious beast, they had managed to massacre a group of 11 cultivators of the Xianxia layer and 5 Xian-level beasts. Amongst them, there had been 3 cultivators of the 3rd Xianxia layer, but they had also all been killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's name would spread through the Imperial City once again. Besides, it wouldn't create less of a buzz than the time when he had come for Lu Zonglan with the Qixia troops. From that moment on, the strongest cultivators of Shui, you wouldn't be able to ignore Lin Feng's existence anymore. With his natural abilities, Lin Feng would, sooner or later, catch up with them and even surpass them. In fact, everybody was thinking that way. Lin Feng's group had killed 12 of the Wanshou sect's cultivators of the Xianxia layer that came to the Celestial Academy. The news would spread extremely quickly in the Imperial City. The greatest spheres of influence would all have different reactions when hearing the news. The only common feeling amongst the spheres of influence would be shock. Lin Feng was growing, and he was becoming the man whom everybody had anticipated. At the Yu clan, Yu Qingshan was observing a painting hanging on a wall. It was a portrait. It was the portrait of a beautiful woman with a resplendent smile. Behind Yu Qingshan, Yu Tianming was also calmly standing and looking at the portrait. He didn't say anything. He just quietly looked towards the portrait. She used to be the top disciple of the Yu clan, but these days, she wasn't with the clan. She hadn't returned to the Yu clan for over 18 years. Yu Tianming knew that the old man standing in front of him was furious about what had happened with her. But as before, nobody could replace her in his heart. Even his grandson, who was dedicated to practicing cultivation and who was catching up with her at full speed, couldn't replace her inside his heart. The old man had pushed himself so hard that he had white hair, but he was doing that for her. Yu Tianming also knew that Yu Qingshan came to see that portrait more and more often. It was because of a young man who was in the imperial city. Meng He, your son is already a grown man. Besides, he's not weaker than him. Now, you must be extremely proud. You must still be convinced that your choice was the right one. I, his grandfather, was I wrong? Or was I right? Whispered the old man. He didn't even know who he was directing the question towards. He remained silent for a while. His eyes were filled with determination, and he then continued to speak. Meng He, no matter what you think, I am convinced that everything I did was for the sake of the Yu clan. I haven't done anything wrong. I can guarantee that I was in the right, you were the one at fault. When the old man finished talking, he abruptly turned away from the portrait and looked at Yu Tianming in a calm and solemn way. He then said, Tianming, I want you to strive for victory at the great competition of Shuiyu. You have to defeat Lin Feng. You must win, you are not allowed to lose. Yu Tianming was surprised. He looked at the old man yet didn't look that convinced. Yu Tianming nodded and said, sounding confident, Grandpa, I will defeat Lin Feng. I will defeat him in front of everyone. Auntie will see it too. Indeed, nodded Yu Qingshan. He then immediately started walking towards another part of the room. Grandpa, the Wanshou sect has been defeated, but more strong cultivators will appear. Shouldn't we do something? Suddenly asked Yu Tianming. No need. The Wanshou sect can't do anything against him, said the old man indifferently, which surprised Yu Tianming. Immediately after, he slightly nodded. Indeed, he had already drawn so many people's attention and was already in a dangerous situation. She was obviously following the entire situation. How could his auntie allow anyone to hurt her son? The Wanshou sect wouldn't be able to do anything. Yu Qingshan had faith in her. He had faith in his own daughter. At the Wanshou sect, in a large hall filled with people. Everybody there was completely silent, which made the atmosphere feel extremely tense. Nobody was talking and nobody dared to breath loudly. At that moment, Tang Wu Yao was sitting on a throne. His facial expression looked ice-cold. The throne on which he was sitting was giving a domineering aura as well. It was scary. He had learnt that the disciples and elders he sent to kill Lin Feng's friends had all been killed. The mission had been a complete failure. The 12 cultivators and 5 ferocious beasts he had sent to the Celestial Academy were some of his most valued members. They were the main force in the battle against Lin Feng's friends, but they were all massacred. And it was said that Lin Feng had killed all of them alone with the help of his ferocious beast. They had all died. Not a single one was left with their life. That absolute defeat hadn't only led to the loss of some of the best members in the sect, but it was also an extreme humiliation. The Wanshou sect had lost a great deal of face. Lin Feng had killed the entire group in front of a crowd of witnesses. That was an incredible humiliation. The Wanshou sect's reputation was ruined. That was a direct attack against Tang Wu Yao's reputation. Wu Zhen, his son, was a genius, but in the 9-dragon mountain chain, he was chasing Lin Feng and then his chi suddenly disappeared. He hadn't returned for a long time, but Lin Feng was still alive and had returned to the city. That was the bitter reality. Maybe Lin Feng really killed Wu Zhen. At the same time, the patriarch of the Wanshou sect had sent a group of its members to kill Lin Feng's friends, which was already an exaggerated response. That was a threat to all those who opposed the sect. But in the end, the people he had sent were killed. They had all died during their attack. It was a terrible defeat for the patriarch, but the worst part was that he would be the subject of all the jokes in the imperial city. Patriarch, I will go and kill him, said someone, breaking the silence. The one who just spoke was Wu Qing. He was the 3rd ranked of the 8 high officials. Everybody was nodding. Wu Qing was the only disciple who could come back with Lin Feng's life and regain some of the prestige for the sect. Wu Qing would have no problem killing Lin Feng. But Tung Wu Yao remained silent. He then slightly shook his head and said, Wu Qing, your job isn't to kill him. Your job is to increase your ranking within the high officials and win the Shui Yu Great Competition. Now, you should go and cultivate in peace and make as many improvements as possible so you can rise in the ranking. The Wanshou sect will need you in the future. Wu Qing listened to Tung Wu Yao in a calm and solemn way. Immediately after, he nodded and moved back. Indeed, he had to focus on his goal to rise in the ranking. He had to becoming the strongest of the 8 high officials. That was his mission. If somebody else could kill Lin Feng, it would provide a better solution. Tung Wu Shan, shouted Tung Wu Yao. Tung Wu Shan took a step forwards and said, Patriarch, take some people with you and go to the Celestial Academy. Then bring his head back so we can feed it to the beasts, said Tung Wu Yao in a cold and detached tone. Immediately after, he stood up and started to walk away. Roger, Patriarch, said Tung Wu Shan while nodding seriously. Lin Feng had to die. This time, they would definitely come back with Lin Feng's head and show the entire Shui Yu country that the Wanshou sect couldn't be provoked so easily. In the main hall, there was a young man who had a complex expression in his eyes. It was Kuang Shi. Everything was happening because he provoked Lin Feng when he went to steal the vein of the earth. He thought that he would be able to rob Lin Feng of everything and force him to leave. The most ridiculous part was that in the end he had failed to steal the vein of the earth, and on top of that the Wanshou sect had lost many of its core members. Besides, the young man that Kuang Shi had chosen to offend was extremely famous in Shui Yu. Kuang Shi couldn't even compete with him anymore. He was in a dilemma. Lin Feng and he were from 2 different worlds. In the past, he acted extremely arrogantly in front of Lin Feng and attempted to rob him. Only now was he realizing how ridiculous he had been. A large group of people belonging to the Wanshou sect was going to the Celestial Academy to kill Lin Feng. Some other people were following them too. It seemed like they had to kill Lin Feng that time. It seemed like this time, the group of members of the Wanshou sect were much stronger and filled with the most powerful elements of the sect. They were definitely going to kill Lin Feng. How was he supposed to stop them? Those cultivators of the Xianxia layer were either flying through the sky or riding ferocious beasts. They were extremely quick. They did not need much time to arrive at the Celestial Academy. When the members of the Celestial Academy saw that large group of people in the sky, they were astonished. They had come again. The members of the Wanshou sect hadn't waited before sending another group. They immediately sent a stronger group after they received the news. At that moment, Lin Feng was in his living quarters. He was calmly speaking with Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi. Yi Shui then rushed over in a state of panic to inform them that the Wanshou sect had come with a larger and more powerful group. It seemed they were furious. But Lin Feng only frowned slightly. In the blink of an eye, his facial expression returned to normal again. He then smiled coldly. The Wanshou sect really refused to give up until they had finished digging their own grave. Mr. Hua, Mr. Qi, are you interested in getting some exercise? Smiled Lin Feng, which surprised the old men. That guy was still unperturbed. Young master, the vice patriarch of the Wanshou sect, Tung Wu Shan, is part of the group. You shouldn't go, said Yi Shui when she heard that Lin Feng didn't take the threat seriously. She was surprised by Lin Feng's actions. Lin Feng was surprisingly talking as if it was a joke. Could it be that Lin Feng didn't know that those people had come to kill him? I know, Yi Shui. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me, said Lin Feng while smiling and standing up. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi smiled at each other and then followed Lin Feng. They both passed through the stone door. The 2 old men were wondering what kind of exercise Lin Feng was talking about. In the air next to a cultivation tower were Tung Wu Shan with a large group of people. All of them looked ice-cold and deadly energy surrounded their bodies. It was said that Lin Feng had killed 12 of their comrades and 5 of their beasts in the academy. Thus, this was also the place where they were going to behead him. Lin Feng, come out and die, said a voice which echoed through the sky. It was filled with thick deadly energy and it echoed into the distance, enveloping the entire academy. Those people are extremely aggressive. thought some of the students of the academy while frowning. They were shouting so furiously that the sound waves were painful to the ears. Besides, they were standing next to the cultivation tower and many people were practicing inside. Even though the sound insulation in the cultivation rooms was good, that person had shouted so loud that it definitely disturbed the practicing cultivators. The Wanshou sect was looking down on all the members of the Celestial Academy. Besides, when facing so many strong cultivators, would Lin Feng come out? The answer was, certainly. Bunch of arrogant morons, said a faintly discernible voice which also echoed into the distance. When the group heard it, their ears twitched. They could still distinctly hear the insult echoing in the atmosphere. They turned around and saw a person slowly approaching. It was a young man. Nobody dared to look down on him. There was only respect. When two people were of similar cultivations, the weaker might envy the stronger person. But when two cultivators were in completely different leagues, the weaker wouldn't even waste time envying the other because they knew that they would never be able to catch up. So all they could do was admire that person's strength. For many people at the Celestial Academy, that was the case with Lin Feng. It was clear to them that Lin Feng belonged to a different world than them. Lin Feng's natural abilities were too terrifying. Tang Wushan frowned. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would dare to show his face. And on top of that, he was even insulting them. That guy was really insufferably arrogant. Lin Feng, you killed members of my sect. I will bring your head back to the Wanshou sect and feed it to the beasts as compensation, said Tang Wushan while staring at Lin Feng in an evil way. Tang Wushan was the first person of the Wanshou sect who encountered Lin Feng. It dated back to when they destroyed the Yunhai sect. Back then, Tang Wushan already had a strange feeling, but he hadn't dared think that Lin Feng would someday reach such heights. And besides, if Lin Feng hadn't offended the Wanshou sect when he did, he would have been able to grow even stronger. Behead me and take my head back to the Wanshou sect to feed it to the beasts, said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached while looking at the people in the sky. Lin Feng looked like he was about to burst into laughter because he found it amusing. Since that is the case, everybody come down. I am waiting for you to behead me, said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent, which made Tang Wushan and the others frown, but immediately after, killing intent flashed through their eyes. Kill him, shouted Tang Wushan in a deep voice. In a flash, he released his deadly energy. This time, the members of the Wanshou sect were not going to show any sign of courtesy. They immediately attacked Lin Feng. However, at that moment, a strange sound filled the air. It was the melody of a zither. When Lin Feng heard that zither melody, he smiled coldly. Were the Wanshou sect really foolish enough to think that nobody would help him in the Celestial Academy? The first time that the Wanshou sect had come to kill Lin Feng's friends, Lin Feng had rushed to stop them, but the Celestial Academy didn't intervene. However, this time, the Wanshou sect had come in great numbers and barged into their territory. Weren't they looking down on the academy too much? Their behavior proved that they did not put the academy in their eyes. They thought that the Celestial Academy didn't dare to stand in their way. But Lin Feng obviously knew that was not the case. He knew who was at the roots of the academy. He also knew that, inside the academy, there was an extremely strong cultivator who was hidden in the background. Yan Yupingsheng. Besides, Lin Feng and Yan Yupingsheng were extremely close. Yan Yupingsheng was a teacher and his two students, Wen Ao Shui and Duan Xianyi, were close to Lin Feng. Therefore, when Lin Feng heard that the Wanshou sect had brought a large group with murderous intentions, Lin Feng knew that Yan Yupingsheng wouldn't stay hidden. In fact, it was exactly like Lin Feng had anticipated. When he heard the sound of the zither, he knew that Yan Yupingsheng had come. Stop! Suddenly shouted Tang Wushan. Instantly everybody stopped moving. They were wondering why they were interrupted. Stop! Tang Wushan had shouted at them when he heard the zither, ordering them to stop. Who was the one playing the zither? Everybody turned around and looked in the direction where the melody was coming from. In the distance, a silhouette appeared on the horizon, and that person was moving towards them. That person was surrounded by a calm and tranquil qi, giving anyone who looked at him a feeling of calm and serenity. Teacher. Many people immediately recognized Yan Yupingsheng when they saw him. He was sitting on a cushion as he flew through the sky, which stupefied the crowd. teacher is so amazing, thought many people surprised. Yan Yu Pingsheng usually gave people the feeling that he was a simple, indifferent, and carefree man. They just knew that he loved playing the zither. People who knew how terrifyingly strong he was were very rare. Tang Wushan looked at that carefree man and frowned. He looked at him and said, "Venerable Mr. Yan Yu, this is between Lin Feng and the Wanshou sect. I hope that you will understand and will not get involved." The crowd suddenly shivered. The vice-patriarch of the Wanshou sect was calling him Venerable Mr., which made the crowd swallow their saliva. They were speechless. Many members of the Wanshou sect didn't know who Yan Yu Pingsheng was, so they were surprised. The form of address Tang Wushan used to talk to Yan Yu Pingsheng was surprising, but it seemed natural. At that moment, Yan Yu Pingsheng glanced at Tang Wushan in an indifferent way. His fingers were still fluttering across the strings of the zither. The melody was gradually becoming more intense. The calmness of the melody contained murderous intentions which made Tang Wushan frown even more firmly. "Between Lin Feng and you? Tang Wushan, you ought to know my status," said Yan Yu Pingsheng indifferently. "I know. You are the principal of the Celestial Academy," replied Tang Wushan, which made the crowd frown. Principal. Surprisingly, Yan Yu Pingsheng was the principal of the Celestial Academy. The crowd was astonished. Nobody had ever thought of that. Lin Feng was also stupefied. The principal of the Celestial Academy was Yan Yu Pingsheng. What about Duan Wuya then? Since you know that I am the principal of the Celestial Academy, I would like to ask you something. You barged into the academy in such a domineering and aggressive way, but have you ever thought about my opinion? The melody of the zither was growing colder and colder. Yan Yu Pingsheng's voice was also colder, which made Tang Wushan's frown grow more intense. "Venerable Mr. Yan Yu, Lin Feng has killed members of the Wanshou sect. The patriarch himself gave the order to kill Lin Feng," said Tang Wushan while narrowing his eyes. "Very good," said Yan Yu Pingsheng, sounding cold and detached. "The Wanshou sect thinks they can look down on everyone. I didn't condemn Tang Wu Yao. But against all expectations, you Tang Wushan surprisingly came here and threatened me with the name of Tang Wu Yao. Go back and tell him to come in person," said Yan Yu Pingsheng. At that moment, he was very calm, but his calmness didn't seem auspicious. Tang Wushan looked glum. He was silently staring at Yan Yu Pingsheng. After looking pensive for a while, Tang Wushan opened his mouth again. "Since it's that way, I will go and inform the patriarch." When he finished talking, Tang Wushan turned and left with his group. If they tried to attack Lin Feng and Yan Yu Pingsheng got involved, they wouldn't have the ability to kill Lin Feng. The only option for them was to leave. Wait, said a voice sounding indifferent, which surprised Tang Wushan. He stopped but didn't turn around and said, "Venerable Mr. Yan Yu, is there anything else you would like? If you want to barge in, you barge in. If you want to leave, you just leave. What kind of place do you think my academy is?" When Yan Yu Pingsheng finished talking, he continued playing the zither. An oppressive qi emerged in the atmosphere. The music that started flowing in the atmosphere felt deadly as it invaded the ears. "Retreat quickly." Tang Wushan's facial expression changed. He abruptly started to flee. When the members of the Wanshou sect saw that, all their silhouettes flickered. They all closely followed Tang Wushan. The deadly energy of the melody started revolving in the atmosphere. Threads of pure qi were emerging from the zither in large quantities. They then turned into a rain of pure qi. The threads were as sharp as swords as they flew through the air. Ayaha! Many horrible shrieks spread through the air. Many people were struck with an acute and violent pain that spread through their entire body. Their beasts were the main target of that zither rain, and they roared in agony. What a terrifying strength, thought the crowd when they saw that sharp zither rain. They were dazzled. Yan Yu Pingsheng's was extremely strong. "Next time you barge in here, you will suffer the same fate as your beasts," said Yan Yu Pingsheng from the sky. Immediately after, the beasts of the Wanshou sect could be seen falling from the sky. They had died. The Wanshou sect had lost again. So many strong cultivators had come with the intention to kill Lin Feng and were being humiliated again. Yan Yu Pingsheng had humiliated them this time. Tang Wushan's facial expression looked glum, ferocious, and hideous. He looked hideously scary. "Yan Yu Pingsheng, Tong Wushan and the others' silhouettes flickered. They were releasing a terrifying deadly qi. In such a short time, the Wanshou sect had been humiliated by Lin Feng, a junior, by the Yu clan and then by Yan Yu Pingsheng. On top of that, they had lost many cultivators of the Xianxia layer and a great deal of ferocious beasts. Even their bones felt the pain of this humiliation. How could the Wanshou sect not be furious? When the crowd sensed the terrifying energy coming from the Wanshou sect as they escaped into the distance, they moved farther away. The crowd didn't dare to provoke them. The members of the Wanshou sect were like death gods at that moment. If anyone saw them, they instinctively moved out of the way. However, at that moment, someone was standing in front of them, motionless. "Get lost!" shouted Tong Wushan furiously and immediately tried to punch the person blocking their path. His fist was unleashing his rage. That punch whistled through the air and was clearly aiming to kill the person. However, at the moment when that person was going to be struck by the punch, an incredibly sharp energy swept over the area. The energy of that punch was destroyed in an instant. "Ha!" Tong Wushan frowned and stopped. He raised his hand and waved indicating that he all of the group to stop as well. "Your Excellency, who are you?" asked Tong Wushan in a cold and detached tone. A moment before, that extremely sharp qi felt like sword energy. It had immediately destroyed the force unleashed by his punch. That person was probably extremely strong. "It's been a long time since someone tried to attack me," said the person naturally. That person then slowly turned around and at that moment, Tong Wushan frowned and his facial expression drastically changed. It was him, surprisingly, it was him. Tong Wushan surprisingly dared to attack him. "I didn't know it was you, Your Excellency. I offended you. Please forgive me." Nobody replied to Tong Wushan. In the air, a deadly energy solidified itself into a sword. It then lacerated the air, emitting whistling sounds. That move made Tong Wushan's facial expression drastically fall. He shouted loudly, "Zhuge Wuqing, I was ignorant. I didn't mean to offend you. Is it necessary to act in such a way? You didn't know that it was me, but I came here precisely to wait for you," said Zhuge Wuqing, which astonished them. Zhuge Wuqing had been waiting for them. His incredible sword was lacerating everything. He moved and his entire body looked just like a sword. His silhouette flickered and he disappeared from sight. A sword whistled and streaked across the sky, and each time it appeared, blood splashed into the air. "Die!" Zhuge Wuqing surprisingly attacked them. He was releasing a cruel and merciless deadly energy. Each time he moved, a cultivator of the Xianxia layer would die. Zhuge Wuqing was slaughtering the entirety of the large group. In the air, nothing else could exist. There was only Zhuge Wuqing's sword energy. The members of the Wanshou sect didn't even know why they were being butchered. The setting sun looked like blood. A bloodthirsty sword energy had invaded the atmosphere. But now the sword energy had vanished. The atmosphere was quiet and desolate. At that moment, only one cultivator from the Wanshou sect was left. Tong Wushan was the only person remaining. All the Xianxia layer cultivators and Shen-level beasts of the Wanshou sect had already died. They had all died. The corpses of the cultivators had already hit the ground. There were no signs of life coming from the pile of bodies. The ordinary people on the ground had seen what happened. They felt like it must be a dream, it couldn't possibly be real. They had all died. Those members of the Wanshou sect had come in the most domineering and imposing fashion. They were all furious. They thought that nobody would have dared to provoke their group filled with those of the Xianxia layer. But in the end, only Tong Wushan was left alive. This was truly shocking. Tong Wushan himself couldn't even believe what happened. He was dumbstruck. At that moment, he was both furious and grieving for his comrades. But he was barely able to protect himself. A beam of sword qi flashed and in an instant, it pressed against his throat. Zhuge Wuqing's sharp eyes were staring at him. Tong Wushan understood that if his interlocutor wished, that sword qi could slit his throat immediately and take his life. His life was in Zhuge Wuqing's hands. "Why?" asked Tong Wushan while looking at Zhuge Wuqing. He was completely lost, he didn't understand anything. Even though he was terrified, he still wanted to know why those cultivators of the Xianxia layer died. "Why? My sect, the Wanshou sect, has never offended Your Excellency," Why be so cruel this time? Zhuge Wuqing looked at him in a cold and detached way. However, there were still some lights of compassion and pity in his eyes. How pitiful this situation was. I will spare your life. Get lost, go back and tell Teng Wu Yao that some people cannot be threatened, said Zhuge Wuqing in a cold and detached way which stupefied Teng Wushan. Some people couldn't be threatened? Who was the powerful person that they had threatened? The only one they had provoked recently was Lin Feng. But how could Zhuge Wuqing be talking about Lin Feng? It was impossible. Teng Wushan couldn't believe that was possibly the reason. I don't understand, said Teng Wushan. Zhuge Wuqing found him to look even more clueless and pitiful. The Wanshou sect was really foolish. Go back. Teng Wu Yao should think about it carefully. There is someone that the Yu clan would like to kill but doesn't dare to act. Could it be that Teng Wu Yao thinks that the Wanshou sect had grown stronger than the Yu clan? When he finished talking, he absorbed his sword energy, which was pressed against Teng Wushan's throat. It left a chilling sensation. It scared him so much that he could feel the cold sweat. Zhuge Wuqing turned his head and shot into the sky like a sword. Teng Wushan rubbed his throat where the sword chi was pressed against him. There was still a trace of blood. A moment before, if Zhuge Wuqing had wished, he could have cut off his head. The Yu clan wants to kill him, but doesn't dare to act, whispered Teng Wushan. His mouth twitched. Indeed, he immediately understood that they had neglected and overlooked an extremely important detail. Lin Feng had killed Yu Tianxing and Yu Qiu had also died because of him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Yu clan hated Lin Feng more than the Wanshou sect. But had the Yu clan dealt with Lin Feng? They hadn't. The Yu clan hadn't dealt with Lin Feng. Even the last time in the mountain chain, the Yu clan was there as well. They had announced that they wanted to kill Lin Feng, but in the end, they didn't act on it. Not a single one of them had come forward to kill Lin Feng. The Wanshou sect had been the only group who blindly ignored all those events and openly fought against Lin Feng. The Yu clan hadn't intervened at all. They kept their hands clean of the situation. At that moment, Teng Wushan was recalling Zhuge Wuqing's words and cold sweat had covered his body. A chill was running down his spine. The Yu clan hated Lin Feng so much, but they didn't dare to attack him. There must be a reason behind it. How ridiculous were they? They had thought that Lin Feng was just a little insignificant ant without any influence that they could crush. What a joke. Because of that, the Wanshou sect had lost more than half of its strongest cultivators. Its strength had been reduced to less than a third of what it used to be. How ridiculous. It sounded like an unbelievable joke that no one would believe. Teng Wushan had a grief-stricken smile on his face. Then his silhouette disappeared into the sky like a rainbow. Teng Wushan was ridiculing his own foolish behavior. In the near future, the Wanshou sect would become the laughingstock of Xueyu. Lin Feng was still in the Celestial Academy. He obviously didn't know that the members of the Wanshou sect had been slaughtered by Zhuge Wuqing. At that moment, he was sitting on a stone chair. In front of him, there was a chessboard. The petals of the peach trees in blossom were floating in the air around him. It was incredibly beautiful. In front of Lin Feng was Yan Yu Pingsheng. Lin Feng, your strategy is filled with sharp and aggressive methods, said Yan Yu Pingsheng when he saw Lin Feng's moves. In a flash, Lin Feng had several directions from which to attack. It seemed like he was about to corner Yan Yu Pingsheng's pieces. Lin Feng's playing style was extremely aggressive. But if your opponent is stronger than you, being aggressive is of no help. Yan Yu Pingsheng moved one piece and the game was drastically changed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng seemed like he wanted to overwhelm Yan Yu Pingsheng's pieces. His style was extremely aggressive, however. Yan Yu Pingsheng's style was that of a mountain, absolutely calm and unmoving. Lin Feng was unable to take any of Yan Yu Pingsheng's pieces. Lin Feng was also lost. Every move he thought about making would lose the game. Lin Feng looked perplexed. He was silently observing the chessboard. His style was aggressive, but if the opponent's defense was too strong, how could he break through? Please guide me, teacher, said Lin Feng after being stuck in thought for a long period of time. He didn't know what to do. He wasn't going to lie. He was beaten. Move first, said Yan Yu Pingsheng, which made Lin Feng pull a long face. He then slowly moved a piece. It was a defensive move. If the opponent was too strong and he felt threatened, he would defend and wait for his next opportunity to strike. When Yan Yupingsheng saw Lin Feng's move, he smiled. Immediately after, he made his next move. Lin Feng's pieces were in bad positions and he could lose at any moment. Lin Feng didn't like seeing such a game, but that was the sad reality. Once you've shot the arrow, there's no getting it back. Do you understand? Said Yan Yupingsheng firmly. Lin Feng remained silent. He had already chosen his strategy, he couldn't turn back time. At that moment, Lin Feng had the feeling that he both understood and didn't understand at the same time. Teacher, I'm stupid. Please elaborate, said Lin Feng after remaining silent for a while. He needed more explanation as he couldn't figure it out himself. The position in which you have put yourself in is weak. You can be counter-attacked from everywhere. A moment ago you acted in such an aggressive way, but you were like an ant trying to shake a tree, because you were unsuccessful and have left so many holes to exploit. You are forced into the defensive and you are now hoping there will be another opportunity to strike a blow and come out victorious. However, in reality, the great spheres of influence will not allow you to have a second chance striking a blow. They will seize whichever opportunity they can to crush you in a single instant, said Yan Yupingsheng slowly. Immediately after, he started grabbing Lin Feng's pieces and rearranging them on the chessboard. He put them in a position so that not even a drop of water could trickle through his defense. Even though no defense was perfect, there was always danger. Lin Feng was at least less vulnerable. Besides, it also seemed like Lin Feng's attacking position was much weaker. It did not seem threatening anymore. Lin Feng, you have two paths in front of you. The first is to retreat voluntarily, even if it means disappearing. No matter how strong the opponent is, they cannot do anything if they cannot confront you. Thus you can benefit from that time to become stronger, and once you're strong enough, you can attack again. Lin Feng was calmly listening to Yan Yupingsheng and understood its meaning. The first path was leaving, disappearing from the imperial city, avoiding the danger. That way, no matter how strong his enemies were, they wouldn't be able to pursue Lin Feng. After becoming stronger, he could return to the imperial city. But if he chose that path, he would have to sacrifice a few pieces. After all, he wouldn't be able to disappear and bring the entirety of Yangzhou City along with him. Teacher, what is the second path? Asked Lin Feng. The second path is slaughter, said Yan Yupingsheng. Even though he was usually so calm, at that moment he was releasing an extremely ruthless and sharp qi. Slaughtering all of your enemies is extremely difficult when you are weaker. You must always press forward with an indomitable will. You must evolve and grow stronger amongst a bloodbath. You cannot stop killing until your enemies are all dead. Of course, in order to slaughter your way through your enemies like a force of nature, you must always improve yourself, become stronger and stronger until the day when you have surpassed everybody else. However, that path is extremely dangerous and leaves you extremely vulnerable. Extremely sharp lights were twinkling in Lin Feng's eyes. Teacher, the first path is for cowards. I can escape, but if I run away, how will be able to maintain my indomitable will? Therefore, I will choose the second path, the path of bloodshed, the path of a killer. I will slaughter a path from the depths of hell all the way into the heavens. The path of bloodshed, slaughtering a path into the heavens. At that moment, Lin Feng was releasing a powerful and murderous aura. It was piercing through the air and rustling through the peach trees whose leaves fluttered, as if they were flinching away. Yan Yupingsheng was looking at Lin Feng and smiling. On the continent, many people had become killers, but few of them had become murderous demons. Someone who walked the path of bloodshed would have a monstrous cultivation. There was a legend that said in ancient times, there was an evil deity. He was a true murderous demon. He had slaughtered so many people that entire country became a bloodbath. In the end, nobody knew where he was now. It was said that he broke through to the Tianqi layer. But those were only rumors, and Yan Yupingsheng didn't know more than that. After all, he hadn't broken through to the Tianqi layer yet. Besides, Lin Feng had already started walking on the path of bloodshed. If people wanted to kill him, he would kill them. Yan Yupingsheng could also feel the murderous aura surrounding Lin Feng. Therefore, he decided to explain these things to Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng couldn't undo his actions and he wouldn't run away, he decided to tell him about the path of bloodshed. Lin Feng, "I will play a tune for you," said Yen Yu Ping Sheng. Lin Feng then nodded and replied, "Okay." Yen Yu Ping Sheng stretched his hand and stroked the table. Immediately after, both the table and the chessboard between them disappeared. Then, he grabbed his zither which was on his back and placed it between them. Lin Feng was still sitting opposite Yen Yu Ping Sheng. He remained motionless. He only saw Yen Yu Ping Sheng's fingers which started to float across the strings of the zither. The first sound spread in the atmosphere and a sharp light appeared which made Lin Feng shiver. The first note contained deadly energy. Then Yen Yu Ping Sheng's fingers started to dance above the strings of the zither. The deadly energy was becoming more and more powerful. Lin Feng was welcoming that energy, unceasingly absorbing it. At the same time, around his body, a sharp qi emerged and seemed to move with the melody of the zither. Yen Yu Ping Sheng didn't raise his head. He was focused on playing the zither. The deadly energy had invaded the entire atmosphere and didn't stop emerging from the zither. It was so quick. Yen Yu Ping Sheng's fingers were moving with extreme speed across the strings. Besides, he was still accelerating, and the deadly energy was becoming stronger and stronger, more and more aggressive. Very quickly, Lin Feng's heart was filled with the sensation of murder and destruction. There was nothing else left in his heart except for complete annihilation. The heartless and emotionless deadly energy turned into a white qi which enveloped Lin Feng's body, just like a cocoon. It was dazzling. If other people had been there, they would have noticed that the murderous aura surrounding Lin Feng had been replaced with deadly energy. Lin Feng had already been enveloped by that deadly energy. The threads of deadly energy were becoming more and more numerous, and they were unceasingly penetrating into Lin Feng's body. Besides, the trees of the peach orchard also looked like they were affected. A multitude of holes were appearing on the leaves of each and every single one of them. Even the petals of the peach trees in blossom looked like they were dying, as if their life was being sucked from them. Everything seemed to be fading. There was only a deadly energy which emanated the aura of death. In the middle of that deadly energy, Lin Feng first tried to resist, but then it became too powerful. Lin Feng had already stopped resisting. He closed his eyes and his entire body was drowned into the murderous power contained within that energy. Yen Yu Ping Sheng raised his head and smiled even more while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had entered into a trance-like state. Lin Feng was learning much quicker than Yen Yu Ping Sheng had expected. No wonder that he had already reached his current cultivation despite being so young. He also had an incredible battle ability. Lin Feng had an extraordinary power of understanding which transcended the realm of understanding. However, Yen Yu Ping Sheng didn't stop at all. In his life, he had met many geniuses. He had only chosen 3 students to teach his knowledge of cultivation and music, but he couldn't help to favor Lin Feng the most. He appreciated Lin Feng's temperament the most. Lin Feng was grateful to those who helped him and was naturally kind-hearted. But he would also slaughter anyone who tried to cause him harm. All of Yen Yu Ping Sheng's students had high natural abilities, but their way of thinking and the way they handled things were different. Even though one of his other students had high natural abilities and was kind-hearted, but also a ruthless killer, he still lacked determination. There was something missing. Then, there was Duan Xianxia. She was good, honest, and kind-hearted, but she was a woman born into the imperial clan. She was too weak. She could play the zither very well, but she wasn't taught how to cultivate. Then, there was his third student, Lin Feng. He had noticed him from the first day they met at the academy. He immediately had a positive impression. In his heart, he immediately knew that he would take him as a student, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such great efforts to guide him. Besides, each time Lin Feng saw him, he shouted "teacher," which made him feel very gratified. The murderous energy had enveloped the earth and the sky. Yen Yu Ping Sheng was still playing the zither without stopping. Lin Feng's eyes were tightly closed. Deadly energy was still penetrating into his body. He was using his heart to listen and his soul to understand. The tune is named Cosmic Annihilation. As long as I play, the deadly energy will continue to increase. I am interested to see how long you can study it, sighed Yen Yu Ping Sheng. He slowly closed his eyes and continued to play the zither. That song, Cosmic Annihilation, had no end. It could go on forever. The zither continued to release deadly energy which was gaining in strength and intensity. Both of them had their eyes closed. They had long ago lost all notion of time. One of them was playing, the other was listening, and in the surrounding atmosphere, there was only deadly energy. Outside of the peach orchard, in the distance, some members of the Celestial Academy raised their heads and looked at the atmosphere above the peach orchard. They were extremely surprised. What a monstrous energy, thought many people while shivering. A powerful and deadly energy had surprisingly risen there in the sky. It was dashing to the skies. It looked like the deadly energy was filling the atmosphere as it emitted whistling sounds as it expanded across the sky. It was even destroying the air which blocked its path. What's going on over there? People who were sensing that energy were more and more numerous. They were astonished. That energy was terrifying. It was even attempting to destroy the atmosphere itself. At that moment, a silhouette appeared. That person was moving through the sky. That person then threw a rock into the white light of the energy. The crowd suddenly saw a rock fall into the energy. In a flash, it was disintegrated into powder and was destroyed. As before, only the deadly energy was left. That windstorm of deadly energy had appeared above a manor of the Celestial Academy. It had transformed into a storm. It looked amazing. Everybody was astonished. An incredible number of people started walking towards the peach orchard. They wanted to see what was going on. However, at that moment, a silhouette appeared in the sky, and when they saw the storm of deadly energy, they frowned. "It's the vice principal. The vice principal is here," said the people when they saw that silhouette in the sky. They wanted to know what was going on. Long Ding glanced at the crowd and said, "The principal is cultivating. He's the one releasing that deadly energy. There is nothing strange. Get back to what you were doing, please. The principal is cultivating. No wonder." Many people nodded as if it was natural. After what had happened before, they all knew who the principal was. Yan Yupingsheng. He had been able to make the strong cultivators of the Wanshou sect run away with only a single sentence. He was able to kill Xian-level beasts in an instant, while remaining sat on a cushion in the sky. The principal can release such a monstrous energy while cultivating. It's astonishing. If I tried to go into it, I would probably be disintegrated into powder and die. Thought many people. They were scared by that energy. They were even more scared of Yan Yupingsheng. In the middle of the peach orchard, the two figures still had their eyes closed. They had been there all day. Yan Yupingsheng looked deathly pale. He had consumed a great deal of his energy. Playing the zither didn't require him to use his pure qi, but it required a great deal of mental strength. He had lost a great deal of his vitality. An ordinary person couldn't play the cosmic annihilation for more than a short moment. Yan Yupingsheng was extremely strong, but he had never played the cosmic annihilation for so long. He had no more strength remaining. Nonetheless, he continued playing. Since Lin Feng was still in his trance, how could Yan Yupingsheng stop? Even though stopping wouldn't wake Lin Feng from his trance, it would cause Lin Feng's insights to be of much lower quality. The best thing was for him to continue playing, so that Lin Feng's understanding of deadly energy would grow even stronger. The crowd surrounding the peach orchard had started moving back. The storm of deadly energy hadn't stopped. It was even becoming denser and covering a larger area. Nobody dared approach the region surrounding the peach orchard any longer. In the distance, the crowd of the Celestial Academy were still watching patiently. They were fixedly staring at that deadly energy moving through the air. It was terrifying. Their principal, Yan Yupingsheng, seemed to be cultivating a powerful skill. But what kind of skill exactly? That terrifying deadly energy seemed like it wanted to annihilate everything. How could the crowd know that inside the energy their principal's face had already turned deathly pale? He was as pale as a sheet of paper. Yan Yupingsheng was extremely strong, but at that moment, he looked like he was going to collapse from exhaustion. Lin Feng had been sitting in meditation for 2 days already, and hadn't emerged from his trance a single time. His eyes were tightly closed, and the deadly energy surrounding his body was becoming denser with each passing moment. It was terrifying. "Lin Feng, if you don't emerge out of your meditation trance soon, I really fear that I will die of exhaustion," thought Yan Yuping Sheng with a painful smile on his face. Even though he was thinking that way, his fingers were still unceasingly dancing over the strings of his zither. The sky was gradually becoming darker and darker, but the storm of white deadly energy was still illuminating the atmosphere. It was strangely beautiful. Even though their principal was still practicing without rest, many of the students had already grown tired of waiting and went back to their living quarters to rest. In the middle of the peach orchard, the qi around Yan Yuping Sheng's body was becoming restless, and the smile of agony had grown so large that it transformed his face. Ka! Xing! Two consecutive sounds emerged in the darkness. Black blood suddenly burst out of Yan Yuping Sheng's mouth. He had spared no effort, but he had finally reached his limit. Blood was dripping from his fingers. On top of that, from the zither strings that had been dyed red, one of them broke. He finally stopped playing the cosmic annihilation. However, the deadly energy that had gathered in the atmosphere was still as powerful as before. It was even scary for him to behold. His heartbeat finally started to decrease. Yan Yuping Sheng looked at Lin Feng, whose eyes were still closed, and shook his head. That monster! He still hadn't woken up. When would he emerge from his trance? At that moment, Lin Feng had banished all distracting thoughts from his mind. He had forgotten about all 10,000 things of creation. In his mind, there was only a black sword floating in the nothingness. That sword had appeared again, but this time, while looking at it, Lin Feng had gained a deeper understanding of it. The sword was created solely from deadly energy. Lin Feng had never really understood the warlord's sword, but each time he tried, he would only gain a small insight into the sword. At that moment, it seemed like that black sword was in harmony with the deadly energy in Lin Feng's heart. It was filled with endless murderous intent. Tsararar, tsararar. Lin Feng opened his eyes. A sword started to form in front of his eyes. It was being filled with an endless quantity of deadly energy. Boom! Yan Yuping Sheng's body was violently blown back, and the stone chair on which he was sitting exploded into dust. He quickly retreated to a safe distance. In his eyes, a sharp light was twinkling. That deadly energy was monstrously strong. Lin Feng's determination to kill created an incredible pressure which formed into deadly energy. In darkness of the night, such a thing was extremely scary. Yan Yuping Sheng raised his head and saw Lin Feng's body rise into the air. It seemed like the deadly energy couldn't harm him at all. What surprised Yan Yuping Sheng even more was that in front of Lin Feng, a sword was still condensing. Suddenly, a pure qi sword appeared, but it was black. A black sword. Yan Yuping Sheng was fixedly staring at that sword. It was filled with monstrously strong deadly energy and murderous intent. A strong wind started whistling in the air. Yan Yuping Sheng was astonished. He only saw that the deadly energy in the atmosphere started rushing into that black sword. That black sword was absorbing the deadly energy. What? What's that? Yan Yuping Sheng didn't understand. How was that possible? How could that black sword suddenly absorb all of that deadly energy to increase its own strength? Lin Feng's eyes were pitch black and looked ice cold, but they were filled with murder. That was the sword from his celestial book, just like the grim fire. The sword that he formed before with his limited understanding had never reached such an incredible level. The black sword slowly started moving and rose into the air above Lin Feng. It seemed like it even wanted to destroy the darkness covering the sky. The people who hadn't left in the surrounding region were astonished. They could all feel that there was a terrifying sword filled with deadly energy that wanted to destroy everything, including them. People raised their heads and saw that above the manor, a sword light was becoming more and more intense. It seemed like there was a sword, but they couldn't quite see it. It was too dark, and the sword itself was black, which caused it to blend with the darkness. The crowd could only see a blurry silhouette, but that silhouette didn't look like Yan Yuping Sheng. It looked like a young man. It was Lin Feng. What? Why would Lin Feng be there? I must be seeing things, thought the people who could see clearly while shaking their heads. They immediately refused to believe their eyes. Even though Lin Feng had high natural abilities and was incredibly powerful, he did not have the power to create such an incredible amount of deadly energy to form a sword. The level of that sword was just too scary. The people in the crowd weren't the only ones who couldn't believe it. Yan Yu Pingshang also couldn't believe his eyes. That sword already had a will of its own. This will was... Yan Yu Pingshang didn't dare to even think about it. It seemed Lin Feng had stepped into the next cultivation dimension. Yan Yu Pingshang had always wanted to break through to the next cultivation dimension. He knew that in order to reach the realm of an authentically powerful cultivator, he had to penetrate into that dimension. It was his ultimate goal on his path of cultivation. Lin Feng, come down, shouted Yan Yu Pingshang coldly when he saw the deadly energy started to slow down and started to become restless. Lin Feng's body shook and he came back to consciousness. What was going on? What was happening? His entire body was surrounded by deadly energy as he floated in the sky. He didn't know how he got there. If Yan Yu Pingshang hadn't called him, it was very likely that Lin Feng would lose control of the sword and it would attack him. His body shook. The black sword disappeared and the deadly energy immediately moved into his body. Immediately after, Lin Feng moved back to the ground. "Teacher!" shouted Lin Feng when he saw that there was blood on Yan Yu Pingshang's mouth and he looked deathly pale. Lin Feng was astonished. "Teacher, what happened to you?" asked Lin Feng, surprised and anxious. It didn't look Yan Yu Pingshang had been in a battle with anyone. Of course, almost nobody in Shui could harm him anyway. Yan Yu Pingshang smiled wryly. "Nothing happened," said Yan Yu Pingshang while slightly shaking his head. "Teacher, who did this to you?" asked Lin Feng, who didn't believe Yan Yu Pingshang. Yan Yu Pingshang was extremely strong. Who could hurt him? He was also deathly pale, which made it look like he had been badly injured. Besides, Yan Yu Pingshang's qi was so weak it was dangerous. With Yan Yu Pingshang's monstrous strength, who could have done such a thing to him? Yan Yu Pingshang looked dumbfounded at Lin Feng and started to shake his head in silence. Lin Feng was surprised and suddenly came to an understanding. "Teacher, was it me?" asked Lin Feng while timidly staring at Yan Yu Pingshang. They had been practicing together for a few days. Apart from him, it couldn't be anyone else. Yan Yu Pingshang, when he saw that Lin Feng wouldn't feel at ease until knowing the truth, slightly nodded. "Lin Feng, your power of understanding is monstrous. In just 2 days, I used all of my strength and couldn't continue playing the cosmic annihilation. If I had the power to continue, it's very possible that you would have gained even more enlightenment," said Yan Yu Pingshang while feeling guilty. Lin Feng's power of understanding was incredible. It was extremely rare. Therefore, he wanted to play until the end so that Lin Feng could receive the most gains. When Lin Feng heard Yan Yu Pingshang, he felt remorseful and uneasy, but he also felt deeply grateful. He then took a deep breath. Yan Yu Pingshang was injured because of him. Lin Feng and Yan Yu Pingshang were neither kith nor kin, but Yan Yu Pingshang had given everything that he had to help Lin Feng. He continued to play for Lin Feng until he was injured in the hope that it would benefit Lin Feng's cultivation. Yan Yu Pingshang was extremely good to him and Lin Feng would always remember that. "Thank you, teacher," said Lin Feng to Yan Yu Pingshang while slightly bowing, just like a devoted student in front of his teacher. It was also a way for Lin Feng to express his utmost gratitude. Even though the world was cruel, there were still many kind-hearted and virtuous people who lived in seclusion. Otherwise, it would have been a terrible world to live in. Lin Feng appreciated those good-natured people. The holy courtyard of Shuiyu was built 2 years ago and hadn't yet managed to attract the masses of geniuses the way it had anticipated. The holy courtyard of Shuiyu was built in the hopes to entice the entire country of Shuiyu. It was built for the purpose of becoming one of the most influential powers of influence in Shuiyu. Even though it had seized some of the most outstanding disciples from the larger sects, the number of them who were able to become famous in the imperial city could be counted on one hand. Besides, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu was continuously humiliated by Lin Feng, whom they hadn't been able to kill when they destroyed the Yunhai sect. That tiny little disciple of the Yunhai sect had greatly impacted their reputation, especially in the imperial city. Astonishing news about Lin Feng's great accomplishments continued to spread through the city. At the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, nobody had been able to create such a buzz in the imperial city. Of course, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu wasn't the only group who were overshadowed. No matter who you asked, if one person had to be chosen as the most astonishing person in the entire country, the only name you would hear would be Lin Feng. He had set an entire city on fire to kill the army from Mou and crush their invasion. He crossed into the enemy country to rescue the princess. He encircled the imperial city and rescued Lu Zonglan from receiving the death penalty for false crimes. He also killed Duan Tianlang's son, Duan Han, as Duan Tianlang watched on. Then, he killed countless powerful members of the Wanshou sect in the Nine Dragon Mountain chain and at the Celestial Academy. Each and every single one of his battles were breathtaking. There were also many things which the people didn't know about. For example, in Celestial River, he had defeated the Blademaster Lang Yu and killed Bing Yuan. He easily dealt with a number of strong opponents in Celestial River, but nobody knew about those things in the Imperial City. In 2 years, Lin Feng had created a storm wherever he went. Nobody could compare to him. In the Imperial City, everybody knew his name. Lin Feng was only 18 years old and was one of the most famous names in the entire country. The Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu, like the Celestial Academy, created its own cultivation towers. They even created them on a larger scale to be grander and more magnificent than those of the Academy. At that moment, at the foot of one of the cultivation towers was Lin Qian. She was wearing a bright red dress and looked very thin. She raised her head and looked to the top floor of the cultivation tower. She looked extremely sad and desolate. 2 years had passed since she joined the academy. She could vaguely remember what happened 2 years ago when Chu Zhanpeng went to the Yunhai sect. Back then, she used to be high-spirited and vigorous. She had an ice and fire spirit, and Chu Zhanpeng had fallen for her. She used to think about how wonderful her future was going to be. But at that moment, her dreams didn't become a reality. It seemed like her destiny and Lin Feng's destiny were both flipped upside down. Lin Feng had suddenly started rising to prominence and accomplishing many great things. He had been, step by step, walking down the path of a legendary cultivator. When he revealed himself at the annual meeting of the Lin clan in Yangzhou City, he had already displayed his magnificence, and at the same time, Lin Qian had lost her splendor. Then, a year ago, Lin Feng obtained his own army and gained Yangzhou City as a fief. Lin Feng and his troops had magnificently stormed into Yangzhou City and swept away all obstacles that stood in his way. Lin Feng was high-spirited, vigorous, and dynamic. He quickly became the head of the local government in Yangzhou City and had obtained the name of Xianxia Marquis. However, Lin Qian was only able to watch her family be oppressed by him. They didn't even have the power to contest Lin Feng's oppression. Lin Qian's only hope was lying on Chu Zhanpeng's shoulders. Without him, she would never be able to compete with Lin Feng. The young man whom she used to look down upon in the past now held her in no regard. Also, the news that Lin Feng had defeated 12 Xianqi layer cultivators of the Wanshou sect by himself was spreading. On top of that, amongst those 12 cultivators, there had been 3 cultivators of the 3rd Xianqi layer. Lin Feng had, once again, amazed the entire imperial city. After that, the Wanshou sect sent a group of their most powerful cultivators to take their revenge, but they were forced to retreat from the academy. When that powerful group finally returned to the Wanshou sect, only the vice-patriarch was left alive. Surprisingly, from that moment on, the Wanshou sect no longer dared to oppose Lin Feng, as if they had forgotten their hatred completely. Lin Feng had killed 12 cultivators of the Xianqi layer, including 3 of the 3rd Xianqi layer. That news had left Lin Qian dumbstruck because she knew that in the past, Chu Zhanpeng was only at the 3rd Xianqi layer. Lin Feng had been able to kill 3 cultivators at the 3rd Xianqi layer, therefore was Chu Zhanpeng even capable of killing Lin Feng? Lin Qian was convinced that she would never get her revenge. She hated Lin Feng. Therefore she had come to the cultivation tower to wait and started to daydream. At the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, many people were looking at Lin Qian. Some people were looking at her with admiring eyes, while some other young girls were also looking at her with envy, because she was with Chu Zhanpeng. Some people also believed that if Lin Qian was waiting there, it was because she was waiting for him. A surge of power shot into the sky. It was an extremely strong qi that was streaking across the sky. On the ground, some of the people who were walking suddenly stopped in their tracks. They raised their heads, looked at the sky, and suddenly looked astonished. They only saw a silhouette shooting across the sky like a meteor. There were 2 gigantic wings that could be seen. It was a legendary rock spirit, As it cried out, its cry echoed in the air into the horizon. It's Chu Zhanpeng. Some people were shivering. That silhouette that shot into the sky suddenly stopped and floated in the sky. It slowly flapped its wings. There was a confident smile on that strangely bestial face. His cultivation had finally broken through to the next level. Chu Zhanpeng had broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer. Qian. Chu Zhanpeng looked at Lin Qian, who was waiting at the foot of the tower. He flapped his wings and suddenly crossed a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant. He grabbed Lin Qian and then once again shot into the sky. How fast? Chu Zhanpeng must have had a breakthrough. The crowd was astonished. He had broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer. He really was a genius. During the competition of geniuses, he will definitely illuminate the country with his power and bring prestige to the holy courtyard of Xueyu. As if Chu Zhanpeng had felt the people's admiration, his smile grew more proud. Last time, at the Celestial Academy, he didn't have the opportunity to kill Lin Feng, but this time, no one could stop him. Qian, I broke through to the fourth Xianxia layer. I can easily deal with Lin Feng now. Just wait for the good news, said Chu Zhanpeng while smiling indifferently. Lin Qian slightly nodded. Considering that Chu Zhanpeng had broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer, killing Lin Feng would certainly go smoothly. It was great news that he increased his cultivation. This time, all the members of the holy courtyard of Xueyu were gasping in amazement while looking at Chu Zhanpeng. His natural abilities and cultivation speed were astonishing. Nobody there cared about what had happened at the Celestial Academy. Chu Zhanpeng had broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer before everyone's eyes and created a monumental display. So the members of the holy courtyard worshipped him even more. Whereas Lin Feng had accomplished a great number of remarkable things in secret, and there were many people who had no idea of his true ability. At the same time, in a beautiful place of the imperial city, by a waterfall, there was a young man holding a sword. At that moment, the wind was blowing on that young man's body. He suddenly opened his eyes and his sword diffused an ice-cold light. At the same time, he moved and shot into the air like an arrow. As he shot into the sky, he pierced the atmosphere with his sword. The sword was extremely bright. It was so blinding that only its light could be seen in the sky as it thrust forward. After that, a subtle sound spread through the air as a small hole suddenly appeared in the waterfall. The young man smiled. His silhouette flickered and he moved back down onto the ground. His clothes were fluttering indifferently in the wind. Crrr. A cracking sound spread in the air. The water from the waterfall suddenly burst into a shower of rain. The water then rushed towards that young man. However, at the moment when it was about to collide with him, an intangible chi blocked it. The water couldn't penetrate that chi. Your sword skills are becoming more and more terrific, sighed a feminine voice which made the young man feel extremely proud. He then turned around and looked at the beautiful woman. We will be gathering soon. This time I, Ling Tian, will reveal myself to the world of cultivation for the first time. Increasing my cultivation is necessary. I will become stronger until I dominate the heavens. The young man sounded insufferably arrogant and proud. He was determined to rule the heavens. At the same time, in the Haoyu sect and the Ice and Snow Mountain village, people were riding ferocious beasts at great speed and heading for the imperial city. Besides, the patriarch of the Haoyu sect himself was walking in front of a group. There were also people walking by his sides. Apart from a few elders of the sect, there were also the most outstanding core disciples of the sect with them. It was clear to them that this time, the competition would be extraordinary and would also have extraordinary implications. No matter if it was for those in charge of the sect or its disciples, it was a great opportunity for everybody. It was an opportunity which they couldn't miss. In order to become one of the most outstanding geniuses of Xueyu, they couldn't spare any effort when it came to their cultivation. Everybody knew that so many people had started practicing even harder. Apart from the sects, in Xueyu, many people belonging to other spheres of influence, as well as independent young people, were making their way towards the imperial city. The geniuses of Xueyu had to strive for victory if they wanted to join the great competition of Xueyu. It was the era of the geniuses. Lin Feng had no idea what was happening outside. All he knew was that he had to become stronger. That was the only way to earn true freedom in the world. Only a few days had passed since those members of the Wanshou sect had left. Lin Feng had also heard that Teng Wushan and his group were attacked on the way back and that only Teng Wushan survived. Lin Feng didn't know who it was who attacked them, but he was very curious. All those people who were following Teng Wushan were killed. Besides, after that, the Wanshou sect hadn't made any other moves against Lin Feng. Why was that? All the events seemed to be related to each other, but no matter how hard Lin Feng tried to think, it was impossible for him to guess the hidden connection. Therefore, it was useless for him to drive himself crazy trying to find out the truth. Lin Feng was no longer living in the student palaces of the academy. Instead, he was living in his own gigantic manor at the academy, given by the principal Yan Yupingsheng. Nobody in the academy had any objections. With Lin Feng's incredible natural abilities, nobody could rival him in the academy. In terms of strength, only a few teachers were able to compete with him. With all the merits which Lin Feng had accomplished, having his own personal manor was justified. In the gigantic manor, there was also a courtyard, a field to practice cultivation, and a pavilion surrounded by beautiful rockery scenery. It was magnificent. There were also plenty of rooms to live in, a cultivation room, and some rooms for him to concoct pills and fabricate weapons. Everything was pristine and ready to use. At that moment, Lin Feng was in the alchemy room. Apart from Lin Feng, there was also Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua. The three of them stood around a cauldron. That cauldron was gigantic and majestic, but it looked very simple. It seemed like it hadn't been used for centuries, and it was releasing a very ancient qi. That cauldron was the one that Lin Feng had obtained in Celestial River. It was the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron. Of course, Lin Feng knew that that cauldron was still missing parts. However, he could still use it to concoct pills. A fire was burning under the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron, and the heat had enveloped the entire cauldron. Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua were not participating at all. They were only observing Lin Feng's actions. Back in Yangzhou City, they had taught Lin Feng about alchemy, and Lin Feng was an extremely quick learner. At that moment, except for a few minor adjustments, Lin Feng no longer needed their help with concocting pills. Lin Feng had a method for concocting pills by relying on his extremely strong soul. He had reached a particularly high level in alchemy. The Heavenly Dragon Cauldron started diffusing a pleasant scent. The medicinal fragrance was rich and thick in the air. It seemed like the pills were nearing completion. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi glanced at each other. They were surprised. Lin Feng was able to concoct pills by himself in such a short period of time. At that moment, Lin Feng was concocting Shen-level pills of lower quality. The pills he was concocting were extremely complicated and had the special attribute of allowing cultivators to break through a bottleneck with greater ease. Ren Qingquang and the two other high-ranking soldiers had also used that pill to break through to the Shen Qi layer. Many cultivators who were at the peak of the 9th Ling Qi layer would crave for this pill even in their wildest dreams. Its price was so high that it even exceeded that of some higher-level pills. Lin Feng was concocting those pills for Duan Feng and Lan Jiao. They were both close to breaking through to the Shen Qi layer. If they consumed that pill, Lin Feng was hoping that they would break through. Then, Lin Feng would then have two more cultivators of the Shen Qi layer on his side, and at the very least they would be able to protect themselves. His terrifying soul enveloped the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron. Small parts of his soul were penetrating into the interior of the cauldron. Lin Feng was able to clearly sense every single inch of the cauldron, which enabled him to perfectly control the degree of heating. 9 flames! Shouted Lin Feng suddenly. The fire beneath the cauldron dispersed. 9 small fire lotuses appeared and shot towards very specific parts of the cauldron. Those 9 lotus flowers engulfed the cauldron. There was a sudden increase in pressure inside the cauldron, and at the same time, the mixture in the cauldron also started to move in 9 different directions before consolidating into a pill. These pills were Shen-level pills. Their energy had reached a climax. Besides, the number 9 was symbolic because it was the imperial number, the number of the king. Therefore, in the continent, many treasures and skills put significance in the number 9, for example the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron. The latter could thus be called the Cauldron of the Dragon King. While concocting pills, one of the most important factors was to control the degree and duration of the heat of each specific ingredient to allow them to correctly merge. How amazing! Sighed Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi with amazement. Lin Feng could control the fire with his soul, Even if they wanted to do the same, it wasn't that easy. Controlling the fire with one's soul required an extremely powerful soul and required a great deal of effort. However, Lin Feng looked calm. He did not look like he was doing something difficult, and his expression was normal. Lin Feng was controlling the 9 flames and had formed each flame into a delicate lotus flower. This was extremely difficult to do this with even a single flame. I have no idea how he's doing that. The 2 old men were shaking their heads. Lin Feng was a monster. Not only did he have amazing and breathtaking natural abilities, but he could also concoct pills using such a magnificent method, and he was only 18 years old. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi didn't dare imagine how strong Lin Feng would be when he reached their age. Of course, they were convinced that Lin Feng would be leaving Xueyu sooner or later. Lin Feng couldn't be limited to Xueyu. Xueyu was only the start of his journey and not the final destination. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi started to calm down. They knew that concocting high-level pills wouldn't be a problem for Lin Feng in the future. Concocting Xian-level pills of lower quality already wasn't a problem for him. Besides, the success rates were very high. Lin Feng had an extremely strong soul and a powerful flame, which were essential factors for an alchemist. Lin Feng also had great teachers who were considered as top-level alchemists in Xueyu. Lin Feng also possessed the heavenly dragon cauldron. This helped him to easily concoct the Xian-level pills. A strong and pleasant fragrance invaded the atmosphere and 3 pills floated from the heavenly dragon cauldron. On the surface there was a shiny coat, and one could see at first glance that the quality of those pills was extremely high. Lin Feng raised his head as he released his pure qi, and in a flash, those 3 pills shot towards him and landed on the palm of his hand. When Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi saw those pills, they started to walk towards Lin Feng and study the blue and green pills. They then started to shake their heads in disbelief. That little monster can really concoct pills, Mr. Qi said. Concocting pills were extremely hard. They usually didn't do more than 1 pill at a time, whereas Lin Feng had immediately concocted 3 pills at once. There was a great risk, as if there was even a small problem with 1 pill, then all the ingredients were lost. These old men were usually very careful when concocting pills. They would concoct 1 pill with extreme care as to not make a mistake. But Lin Feng was able to concoct 3 at once. "Old fellow, Lin Feng is already much better than us," said Mr. Hua in a very low voice. Mr. Qi nodded. Lin Feng's pills were clearly better quality than theirs. "It's only because I used the heavenly dragon cauldron," said Lin Feng, who felt embarrassed. "Even if you used the heavenly dragon cauldron, you concocted those pills by relying on your own ability. There is no doubt about that." "Mr. Hua and I can see that clearly," replied Mr. Qi. Lin Feng didn't try to explain anything and said, "Mr. Hua, Mr. Qi, let's leave." When Lin Feng finished talking, he put the cauldron in his Na stone. Immediately after, the 3 of them left the alchemy room. The winged tiger suddenly rushed up to Lin Feng and roared in a pleading manner. His gigantic eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. It looked like it was begging for something. "You want to eat these pills?" asked Lin Feng while looking at the winged tiger strangely. "Roar," replied the winged tiger while nodding its head, which left Lin Feng speechless. "Raise your head," said Lin Feng. The winged tiger raised its head and looked at Lin Feng. The beast looked perplexed. Lin Feng smiled and took out a pill. He then stretched his arm and threw the pill above the winged tiger's head. The winged tiger was surprised. It immediately opened its mouth and caught the pill. The 2 old men by his side were speechless. What a waste of a pill! Lin Feng had just wasted such a great treasure. Lin Feng didn't care about that Xian-level pill. If the winged tiger wanted to have one, why not give one to him? That Xianxia layer pill could only make a cultivator break through to the first Xianxia layer. Nothing more, and the winged tiger could easily kill multiple cultivators of the first Xianxia layer. It could even kill cultivators of the second Xianxia layer. Who was more valuable to Lin Feng? A cultivator of the first Xianxia layer or his winged tiger companion? For Lin Feng, the answer was obvious. Since Lin Feng had adopted the winged tiger, it was considered as one of his friends. After the winged tiger swallowed the Xian-level pill, its eyes started twinkling in a resplendent way. It roared with pleasure. Immediately after, it started walking away with long strides, looking extremely satisfied. It also looked amused somehow. When Lin Feng saw how happy the winged tiger looked, he slightly shook his head and immediately left. He had to find Lan Jiao and Duan Feng. When Duan Feng saw that pill, he was stupefied. He looked at Lin Feng and shouted, "Lin Feng, big brother!" He had never even seen such a pill. It was too precious. Duan Feng, when you have the feeling that you can break through to the Xianxia layer, just take that pill, it will help you through the bottleneck. Of course, if you don't feel like using it and prefer relying on your own ability, just keep that pill for the future, that is alright as well. Lin Feng slightly smiled while he spoke. If it had been someone else, Lin Feng wouldn't have added those last sentences, but Duan Feng had the blood spirit of the imperial clan. He also had extremely high natural abilities. He had a pure heart and devoted his life to cultivation, and it showed. In just 2 years, he had broken from the Qi layer through to the peak of the Ling Qi layer. He was only one step away from reaching the Shen Qi layer. Duan Feng is not weaker than the so-called high officials. It's just that nobody realizes his talent. That's all, thought Lin Feng. Duan Feng did not have any arrogance. He was discreet and a very introverted character. Besides, he had never thought of himself as someone with a high level of talent. He only focused on improving his cultivation and ignored everything else. For those reasons, Duan Feng wasn't very well known in the Celestial Academy, of course, because of his personality. He could practice cultivation in peace without any distractions. He could focus his entire attention on his cultivation. Perhaps Duan Feng, relying solely on his natural abilities and tenacity, would greatly surprise everybody one day. I will use it. I have the feeling that I can break through to the Shen Qi layer anytime now, said Duan Feng after looking pensive for a short moment, which astonished Lin Feng. Duan Feng, are you sure? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. When it came to profound pills, after having using a pill, the same pill would have a much lower effect in the future, except for a few healing pills and other pills with special attributes. Not only did he not need to use it, but it might also affect Duan Feng's confidence. Lin Feng, brother, there will be no problem, replied Duan Feng while nodding. Lin Feng didn't say anything at first, and then added, all right, well, when you start attempting to break through to the Shen Qi layer, I will protect you. All right, sorry for bothering you, brother, replied Duan Feng, who immediately sat down cross-legged, which rendered Lin Feng speechless. His movements seemed so natural, and he clearly didn't think twice. It seemed like he trusted Lin Feng with his life. Duan Feng's cultivation was increasing very quickly. He laid some purity stones next to him and then swallowed the pill. He quickly started absorbing the qi of heaven and earth as he started his cultivation. Lin Feng, on his side, calmly watched him practicing cultivation. Around Duan Feng's body was a sharp and dazzling golden light. He truly looked like he was a king among men. What kind of skill is he cultivating? Lin Feng realized that he hadn't paid enough attention to Duan Feng in the past. In order to break through to the first Shen Qi layer, a cultivator needed to cultivate a cultivation skill like his Cosmos Burning Sun, but Duan Feng had never mentioned anything, but he seemed to be very confident in breaking through to the Shen Qi layer. It looks like a very complex technique, thought Lin Feng. His cultivation method contained a brutal and yet elegant qi. That skill was extraordinary. The fact that Duan Feng's cultivation had increased so quickly definitely had something to do with the skills he practiced. Around Duan Feng's body, a storm was becoming visible. It was terrifying. Lin Feng was shocked and also started to sense the qi in the atmosphere. It's a D-level skill. Duan Feng surprisingly has such terrifying skills. Lin Feng was astonished and perplexed. The speed at which a person absorbed qi was a good indicator of how strong that person was, and Duan Feng was absorbing the qi around him at an incredible speed. Duan Feng's skill was incredible. It was at least a D-level skill of lower quality. Lin Feng's Cosmos Burning Sun skill was also a D-level skill of lower quality. How could Lin Feng not be astonished? But Lin Feng is sure that Duan Feng wasn't planning to hide anything from him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used that skill in front of him at that moment. Besides, Duan Feng wasn't the scheming and calculating type of person. But where did his skill come from? All I can do is wait until he's done, and then I will ask him, thought Lin Feng. He then continued watching Duan Feng absorb incredible quantities of qi from his surroundings. Very quickly, Duan Feng was surrounded by a terrifying storm of qi, which was forming into a crystal around him. Duan Feng was in the middle of that crystal, and Lin Feng couldn't even see Duan Feng's facial traits clearly anymore. He condensed the qi into a solid state, and he's going to absorb and purify it into pure qi using a liquefaction process. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He had really underestimated both Duan Feng's skill and talent. In such a short time, he would be able to break through to the Xianxia layer. A terrifying qi started flowing through the air at the same pace as Duan Feng's heartbeat, and it then dispersed. After a short moment of calm, multiple silhouettes started to appear. Mr. Hua, Mr. Qi, Lan Jiao, Jing Yun, and Yi Shui. They were all fixedly staring at Duan Feng inside his cocoon. Jing Yun's mouth was wide open. Astonishment had invaded her beautiful eyes. Duan Feng was going to break through to the Xianxia layer already? He was going to break through to the Xianxia layer? That was incredible. Since when was it so easy to break through to the Xianxia layer? It seems like that pill was wasted, thought Lin Feng. Even without a pill, Duan Feng would be able to break through to the Xianxia layer. It would only have been a matter of time. Of course, saying that it was a waste was also exaggerated. At least at that moment Lin Feng knew how extraordinary Duan Feng was. Immediately after, the qi formed a liquid and started to penetrate into Duan Feng's body, and pure qi started to appear around him, which pierced through his cocoon of qi. It was extremely sharp. He was going to break through. It was about to happen. Boom! A terrifying qi emerged from Duan Feng's body. Behind Duan Feng was a black door. That black door was part of his spirit, the sealed door spirit. A creaking sound emerged through the atmosphere. Sealed doors continued appearing, and after the fifth one appeared, it stopped. Duan Feng surprisingly had 5 sealed doors. How terrifying! At the same time, a sharp pure qi burst towards the skies. Immediately after, Duan Feng opened his eyes. The qi around his body had been completely transformed into pure qi. Pure qi was now glowing around his entire body. After the sharp light disappeared, Duan Feng saw that there was a group of people who were all looking at him. He was stupefied. He then immediately looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng, big brother, I have successfully broke through to the Xianxia layer. Duan Feng's voice sounded innocent and immature. He wanted to share his joy with Lin Feng. Lin Feng slightly nodded. His silhouette flickered and landed in front of Duan Feng. All right, Duan Feng, you have terrifying natural abilities. What are you talking about? When Duan Feng heard Lin Feng's compliment, he lowered his head looking shy. Duan Feng, what is the skill that you cultivate? Where does it come from? Asked Lin Feng without wasting time. It's not that Lin Feng was trying to interrogate him, but he was very curious of the origins of the skill. Since Duan Feng left the village, Lin Feng was, and the others were almost always with him. They were always in a group. Where could he have obtained such a monstrous skill without them knowing? If Duan Feng wanted to keep it a secret, he wouldn't have used it in front of everyone. Therefore Lin Feng didn't hesitate and straightforwardly asked him. When Duan Feng heard Lin Feng, he was shocked and immediately replied, If I tell you that it appeared in my memories, would you believe me? Duan Feng was looking at Lin Feng hoping that he would believe him. That skill was seemingly in his memories. He had always had it inside him. Lin Feng stared at Duan Feng and said, while nodding, I do believe you. Lin Feng really did believe Duan Feng. Even though it was a very strange explanation, there were many strange things in the world already. Something like that happening in Duan Feng's memories didn't seem that strange to Lin Feng. Besides, Duan Feng had the blood of the imperial clan flowing in his veins. He had inherited their blood spirit, and it was possible some of their memories. Maybe it was something normal for blood spirits. Lin Feng, brother. Thank you, said Duan Feng when he saw that Lin Feng wholeheartedly believed him. His smile was warm and friendly. Why are you thanking me? Even if you came across some amazing skills but didn't tell me about it, I wouldn't be mad at you. I was just surprised. That's all, replied Lin Feng while shaking his head. All right, nodded Duan Feng. Immediately after, he looked at Jing Yun and said, Jing Yun, sister, now that I have broken through to the Xianxia layer, I can protect you. Silly boy, said Jing Yun. Duan Feng and Jing Yun's relationship was very close. They treated each other like blood-related siblings. Duan Feng scratched his head. He looked incredibly simple and honest. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Lan Jiao. Lan Jiao, Duan Feng just broke through to the Xianxia layer? What about you? When will you start to break through? Why do you care? Said Lan Jiao, which made Lin Feng lose face. He was speechless. I don't care. It's just having weaklings on my side is burdensome. Of course, if you are willing to leave, I would be more than happy to send you on your way. Lin Feng had said that on purpose, and it left Lan Jiao astonished. She looked at him with a cruel glare and said, You want me to leave so that I stop being a burden? Even if you want me to leave, I refuse. I will always be a burden and stay with you. Whether you want to leave or not is your decision, but you are too weak. Next time you need help, don't expect anyone to come help you. I have a pill here which can help you break through to the Xianxia layer when the right time comes. Take it and use it when you think it's the right time, said Lin Feng. Lan Jiao wanted to refuse, but Lin Feng had already thrown a pill at her, which stupefied her. Lin Feng had just thrown a Shen-level pill towards her the same way he would have disposed of trash. She obviously knew how precious the pill was. She quickly stretched out her hand and caught the pill. She wanted to say something, but Lin Feng had already turned around and left, not giving her the chance to say anything, which stupefied Lan Jiao. That guy! While looking at Lin Feng's back, her eyes were filled with anger, but she was also slightly touched. He had offered her a Shen-level pill while acting like a wealthy and spoilt noble. It was as if he didn't care about such treasures. How detestable! After Lin Feng made his exit, he went to a room which was very orderly and tidy. Meng Qing was sitting cross-legged on the bed inside the room. Her eyes were closed. She seemed like she was cultivating. There was a faintly discernible coldness around her body. When she heard Lin Feng enter, she opened her eyes and gave him a smile. Her smile could make anyone melt. When Lin Feng saw Meng Qing smile, he suddenly felt extremely relaxed. He didn't feel any pressure at all. Then he looked at Meng Qing with a warm and tender look. He walked towards her and immediately jumped onto the bed. He felt tired at that moment, so he just started lying next to Meng Qing, as if it was his own bed. He was acting wildly. Meng Qing's eyes lit up. She smiled and shook her head. That guy was starting to take more and more liberties. He used to shake with fear from head to toe when entering her room, but at that moment, without warning, he jumped onto her bed and lied down in a relaxed manner. Meng Qing didn't say anything either and allowed him to act wildly. In fact, considering her feelings for Lin Feng, she was able to tolerate his actions. She wanted to stay with him forever. Lin Feng also knew that, which was why he wildly jumped onto her bed. After that, he suddenly grabbed her and pulled her down next to him. Both of them were lying very close to each other. Their lips were only a few inches apart. Meng Qing suddenly looked shy and lowered her head. She didn't dare look Lin Feng in the eyes. When Lin Feng saw that Meng Qing was acting shy, a magnificent smile appeared on his face, and he softly wrapped his arms around Meng Qing. He exerted a little bit of force as he pulled her into his chest for an embrace. Meng Qing, if we could lie down and embrace each other forever, I would definitely agree, said Lin Feng in a tender way which made Meng Qing's heart feel warm. Indeed, if they could stay like that forever, how perfect would that be? Both of them wished that it could last forever, so none of them dared break that wonderful moment. They just silently embraced each other. Lin Feng closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep. He was sleeping so peacefully and happily. He was extremely relaxed. Even though he slept regularly, he usually wasn't as relaxed and couldn't sleep as deeply as he did now. He hadn't been able to fall so deeply asleep in a long time. He was always thinking about his problems and the dangers around him, so he never managed to sleep well, but with Meng Qing in his arms, his heart finally felt peaceful. 2 days later, while Lin Feng was cultivating, when he received an invitation letter. It was a very simple letter with huge letters. In 7 days, on the night of the full moon, the national competition will begin at the Xianxia Lake. Your Excellency Lin Feng is invited. That was the content of the letter. There was no name or no indication of where it came from, but Lin Feng perfectly understood what it meant. Besides, He had already heard a great deal about the national competition of Shuiyu. A short time before, Chu Zhanpeng had come to fight against him, and they had agreed to fight at the competition of Shuiyu. All the geniuses of Shuiyu would enter the competition for a chance to show their amazing prowess. At the same time, it was also the best way to select the top young cultivators for the great competition of Shuiyu. The people from the empire would come to observe and monitor to select who would participate at the great competition, the stage in which the most outstanding geniuses from the 13 countries would fight. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. Sharp lights were twinkling in his eyes. He had wanted to see that competition with his own eyes for a while. He wanted to see how outstanding the geniuses of Shuiyu really were. So, in 7 days I'll need to be at Xianxia Lake. The crescent moon was floating in the black sky and there was no stars in sight. The night felt lonely and cold. In 7 days there will be a full moon, Lin Feng whispered to himself. Lin Feng had heard about the national competition of Shuiyu before, but he didn't know any concrete details about it. It seemed like it was organized by the imperial family and the Duan clan. It seemed like they were the ones inviting people. More precisely, it was the king of Shuiyu who was also the head of the Duan clan. But that detail was useless. Lin Feng only knew that there were going to be battles and he was going to have to fight too. Chu Zhanpeng was the 6th-ranked high official of Shuiyu. In the past, he used to be the best disciple of the Haoyu sect. The first time Lin Feng saw him, Chu Zhanpeng was extremely arrogant. He had come to the Yunhai sect and wanted them to deliver Lin Feng to him. Back then, Elder Wuxia even accepted his demands. If Protector Kong hadn't appeared in the form of a shadow, Lin Feng would already be dead. It was clear to Lin Feng that Chu Zhanpeng was still as arrogant as before and considered Lin Feng to be an insect, a nobody. Chu Zhanpeng frequently humiliated Lin Feng after they met at the Yunhai sect. A short time before, he had even gone to the Celestial Academy and displayed his strength. He came looking for Lin Feng again. Lin Feng clearly remembered all the past grudges. Lin Feng needed to forget about that hatred and animosity. What he needed to do was prove to Chu Zhanpeng that he was not able to bully him the way he did. When Lin Feng thought about Chu Zhanpeng, he also remembered the time when he was only at the Qi layer. He was a weak young boy. After having broken through to the Ling Qi layer, he felt so high-spirited and vigorous. He didn't want to see the Yunhai sect get annihilated. The Yunhai sect had sacrificed themselves to protect Lin Feng and save his life. Protector Kong and Nan Gongling were killed as Protector Bei helped him escape. Lin Feng would never forget the bloodbath of the Yunhai sect. It was tragic. Lin Feng could never forget that the ring he had on his finger was the ring worn only by the patriarch of the Yunhai sect. Everybody trusted Lin Feng and they put all of their hopes of the future in him. Just wait until I'm strong enough. The Yunhai sect will reappear in Shuiyu, thought Lin Feng while looking at the bright moon above. Rivers of blood had been spilt. It couldn't be in vain. Lin Feng would rebuild the Yunhai sect and he would avenge the bloodbath of those who came before him. Lin Feng would honor the dead of the Yunhai sect. The sound of somebody's steps interrupted Lin Feng in his thoughts. Those steps were becoming louder and louder as Lin Feng saw a young man appear who was walking slowly. Lin Feng, big brother, shouted that young man with a faint smile. He looked at Lin Feng with his eyes full of respect. Duan Feng, why are you not resting? Said Lin Feng while smiling. Lin Feng envied Duan Feng sometimes. His heart was so pure. There wasn't an iota of hatred to corrupt his heart. He was still so pure and innocent. He didn't have any obligations and worries. All he needed to do was focus on his cultivation. On the other hand, Lin Feng had a great deal of things to worry about. For example, he was carrying the fate of the entire Yunhai sect on his shoulders. He also needed to find his father who seemed to have gone missing. I can't sleep, replied Duan Feng while walking towards him. There was a letter in his hand. He handed it over to Lin Feng. What's this? Asked Lin Feng while glancing at Duan Feng. He then grabbed the letter and read it. There was just a simple text on it. In 7 days, on the night of the full moon, the national competition will happen at Xianxia Lake. Your Excellency Duan Feng is invited. Lin Feng had received the same letter. It had been sent by the same person. Duan Feng, you also received an invitation. Congratulations, said Lin Feng while slightly smiling. Only the most talented young cultivators of Shuiyu received it, and Duanfeng was proof of that. But Linfeng, big brother, only you and a few others know that I have broken through to the Xianxia layer. I haven't told any outsider. How did they know? Duanfeng sounded anxious and continued. I don't think that they would bother inviting a cultivator of the Lingqi layer. Young and powerful cultivators who have reached the Xianxia layer is what they are looking for. You haven't told anyone? Lin Feng was surprised. Indeed, Shuiyu was a vast country. The imperial city itself had a myriad of extremely young yet strong cultivators. Inviting members of the Lingqi layer would be meaningless for them. What Duanfeng said was true. They were only interested in cultivators of the Xianxia layer as a minimum requirement. But Duanfeng was saying that he had told nobody else about it. How could they know that he had broken through to the Xianxia layer? The water of Shuiyu is deeper than what I had imagined. Lin Feng thought with a smile while shaking his head. If he couldn't find the answer, it wasn't necessary to drive himself nuts over it. He then said to Duanfeng, Duanfeng, since you received that letter, just relax. Don't drive yourself crazy. It might also be due to your incredible natural abilities. In 7 days, we will go to Xiangjiang Lake together. All right, nodded Duanfeng, but then he slightly frowned and said, while looking at Lin Feng, there is something else I would like to tell you. What is it? Asked Lin Feng. He was a bit surprised when he saw that Duanfeng frowning. Duanfeng had been always pure and innocent, and was always smiling. Lin Feng was wondering what was going on. It seemed like he had something heavy in his heart. Lin Feng, you remember when you asked me that question last time? Where I had gotten that incredible skill? Asked Duanfeng, which surprised Lin Feng. Duanfeng was talking about this again. Was he hiding something? Didn't you say that you found it in your memories? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed, I found that skill in my memories, said Duanfeng while slightly nodding, but then continued. But while my cultivation increases, new memories appear in my brain as well. Each time I progress, new memories appear, but they don't belong to me. I never had memories of them before, but there are some amazingly powerful skills and techniques that appear. It's extremely strange. Ha! When Lin Feng heard Duanfeng, he was stupefied. New memories were appearing in his brain as his cultivation increased. It was indeed very strange. Could it be that somebody sealed your memories, and as your cultivation increases, the seals open themselves? Guessed Lin Feng, but he wasn't sure. If someone could seal memories inside somebody's brain and make the seal open by itself as the person's cultivation increased, how terrifying would that person be? There was probably nobody in Shuiyu who could achieve such a thing. Duanfeng, your father and mother, suddenly said Lin Feng. But Duanfeng immediately shook his head and said, Lin Feng, brother, I have never met my parents. I only know that I have the blood spirit of the imperial clan. I only know that they have been transported to a distant place to be punished. I've always been in that small village where I lived an aristocratic life, but I don't even know who my father is. Lin Feng frowned. Duanfeng had never seen his own parents. Those memories were extremely strange. But if nobody had sealed those memories in his brain, what other explanation could there be? Could it be a sort of sixth sense? If it was, his natural abilities were even more terrifying. Lin Feng, there is something else. Not only does my cultivation increase extremely quickly, but I also learn skills and techniques very quickly, as if I already know them. I only read them once and then I am already able to use them. I have tried to practice skills which were not part of my memories, and it was extremely difficult, even if they were only low-level ones. Continued Duanfeng. Lin Feng was growing more and more surprised and had also started to frown. How strange. Why? Lin Feng had no idea. He looked pensive for a while, but then he smiled and said, Duanfeng, being able to practice cultivation quickly is a great thing. Maybe you really have a sixth sense or a strange ability that you know nothing about. Since you don't understand it, don't drive yourself crazy because of it. I will ask Senior Yen Yu for you next time. Duanfeng nodded. He wanted to understand it but couldn't, and it was driving him insane. He couldn't practice calmly as it was always on his mind. No matter what, being able to cultivate quickly and easily was always a great thing. Lin Feng, brother, I will go back now. You should rest too, said Duanfeng. Lin Feng slightly nodded and Duan Feng left. But Lin Feng stayed at the same place, calmly looking at the crescent moon. He stayed there all night. During the following day, the news that the imperial city had been sending invitation letters spread quickly, and then the news was spread through the entire country. Those who received an invitation became the focus of everybody's attention. That letter was the proof that a cultivator was both extremely strong and talented. Those who had received it were the most outstanding amongst the young cultivators. Besides, those who hadn't received a letter were gathering on the bank of the lake. They wanted to personally observe the most outstanding disciples of Xueyu. Being able to see the extremely strong cultivators displaying their strength was a rare sight, so it was a good opportunity for the masses. There weren't only members of the imperial city who had gathered. There were people from all parts of Xueyu. Everybody was interested in the national competition. Everybody wanted to see how strong the geniuses of Xueyu really were and how high their natural abilities were. They would also be able to see the difference between them. Finally, on the 5th day, the imperial government of Xueyu gave the order to start a blockade. People could leave the imperial city but were no longer allowed entry. There were too many people who had gathered in the imperial city. People were pushing and squeezing past each other on the incredibly large roads which would normally allow 1,000 people to walk shoulder to shoulder with space between. The order to start a blockade made the people who were waiting to enter grow furious. They regretted traveling across such a distance only to be too late. At that moment, they couldn't enter the imperial city. It wouldn't be possible to see the national competition. The atmosphere in the imperial city was extremely agitated, bustling and lively. Everybody was extremely impatient, until finally, the 7th day arrived. The Xianxia Lake was situated in the northern district of the imperial city. The lake was only a few hundred yards wide, but it was a few dozen miles in length. From one side of the lake, it was impossible to see the other side. The Xianxia Lake was extremely long. Early in the morning, both sides of the lake were covered with people from above. Those crowds of people moving looked like dragons. They covered an area of a few dozen miles. The sight was incredible. If those people all stomped onto the ground at the same time, it would flip the entire lake upside down. The atmosphere was extremely noisy around the lake. No matter if they knew each other or not, the people were all talking to each other. They were all discussing the strong cultivators who might have received invitation letters. They were all trying to guess how many cultivators there would be and where they were from. Of course, when many people gathered together, there was also tension and conflicts. Some of the people wanted to be on the very bank of the lake, but others wouldn't let them go ahead of them. Clouds of dust could be seen in many places due to the fact that many people were fighting each other to get a better view. It didn't look too important though. From above, those battles just looked like a small ripple in the sea of people, and after a period of time, all the battles had come to a conclusion. Time was passing very slowly for the audience and everybody was excited for the arrival of the night. Time seemed to be passing much slower. It seemed like they had waited for 100 days for it to become night. The more impatient they were, the slower the time passed. As the time passed and the scarlet-red sun started shining down on the lake. While the sun was setting in one part of the sky, the full moon was appearing in another. People's heartbeats were beating faster and faster. Soon, the national competition would begin. They had been waiting for that for such a long time. In the distance, a group of people appeared. They were standing on a gigantic beast and they were flying at full speed. The one who seemed to be their leader looked majestic. He had a very commanding presence. Those people immediately moved onto the bank of the lake. That place was reserved for them. There were already some soldiers blocking people from entering that area. How you sect? The crowd was stupefied. The people who had just landed were holding a flag which was fluttering in the wind. On that flag, there were words written in a flamboyant style calligraphy. Haoyue sect was written in huge characters. The imperial city had invited some outstanding young cultivators, but they had also invited the biggest sects and clans of the country. They would obviously invite the Haoyu sect. The majestic-looking leader was the patriarch of the Haoyu sect, Chu Qing. I heard that 2 disciples of the Haoyu sect have been invited. One of them is Chu Zhanpeng. There's no need for me to remind you how strong he is, and the other is a core disciple of the Haoyu sect, Zhang Shan. He seemingly broke through to the Xianxia layer and was invited as well. Discussions broke out when they saw the Haoyu sect. What about the Blade Master, Lang Yu? I've heard that the Hao Yu sect has a genius called Lang Yu. His nickname is the Blade Master. Even though he is only the second-ranked core disciple, his natural abilities are even higher than those of Xianxia. He is definitely going to be a high official in the future. Where is he? Is he coming or not? I've also heard about him. It is said that he is abnormally fast, and if he takes out his blade, someone will die. Nobody can dodge his attacks, but it's been a while since I have heard anything about him. Besides, some people even say that he's gone missing. Two people were talking about the Blade Master. They couldn't know that they would never see the Blade Master because he was already killed by Lin Feng. Very few people knew about that encounter. The news hadn't even reached the public in Imperial City. Therefore, the fact that the people in the crowd didn't know about it was very normal. Is that Snow? The members of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village are here. At that moment, some people noticed that snow was forming on the horizon, as if the moon itself was going to be frozen. A layer of ice appeared on the ground beneath them and a thick snow fell from the sky. At the same time, there were people who could be seen traveling across the ice and snow. They were obviously the members of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village. However, what astonished many people within the crowd was that the group of people was very small. There were only a few people in their group. Once again, very few people in the country knew about the battle in Celestial River, where a large force of cultivators from the Ice and Snow Mountain Village were killed. They had charged there to kill Lin Feng and never returned. The members of the Wuxia sect have arrived, sighed some other people surprised. The setting sun was shining upon another group of people on the horizon. The group of people looked extremely desolate and unapproachable as they moved with the setting sun shining down on them. They also had a location reserved for them. The Wuxia sect comes from such a remote location in the country. They also never mix with other people. I wouldn't have thought that they would come to the competition. The patriarch of their sect, Gu Chunqiu, has personally come as well, said some of the seniors in the crowd when they saw Gu Chunqiu, the patriarch of the Wuxia sect. The crowd was astonished because Gu Chunqiu was the strangest and most reclusive of all the patriarchs. He looked glum, as if he was surrounded by hardships and problems. The Wuxia sect and the Ice and Snow Mountain Village were the same. They had gone to Celestial River to acquire the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron. Wu Gang offended Lin Feng because he wanted to use him as a scapegoat for his own cowardice, and because of that, the cultivators and elders of the Wuxia sect were all slaughtered. How could Gu Chunqiu not look glum? He remembered Lin Feng, but in Celestial River, there had been a monstrously evil cultivator who killed everyone who went for the Heavenly Dragon Cauldron and left no survivors, so Gu Chunqiu had thought that Lin Feng was killed at that time. However, when Lin Feng's name started to spread in the Imperial City again, Gu Chunqiu heard the rumors and knew that he was still alive. This time, Gu Chunqiu had come to the Imperial City for one reason, to kill Lin Feng. The sun was gradually setting on the horizon. The members of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu, the Yu Clan, and of the Wanshou sect also started arriving. They all had reserved spots, so they did not need to arrive early. All the greatest spheres of influence in the country had their own reserved location, and in the middle of everyone there was a huge empty location. It was the lake. On the side of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu, two silhouettes appeared in the sky above them. Chu Zhanpeng immediately landed in front of the crowd of the Hao Yu sect. "Father!" shouted Chu Zhanpeng while looking at Chu Qing. "Zhanpeng, this time, you know what you have to do, right?" said Chu Qing while looking at Chu Zhanpeng. "Don't worry, father. Even if Lin Feng hadn't killed Lang Yu, I would have killed him anyway," said Chu Zhanpeng with sharp lights twinkling in his eyes. Lin Feng needed to be dealt with before it was too late. At the same time, the members of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village were having the same conversation as well. They had lost so many people in Celestial River. Now they had an occasion to kill Lin Feng. They couldn't let the opportunity slip by. They all wanted to kill Lin Feng. The Hao Yu sect and the Ice and Snow Mountain Village were all the same. Even the Wuxia sect, the Wanshou sect, and the Yu clan wanted to use this opportunity to kill him. Actually, they already had enmity with Lin Feng from the moment they destroyed the Yunhai sect. Even without everything that had happened after that, they needed to destroy the roots and kill Lin Feng. While the sun was setting, the full moon was rising. The full moon looked cold and desolate. It was illuminating the water of the lake and the people below with a pale moonlight. In the distance, a sound spread through the air which surprised the crowd. What had they just heard? The crowd gazed into the distance and saw 9 dragons moving through the air. The sound of dragons roaring could be heard as the dragons weaved around each other. They were far in the distance, but the sound was loud and clear for everyone. The most shocking was that in the middle of those 9 dragons, there was a throne. It was a golden throne. On the curtains surrounding that throne, there were multiple depictions of dragons. At the same time, surrounding that throne, there was an army of strong cultivators flying through the sky in perfect formation. Those people had sharp expressions in their eyes, and the chi they were releasing was monstrously brutal. The king! The crowd was shivering when they saw the spectacle. How majestic! He was being carried by 9 dragons, and the army's strong cultivators were flying in formation to clear the path. How astonishing! Everybody had already guessed who that person was. The king of Xueyu. Roar! The 9 dragons roared with a majestic magnificence, and the sound echoed in everyone's ears. When they saw the king, the entire population started to bow. The king was arriving, and his arrival was accompanied by 9 dragons. The king has even come to the national competition, thought the people in the crowd. They were all surprised. It seemed like this competition was going to be extremely important. The king even came in person. The national competition was similar to the great competition of Xueyu. It was something that happened every 10 years, but for many people they wouldn't get to see the king in their entire lifetime. The 9 dragons flew down from the sky and immediately dove into the water. After a moment, the tops of the dragons flew out from the surface of the lake. They looked very skillful and agile. Those 9 dragons could fly through the sky and swim in the water. But the strangest thing was that the water of the lake didn't even move from the dragons' movements. At that moment, the crowd was astonished by the spectacle of the 9 dragons. Their hearts were pounding out of their chests. Those 9 dragons were all dozens of meters in size. They could move through the water without even a ripple appearing. How majestic! The entire atmosphere became calm. At that moment, nobody dared say a word. They were all looking at the throne, which was now slightly above the surface of the water. Go! A low voice sounded out, but was distinctly loud enough for the entire crowd to hear. When that person finished talking, the 9 dragons shot into the air. What are they doing? Wondered some people while shaking from the presence of the dragons. Those 9 dragons arrived in the sky and started flying in circles, which created a cyclone around them as it absorbed all of the clouds in the sky. A monstrously powerful chi rolled through the air as the 9 dragons started to revolve. The 9 dragons were roaring unceasingly, and the throne looked lonely above the lake. It calmly hung in suspension above the water of the lake, but it wasn't falling at all. It was just oscillating a little as it floated in the air. It was very intriguing. Finally, the 9 dragons stopped moving and dove back into the lake and appeared on the surface. At that moment, a huge circle appeared in the sky and created a dark barrier beneath. That circular barrier was formed by dark chi. It seemed like the 9 dragons had been revolving in the air to create this barrier. The great competition of Xueyu occurs every 10 years. People from all across the 13 countries participate. There are many outstanding young cultivators. All those who have joined the great competition of Xueyu, if they were not killed during the competition, they came back as heroes, generals, nobles, or just extremely strong cultivators in general. This time, all the outstanding young cultivators of Xueyu will have a chance. An incredible chance, said a voice coming from inside the curtains, where the throne was. However, the people situated kilometers away could still hear that voice distinctly. That voice sounded evil, and it moved in every direction, piercing into people's ears. Those who have joined the great competition of Xueyu before have become extremely strong cultivators or generals. When the crowd heard those words, their hearts started pounding violently. The 4 who had come back from the great competition of Xueyu 9 years ago and 18 years ago had already become so strong that nobody in Xueyu would dare to provoke them. Those people had become the most outstanding cultivators of the country. People from all across the 13 countries of Xueyu would join the great competition of Xueyu. How incredible was that? Many people yearned for it night and day, but they were only able to spectate because they weren't strong enough. I am absolutely not exaggerating to scare or entice you. You all have to understand that Xueyu is extremely vast. There are 13 countries, and our country is the one of the smaller and weaker ones. Every country has a myriad of strong cultivators. If you want to join the great competition of Xueyu, you have to seize that opportunity, and only then will you be able to compete with the geniuses of the other countries. You will be gaining invaluable experience and a greater understanding of many things. You will also be able to strengthen your body to new and unimaginable heights. Joining the great competition of Xueyu has multiple advantages. It doesn't just change your cultivation, it changes your destiny. Nobody can anticipate your future if you attend, said the voice slowly. Everybody was calmly listening to those words. The great competition of Xueyu could change a person's destiny. If they could join the great competition of Xueyu, they would also be able to leave the country of Xueyu and learn from powerful foreign cultivators. But if you want to join the great competition of Xueyu, I first have to see the level of your strength and just how gifted you are. Only after seeing your potential will you have a chance of being presented to the emperor, who will then choose the final cultivators personally. Continued the voice slowly before continuing. This time, I invited the most gifted young cultivators of Xueyu. You all have a chance. Those of you who have received my letter, please come through the dark barrier and into the middle of the circle. This will be the first selection process, of course. The 8 high officials do not need to go through that test. Selection test. The crowd understood why the 9 dragons had created a circle of qi at that moment. It was to see if those who had received a letter could penetrate the barrier. What incredible effect would it have? The 8 high officials didn't need to go through that test. In other words, they didn't have to sit through the first test. Here I come, shouted a young cultivator. That person flew into the sky and immediately dived into the dark barrier. However, in the blink of an eye, the dark qi enveloped that person and they completely disappeared. Not even qi was left. What is going on? The crowd was frowning. That person had been swallowed by the darkness. It seemed that entering that dark barrier was extremely difficult. The first selection round had started. The next person who entered into the black barrier finally gave a horrible shriek. Waves rolled over that black barrier, and then the person who entered rushed back out, but immediately fell into the water. The flood dragons roared. One of them then rose up and rushed towards the person's body. It opened its huge jaws and swallowed him with a single bite. That person's entire body was sent into the stomach of a dragon. What's going on? The people's hearts started pounding violently. Was he dead? That person wasn't strong enough to enter the dark qi. His body seemed to have been burnt by that black barrier, and he was immediately swallowed by the dragon when he left the barrier. How terrifying. Those who haven't received an invitation letter shouldn't try. I have invited every single outstanding young cultivator in Xueyu. If you still try without an invitation, you are just committing suicide, said a faintly discernible voice again, which astonished people. The one who had just been swallowed by the dragon wasn't one of the people who received an invitation letter. People without the invitation letters shouldn't try, otherwise they would suffer the same fate. Besides, those who have received an invitation letter should announce their name before entering the black barrier through the poisonous black fog, and the time allocated for everyone here is the time it takes for an oil lamp requires to go out. It's poison. That black barrier is made of toxic fog. Poison is surrounding those black barrier. The crowd was slightly startled. The king was saying that he hadn't forgotten to invite a single person in the country. How confident. At that moment, 2 silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were extremely young. It was a pair who seemed to be a young girl and a young boy. The boy looked handsome and the girl was beautiful. When the people below saw them, they couldn't help but sigh with admiration. The only bad thing about them was that the 2 people looked unbearably arrogant. That young man glanced at the crowd and said in an indifferent tone, "You all better hurry up. Don't waste my time." Huh? Waste his time? That guy was exactly as he looked, arrogant. How insufferably arrogant. He sounded like he was the protagonist of the entire event. The other people were only there as a sideshow which wasted his time. "We are from Yendang Mountain. We belong to the Ling clan," said the young man again. Yendang Mountain? The Ling clan? Many people had never heard those names before, which surprised them, but those 2 people had received an invitation letter, so they were probably outstanding. However, the majority of people didn't know about the Ling clan. However, a few old men looked a bit surprised. If he was from Yendang Mountain, he was probably their son. From today, remember my name and remember it well. My name is Ling Tian, said that young man when he saw that many people looked shocked. He sounded even more arrogant than before. Immediately after, the crowd only saw Ling Tian step into that black poisonous fog. Under the light of the full moon, a light emerged from the black barrier. How quick! Ling Tian was so fast that it looked incredible. The crowd couldn't even follow his figure with their eyes. A light sound emerged as waves appeared on the black barrier. It looked like a slice had been created in the barrier, creating a pathway. Ling Tian and the girl then walked towards it and moved through the pathway they created. What quick swordplay! That was extremely powerful. No wonder that he is that arrogant, thought the people in the crowd. That person's name was Ling Tian, and he was the first person to enter into the black barrier. After Ling Tian entered the barrier, another silhouette shot into the sky. The figure then stopped and immediately dashed towards the depths of the black barrier. As the person was about to make contact, he shouted, "Officer of the Imperial City Guards, Shi Qiong." While Shi Qiong was moving, a flood dragon appeared, and as he attacked, it roared aggressively. He then penetrated into the depths of the black barrier and through the poisonous fog. Shi Qiong and his flood dragon both penetrated into the poisonous fog. Flood dragon. He has a flood dragon spirit. The crowd was surprised. The officer of the Imperial City Guards was extremely strong. They were wondering if he might even be as strong as Ling Tian. After Shi Qiong entered the black fog, 3 other silhouettes flew into the sky towards the black fog. Those 3 people glanced at each other and continued diving. "Dugu clan Dugu Yi," said a cold and detached voice. That was another genius. He then immediately released a terrifying chi of the 3rd Xian chi layer, and then pierced into the black poisonous fog. "How you sect, Jiang Shan," said another person while releasing a mountain spirit. His entire body looked like a towering mountain at that point. He then entered the black fog which surrounded his entire body, but couldn't seem to cause the mountain to move back at all. "Luo Xia sect, Luo Yun Tian." A mysterious chi filled the atmosphere and surrounded the black poisonous fog before piercing inside. Luo Yun Tian then followed the chi he had released and entered the black poisonous fog. Those 3 people all had a method to deal with the black barrier, and they all looked extremely relaxed while entering it. All of them were very young. It was clear that they were the most outstanding young people of the generation. The crowd was amazed. The geniuses of Xueyu were numerous. They were wondering just how many geniuses there were. After that, more and more people entered the black poisonous fog, relying on their own methods. In the black fog, there was members of the imperial clan, the Wanshou sect. There were also some high-ranking officials of the court. But there were also some unknown young people. After a short time, there were already 29 gathered in the poisonous fog. Those 29 figures were all abnormally strong young cultivators. It seemed like each of them was just as strong as the 8 high officials of Xueyu, if not stronger. The event could have changed its name to the National Genius Gathering. People in the crowd could see that they were unable to rival the young cultivators in terms of natural abilities and strength. Most people still had cultivate for a long time and improve their cultivation with extreme difficulty. Only 29 people? Wondered the crowd at that moment. The oil lamp was about to go out. No, some people haven't arrived yet. Lin Feng hasn't arrived yet, thought many people from the crowd. They had all thought of the same name, Lin Feng. Lin Feng had killed 12 Xian Qi layer cultivators of the Wanshou sect and 5 of their Xian level beasts. Therefore, him not having received an invitation seemed impossible. The crowd weren't the only people to notice Lin Feng's absence. All those who wanted to kill Lin Feng also noticed that he hadn't arrived yet. On the side of the holy courtyard of Xueyu, Chu Zhanpeng was looking at the members of the Celestial Academy. He then said in a cold and detached way, "Didn't the Celestial Academy say that they were going to join the national competition? Where are these people then?" The one representing the Celestial Academy, Vice Principal Long Ding, just glanced at Chu Zhanpeng in an indifferent way and then ignored him. In fact, he didn't know where Lin Feng was. He wasn't going to put pressure on Lin Feng anyway. It was Lin Feng's own business. Of course, Long Ding was still convinced that Lin Feng would come. There isn't a single genius at the Celestial Academy. That's why they would never dare to join the competition, joked Chu Zhanpeng with the aim of tarnishing the image of the Celestial Academy. The Celestial Academy is composed of a bunch of weaklings, cowards and trash. That's all. They don't have a single genius. How can they even call themselves an academic institution? The Holy Courtyard of Xueyu is a real academic institution. They can't compete with us. Various comments were spreading within the group of the Holy Courtyard of Xueyu. They were all meticulously adding humiliating statements about the Celestial Academy while increasing the reputation of the Holy Courtyard. The majestic and incredible Holy Courtyard of Xueyu stole the most outstanding disciples from the largest sects of Xueyu. Its aim was to become one of the most influential and powerful academies in the country, but now, it's been 2 years since the academy began and it has nothing good to show for it. Apart from 2 high officials of whom they are so proud of taking from other sects, not a single genius has actually risen from their ranks. All that the students of the Holy Courtyard of Xueyu are able to do is brag and create a disturbance once in a while. How pitiful they are. A voice echoed from the distance and thundered through the atmosphere. That voice seemed to be as calm as a tranquil lake and as cold as freezing waters. Duan Tianlang, you only know how to raise cowardly cultivators. All those people that you took from other sects that were strong and had high natural abilities have now become a bunch of scared chickens and pitiful dogs. Are you not ashamed of yourself? When the people heard that voice, they were astonished and various comments started spreading. Those 2 statements were extremely aggressive and clear. It was a verbal attack which targeted the Holy Courtyard of Xueyu. That person was even calling its students a bunch of chickens and dogs. The same person was even insulting Duan Tianlang and saying that he could only teach them how to be cowardly. At the same time, that person was asserting that the only pride of the Holy Courtyard of Xueyu was the 2 high officials who had that status when they joined the institution, Chu Zhanpeng and Luo Shui. That voice wasn't loud as it entered everyone's ears, but it sounded extremely aggressive. In the distance, 2 bamboo rafts appeared on the water. They were calmly floating against the current at a shocking speed. There were 3 people inside those rafts. There was an extremely young man on one of those bamboo rafts. He was only about 16 years old. He looked handsome and had an honest bearing. While on the other bamboo raft, there were 2 other people, a boy and a girl. The young man looked handsome, smart and clean. His facial expression looked as limpid and deep as the waters of the lake. The young woman had a fine veil covering her face. The full moon seemed to illuminate her entire body. She looked like a celestial being. She was extremely beautiful and almost looked like she had come out of a painting. When looking at her, one had the feeling that she wasn't from the mortal world. What a beautiful scene, thought the crowd. That scene looked so beautiful. They were not giving off a majestic air and there was no powerful energy floating around them. Those 3 people looked like they were deities as they crossed the lake. Lin Feng. When the people in the crowd saw a winged tiger was also on the bamboo raft, they narrowed their eyes. It was Lin Feng. Many people were looking at Lin Feng with murderous expressions in their eyes, especially the members of the Holy Courtyard of Xueyu. Chu Zhanpeng and Luo Shui's faces were filled with killing intent. Duan Tianlang's facial expression looked piercingly cold. Duan Tianlang didn't look as graceful and elegant as in the past. His hair wasn't black anymore. It had turned white. He looked miserable and lonely. It seemed like he had become much older in the short span of time. However, his eyes looked the same as before. They looked evil and much colder. So cold that that coldness was piercing to the bones. Duan Tianlang's cultivation had also increased. When Lin Feng saw Duan Tianlang's eyes, he also guessed that he hadn't been wasting his time in self-pity. His cultivation and dangerous aura had clearly increased. Lin Feng didn't know that after he killed Duan Han, Duan Tianlang's hair had turned pure white and he completely lost his interest in the Holy Courtyard of Xueyu. He dedicated his entire time to cultivating. He was looking forward to meeting Lin Feng again in order to kill him. He was expecting the day when he would be able to avenge his son's death. Lin Feng just said that Duan Tianlang didn't know how to educate cultivators properly, which made Duan Tianlang release a stream of deadly qi. That deadly qi destabilized the bamboo raft which Lin Feng was aboard. It caused the water of the lake to grow uneasy. Lin Feng, you will soon regret everything that you have done. Soon you will kneel down in front of me, said Chu Zhanpeng sounding detached. He looked like he thought he was an emperor standing above the rest of the world. How long would Lin Feng continue smiling? 2 years ago you came to the Yunhai sect, you wanted to kill me. Back then you were already one of the 8 high officials, and I was only a weakling of the Qi layer. Even then, I wasn't afraid of you and wouldn't kneel before you. Now, 2 years have passed and I have long since left the Qi layer. During this time I have broke through the Ling Qi layer and advanced all the way to the second Xian Qi layer, but you are barely stronger than you were back then. How pitiful. The worst thing is that you actually seem pleased with yourself. On top of that, you think that now you are finally strong enough to make me kneel in front of you. It's both sad and amusing at the same time, joked Lin Feng, which astonished everyone present. Chu Zhanpeng and Lin Feng had known each other for 2 years, and they had been at odds ever since. Back then, Chu Zhanpeng was already one of the 8 high officials and Lin Feng was only at the Qi layer. Back then, in Chu Zhanpeng's eyes, Lin Feng was only an insignificant insect, a nobody. 2 years? From the Qi layer to the second Xian Qi layer? What amazing natural abilities, thought the crowd while sighing. Lin Feng used to be much weaker than everyone present, and now he had becoming the most dazzling cultivator in Xueyu. In comparison with Lin Feng, Chu Zhanpeng had really progressed at a snail's pace, but it was clear to everybody that the higher a person cultivated, the harder it was to improve. At high cultivation levels, breaking through to the next layer was extremely difficult. Brother, it seems like his cultivation speed is even faster than yours, said the girl on Ling Tian's side at that moment while smiling radiantly, which made an extreme coldness invade Ling Tian's face. He groaned coldly and said, "So what? Even if his cultivation speed is good, he has only broken through to the second Xian Qi layer, that's all. I destroyed his statue in Yangzhou City and I can destroy him anytime if I wanted to. Of course, you have broken through to the third Xian Qi layer and your sword is as fast as lightning. You could easily kill him," said the young girl while smiling, which made Ling Tian's facial expression look slightly better. While looking proud of himself, Ling Tian replied, "That's obvious, yes." But at that moment, Ling Tian was thinking something to the contrary. He killed 12 cultivators of the Xian Qi layer a short time ago, and 3 of them had broken through to the third Xian Qi layer. None of them was able to escape with their life. They were slaughtered like chickens. His battle ability cannot be underestimated. It's monstrous. If he doesn't offend me, I will not go out of my way to offend him. Even though Ling Tian was arrogant and proud, he wasn't stupid. If he wanted to kill 12 cultivators of the Xian Qi layer, he could, but it would still require a strenuous effort. However, Lin Feng managed to do it. It was quite clear from that how strong he was. The young girl looked pensive. "Brother, you have broken through to the third Xian Qi layer and Lin Feng has broken through to the second Xian Qi layer. However, he is much stronger than some cultivators of the third Xian Qi layer. If you fight against him, it might be an extremely difficult battle. Maybe by relying on your extremely quick sword you could win, but it would be a costly victory. The best option would be for you and him to not fight each other," thought the young girl. When she had heard that Lin Feng had killed 12 cultivators of the Xian Qi layer, she was extremely surprised by the event. She wouldn't have thought that the insignificant Marquis of Yangzhou City was so strong. Chu Zhanpeng's facial expression looked ice-cold, and he then said while fixedly staring at Lin Feng, "You will regret everything." "Humph." Lin Feng gave a cold smile, then just ignored Chu Zhanpeng. He raised his head and looked at the people on the banks of the lake. "Duanren City. My name is Yun Fei Yang." At that moment, far away in the distance, a silhouette appeared. That person was flying through the sky. That person was as fast as an illusion. Even though I haven't received an invitation letter, I think the geniuses of Xueyu and I can learn from each other. Don't blame me. That person's voice filled the atmosphere. They then immediately entered the black fog without anything to protect themselves at all. While that person was moving through the black fog started to move in an insane way and opened itself, allowing that person move through it. Yun Fei Yang could easily move through the middle of the barrier. He hasn't received an invitation letter? The crowd was astonished. Immediately after, they looked at the throne above the water. Didn't he say that he hadn't forgotten anybody in the entire country? That Yun Fei Yang was monstrously strong though. Since you have the necessary strength, you can, said the king, sounding natural and unrestrained. Duanren City. Lin Feng was astonished. He hadn't heard news of Duanren City in a very long time. The city he had set on fire surprisingly gave birth to a genius. Lin Feng then looked at that person. Yun Fei Yang's voice sounded heroic. His smile looked natural and unrestrained. His entire body looked like it contained the strength of 1,000 mountains. He also looked like he had more hidden cards than what he was showing. Had that person really come from the border of Xueyu? Or did he come from the other side of the border? Was he a foreigner? The oil lamp will go out soon, said a voice coming from the direction of the throne. Lin Feng and Meng Qing glanced at each other while smiling. Immediately after, their bodies rose up into the air and they moved towards the black fog. But Lin Feng didn't use his strength to break through the black fog. He just floated high into the sky and then slowly moved inside the barrier through the hole in the top. He calmly flew over the fog and over the top of black barrier and landed inside. Duan Feng didn't follow him. Even though he had received an invitation letter, he was convinced that it wasn't the right time to expose his strength. He just wanted to observe them. When the crowd saw Lin Feng's actions, they were speechless. Lin Feng didn't go through the black fog and simply flew into the hole at the top. Was that allowed? That guy! The crowd was speechless. The black fog was surrounding the black barrier. Everybody knew that they could enter the barrier from the hole in the top of the circle, but nobody had dared to do that. It was competition for geniuses. Wasn't that method too simple? Wasn't it too humiliating? The king had even said that the poisonous black fog was surrounding the black barrier so it would prevent many people from reaching it, but if everybody just flew over the top of it like Lin Feng, then couldn't everyone reach the inside of the black barrier? Lin Feng didn't care. He didn't think the same way as the others. He didn't need to waste his strength on the black barrier creating a majestic show when there was a path already open. Lin Feng moved like a shadow. He was extremely quick. That was already an evidence of how strong he was. Following Yun Fei Yang, Lin Feng and Meng Qing then moved inside the black barrier. Inside the black fog there were 32 people. The weakest were at the first Xianxia layer, but there were only a few of them. Some of the strongest ones had broken through to the third or fourth Xianxia layer. Such high natural abilities and cultivation in young people was rare, to the extent that many senior cultivators weren't even been able to reach that level. On top of that, amongst those people, none of them were older than 30 years old. "Time's up," said King at that moment while raising his head. Immediately after, he rose into the air. The entire crowd was in front of him and he said, "Everybody come to the edge of the black fog." "Huh!" Everybody was surprised. He wanted them to move to the edge of the black fog. What did he mean? But they had no right to be disobedient, so they all moved towards the edge of the black fog, forming a big arch around the black fog. Those who have received an invitation letter can be considered as the geniuses of Xueyu. They can remain cool-headed even when their lives are threatened. They are tenacious and have an incredible determination. They are considered authentically strong cultivators because of these qualities. "Nobody is allowed to move," said the king slowly. The crowd frowned. Nobody was allowed to move? What did he intend to do? At that moment, the 9 dragons moving over the water started spinning at full speed. They raised their heads and chanted loudly. The black fog then started rolling through the atmosphere. The chi of the black barrier also started undulating in an insane way. It turned into a storm. Besides, the king moved his hands and the black poison seemed to condense. The black poisonous chi started to block the moonlight. It was blotting out the sky and covering up the earth. Then, it moved towards the crowd and enveloped them. In a flash, everybody was swallowed by the black fog. Inside of the fog, kill anyone as you please. The only rule is to kill. Spare no effort. The only way to become stronger is to constantly be surrounded by death. Only through such experiences will you be able to become the most dazzling cultivator of Xueyu. If you want to join the great competition of Xueyu and leave Xueyu, you must prove that you are strong and must achieve glorious accomplishments. Those were the last words people heard before drowning in the black fog. The king rose both his hands and started making some hand movements. It looked strange, as if he was casting a strange type of magic. The black fog was unceasingly rolling through the atmosphere until it gradually became calm. Inside the black fog, a different scene was occurring. What's that? The spectators were shivering. The black fog started to turn into a clear gray bubble. They could clearly see through the fog. Inside the clear fog, they could see the young and outstanding cultivators. However, what astonished the crowd was that the people inside, even though they were all very close to each other, it seemed like they were unable to see the other person. The people inside couldn't see through the clear fog? What's going on? The crowd looked stupefied. How strange. The people who were inside the fog looked like they had lost all sense of direction. Some people were separated by 2 or 3 meters but couldn't see the other person. They were clumsily moving around and many were moving very cautiously. The people in the crowd raised their heads and looked at the king. He was still moving his hands. They couldn't understand what was happening. It was an illusion. Indeed, the people inside were trapped inside an illusion created by the king. Black fog, whispered people in the crowd. They understood what it really meant at that moment. Those inside the fog had become blind and their senses were restricted. They were prisoners inside an illusion. The king had created an illusion for them. Before being made a prisoner of that gray bubble, the competitors heard the king's last sentence. They could kill other people as they pleased. After having heard that sentence, it seemed like they had all been transported to a completely different world. A very strange one. Lin Feng and Meng Qing were no longer together. They could no longer see the other person. A moment before, they entered the fog together, but now, they had been completely separated from the other. It's an illusion. Lin Feng raised his head and looked in front of him. The full moon and the crowd of people had disappeared. The only thing left was a palace. An extremely large palace. It seemed like it had no end. Lin Feng had the impression that he was alone inside an extremely large room. And on top of that, it seemed like that palace had no end. Anyone who could notice the drastic changes in that landscape could understand that it was an illusion created by the king. But then again, knowing that it was an illusion would not help them. They were still trapped inside the illusion and everything seemed real to them. It seems like a bloodbath will be inevitable in here, thought Lin Feng. He then immediately started walking. He didn't stay where he was trying to find a solution to break the illusion. He first wanted to find Meng Qing and then he would think about the rest. The people confined in the illusion weren't like the majority of those outside. They were outstanding cultivators. There wasn't a single weakling. Lin Feng was worried about Meng Qing, even if she was very strong. It looks so real. Lin Feng was calmly walking in that palace very slowly. The floor was made of bluestone. Suddenly, many voices started echoing in the air and then it became silent again. That vast area didn't look like an illusion. It looked very real. Lin Feng arrived inside a room and suddenly a powerful qi enveloped his body which surprised him. Immediately after, the sound of a chaotic wind rushed towards him. Lin Feng smiled coldly and released a terrifying energy. It was the energy of his murderous sword. It rose into the air and it made the entire palace vibrate. The facial expression of the person who had just attacked him changed drastically. It seemed like there were restrictions inside of that bubble. It seemed impossible to remove the effects of the illusion. One could only rely on one's intuition and hearing to determine if there was another person near them. That person had only been able to hear Lin Feng's steps as he waited to ambush him. So he couldn't possibly know that it was Lin Feng that he was attacking. "Wait, wait!" shouted that person loudly, but they didn't stop launching attacks. They were saying, "Wait," but they continued to attack the other person. Would anyone stop and trust the opponent who just attacked them? Impossible. In that place, the sound of breathing was the only way to determine if the opponent was alive or not. Who would trust the other person? The person had noticed that Lin Feng's energy had halted, but he still did not stop his attack on Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no other choice but to defend himself. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His sword qi whistled through the air and pierced into the opponent's fist. Blood burst forth into the air. The one who had attacked Lin Feng could no longer use his hand, but it did not stop there. At the moment when Lin Feng's hand and the other person's fist collided, that person gave a horrible shriek. Lin Feng's chi sliced the opponent's hand in two, then their forearm, then their arm, and ultimately removed their head. The first cultivator of the Xianxia layer had died. What a monstrous strength! Under the light of the full moon, the crowd all lifted their heads and looked at the scene. It made them shiver. They couldn't sense Lin Feng's energy, but they could see the result of the battle. The gray bubble was even vibrating under the immense power. Lin Feng had attacked once and instantly killed a cultivator of the Xianxia layer. The most surprising thing was that Lin Feng was attacked by surprise by his opponent. A silhouette emerged from the black fog which astonished the crowd. It was a corpse. It was the person who had just been killed by Lin Feng. After dying, the bodies were thrown out of the illusion. It was an illusion, but people could still be killed inside. That illusion was terrifying. In the illusion, Lin Feng had killed someone and then the person vanished. That stupefied him. He was thrown out of the illusion? He looked like he didn't understand. Had the person just been ejected from the illusion, or were they actually dead? He frowned and then concluded that person was dead. A moment before, the blood had been real. Besides, at the moment when the illusion had started, the king had said that they could kill as they pleased. Even though the illusion was a fake world, the death inside it was completely real. What a boring game, thought Lin Feng. This was a game created by the king. He was using the lives of young geniuses as toys. In order to choose the most outstanding cultivators, he could have set up a huge fighting arena and organized a tournament, but instead, he had chosen to put them in an illusionary world where they were blinded by blackness. In such circumstances, people would just randomly kill each other until only the strongest were left. Even if all those people had incredibly high natural abilities, wasn't it useless? Their talent and lives didn't matter to the king. What he wanted was to see the final victory of his game. The others didn't matter if they died, it just meant that they were worthless. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air on Lin Feng's right, which surprised him. He started to think about the situation. A moment before, the one who attacked me by surprise came from my left, and that shout came from my right, thought Lin Feng. It seemed like the palace was composed of endless rooms. There were people fighting on his left and on his right. Oh, and in front of me as well. Lin Feng was suddenly dumbstruck. There was a door in front of him, and there were doors on his left and right as well. Behind those doors, there were people. 9 large square-shaped rooms constitute the palace. Sharp lights twinkled in Lin Feng's eyes. He raised his head and moved forwards obliquely. There was also something above. Lin Feng suddenly frowned. Doors, there were more doors. All those who were competing were behind different doors. It's a death game. This illusion is obviously a death game, thought Lin Feng, whose heart was gradually being invaded by coldness. Lin Feng was surrounded by people. Lin Feng couldn't forget that detail. Behind each door, there was a terrifyingly strong cultivator. Ha! At that moment, Lin Feng frowned. He turned around and saw something not far in front of him. A pair of eyes furtively glanced at him from there. As expected, there are people under me as well, thought Lin Feng, as if he had suddenly understood something. After furtively glancing at Lin Feng, that person slowly moved back into the floor, pretending that they didn't see anything. Lin Feng smiled as if he found the situation amusing. Wait, wait! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice which surprised the person. They couldn't just continue leaving. They could only see Lin Feng's smile in the darkness. He looked amused. I didn't know that you were here, Your Excellency. No problem. First come here and then we'll talk, said Lin Feng while smiling, which surprised his interlocutor. That person suddenly looked extremely irresolute. A subtle sound emerged in the atmosphere. That person smiled. Their lips were shaking. Their face turned deathly pale. They were terrified. The top of the person's head burst open and blood gushed out to create a blood fountain. It was terrifying. Lin Feng was also surprised when he saw that. Under that person, there was somebody else that emerged through the door. How cruel, thought Lin Feng, feeling a chill run through his heart. Immediately after, he moved forwards and released a thick and dense deadly energy. At that moment, The original person's face was completely still. There was not a trace of life in their body. Lin Feng moved towards the body, slowly, step by step. In the room under his feet, there was absolutely no sound, but Lin Feng knew that there was someone, and that person's actions were extremely cruel. Lin Feng jumped down in a flash and a rumbling sound filled the air. A hole the size of a door immediately appeared beneath him. Lin Feng allowed himself to fall into it. A terrifying deadly energy enveloped Lin Feng's body, which surprised him. In front of him, there was a huge stone which had transformed into a spike. It was shooting towards his chest at full speed. It was extremely fast. Xianxia. Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly looked ice-cold. That true cultivator was a core disciple of the Haoyu sect. Xianxia. What a coincidence, said Lin Feng coldly. His hand through the air while releasing monstrous amounts sword energy as a whistling sound emerged in the air. The extremely sharp spike broke into pieces and disappeared. Lin Feng's sword energy was much sharper than a sharpened spike. Xianxia moved his hands and in a flash, all the rocks in the area started to shoot towards Lin Feng. Rumbling sounds emerged in the atmosphere as the rocks were broken by the sword energy. Xianxia was also pushed backwards from the collision. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. He hadn't thought that he would come across Lin Feng so early. The person that he wished to encounter the least was Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been able to kill 12 cultivators of the Xianxia layer. Lin Feng didn't rely on influence or other people to protect him. He was an authentic, hot-blooded cultivator. Even though Xianxia had recently broken through to the second Xianxia layer, just like Lin Feng was able to kill cultivators of the third Xianxia layer, which Xianxia wouldn't even dare to attempt. The Haoyu sect is filled with pathetic cowards, as expected. Lin Feng looked calm and detached. He then moved towards Xianxia, step by step, which sent a shiver down Xianxia's spine. Lin Feng, the problems between the Haoyu sect and you should be solved by Chu Zhanpeng and you. We are not enemies. There is no need for you to kill me, said Xianxia in a weak and timid voice. He didn't dare fight against Lin Feng. We are not enemies? Lin Feng smiled in an ice-cold way. Xianxia's words were ridiculous. Lin Feng pointed at the corpse and said in a cold and detached way, "Were you and him enemies? I don't think so, but you still attacked him by surprise and killed him. Can you explain that?" Xianxia was surprised. He was inside the black fog. He was obviously prepared to kill people. He had seen the opportunity and instantly killed the other person. He had an opportunity, of course, he couldn't let it slip. But Lin Feng was asking him for a reason and Xianxia didn't know how to reply. Killing people weaker than you doesn't require a reason. If I have to give a reason, let's just say that it is because you are a member of the Haoyu sect. That's a sufficient reason for you to die, said Lin Feng, whose deadly energy was becoming denser and denser. He then continued slowly walking towards Xianxia, which made the latter narrow his eyes. Ice-cold lights were flashing through his eyes. A thick and heavy energy emerged from his body. It was his spirit. A mountain spirit appeared behind him. "Killing me will not be so easy," shouted Xianxia while raising his hand and swiping it through the air. In a flash, a huge rock shot towards Lin Feng, emitting rumbling sound. The rock was large enough to mash Lin Feng's body into paste. Lin Feng was calmly looking at the rock that was hurtling towards him with the aim of turning him into a puree. He waved his hand and a terrifying sword energy emerged from his fingers. Boom! The rock was sliced open the sword and then burst into powder. After destroying the rock, Lin Feng looked at Xianxia. He was trying to escape in another direction at his fastest speed. What a deceitful guy! Lin Feng smiled coldly as he moved with the wind. His movements were made at an incredible speed. Xianxia, whose escape was chaotic, suddenly started shaking. He turned around and saw a terrifying sword energy moving towards him. His facial expression drastically changed. Lin Feng was so fast that he had already arrived behind his opponent. His terrifying sword energy was moving closer and it felt like it was going to lacerate his entire body. "Don't kill me!" shouted Xianxia furiously. His entire body, which was as large as a mountain, launched towards Lin Feng again. He was so desperate that his fight or flight reflex had instinctively caused him to turn and fight. Not kill you. Lin Feng was releasing deadly energy. His hand moved down and a deafening sound filled the atmosphere. A sword light appeared and the gigantic mountain spirit was split apart. Zhang Shan was astonished. Lin Feng's sword attacks were extremely powerful. Get lost, shouted Zhang Shan furiously when he saw that his rock spirit was being suppressed. His entire body transformed into a small mountain as he rushed through the air. His entire body was surrounded by rocks which were orbiting him. Zhang Shan's entire body seemed just like a sturdy mountain as he threw himself at Lin Feng. He was extremely quick. He started to release a powerful energy as he rushed forward. If Lin Feng took the attack head-on, if he didn't die, he would be severely disfigured. The wind, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He immediately retreated with the speed of the wind. He then slowly raised a pure chi sword which was filled with deadly energy. Come and face me if you want to kill me, shouted Zhang Shan furiously when he noticed that he couldn't even touch Lin Feng's clothes. Lin Feng was so fast that he could dodge while maintaining the distance between them. Lin Feng ignored Zhang Shan as the power contained in his pure chi sword was growing stronger and stronger. It was terrifying. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A deadly chi filled the air. The entire atmosphere was filled with the whistling sound of his sword. Immediately after, his sword descended and moved towards Zhang Shan. The ground under Lin Feng's feet cracked and a silhouette rose from beneath him. Lin Feng's sword, which he was using to attack Zhang Shan, slightly shook. The person who had emerged was filled with killing intent. Zhang Shan, kill him, shouted another voice suddenly. Another silhouette descended from the ceiling and moved towards Lin Feng. That person was releasing a deadly energy. That person's target was Lin Feng. There was one person in front of Lin Feng, one person under and another above. There were 3 people and they were all attacking Lin Feng at the same time. Die! When Zhang Shan noticed what was happening, he seemed to regain all his confidence. He immediately stopped all thoughts of retreat and moved towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng looked extremely cold. The deadly energy around him was extremely powerful. Besides, Zhang Shan was also ready to risk his life to kill Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng was certain that he could kill Zhang Shan, he wasn't so sure about the 2 others who were attacking him. If he decided to fight, the situation would be extremely dangerous. Therefore, Lin Feng thought that it was better to leave than to kill Zhang Shan. His body turned and in a flash he rushed back. Explosive sounds spread in the air. It came from the place where Lin Feng was just standing. The atmosphere seemed like it was going to turn into powder under such a dense concentration of attacks. It is a good thing that I am quick, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng could sense the restrictions in that palace. A moment before, when the others attacked him by surprise, if he wasn't fast enough, he would have died a cruel death. Even though his attacks were powerful, what was the point if he took the enemy's attacks? Even if the opponents were not as strong as him, if their attacks reached his body, they would still cause lethal injury. Lin Feng's facial expression looked ice-cold. He then flew into the air and looked at the 3 silhouettes in front of him. Those 3 people were Zhang Shan of the Haoyu sect, Luo Yuntian of the Luoxia sect, and Du Guyi. Luo Yuntian was the best disciple of the Luoxia sect. The fact that he wanted to kill Lin Feng wasn't surprising. The other person was probably from the Du Gu clan. Lin Feng had humiliated Du Gushang in the past and Du Gushao. Du Guyi was probably from the same clan as them. The fact that those 3 people weren't able to kill Lin Feng even when using a surprise attack caused them all to pull a long face. Zhang Shan and Luo Yuntian had broken through to the 2nd Xianxia layer while Du Guyi had broken through to the 3rd Xianxia layer. A moment before, they couldn't kill Lin Feng. It seemed like with Lin Feng's reflexes, fighting against him wouldn't be so easy. Besides, at the same time, many people around the Xiangjiang Lake were watching the scene with Lin Feng and the 3 attackers. Lin Feng was fighting alone against 3 people. What would be the outcome of that battle? Besides, the crowd could also see what the others were doing. More than a dozen people had already died inside that bubble. They had been heartlessly slaughtered. Inside that bubble, nobody was a saint. Somewhere above Lin Feng, there was the pure and holy Meng Qing. She looked incredibly beautiful as she was looking extremely hard for Lin Feng. She was going to every single room as she searched for him, but all she could see was the remnants of battle. At the moment when she was about to go downstairs, a loud sound emerged. Suddenly a person appeared before her. It was the officer of the Imperial City Guards, Shi Qiong. His woman! Shi Qing was surprised, and then a cold light flashed through his eyes. Meng Qing was Lin Feng's lover, and because of Lin Feng, Shi Qiong had lost the woman he loved, Duan Xianxia. Meng Qing didn't feel like paying attention to Shi Qiong, but when she saw that he was looking at her with evil intentions, she couldn't help but release an ice-cold chi which rushed straight for him. "Ha-ha! Such a warm breeze," grinned Shi Qiong. Last time, Lin Feng had crushed his pride and taught him a lesson. After that, he locked himself away in cultivation and practiced until he broke through to the next layer. At that moment, Shi Qiong had broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer. Amongst the group of people, he seemed to have the highest cultivation level. Nobody could compare to him. After all, the high officials were not inside the fog. "Lin Feng, you stole my woman. Now I will have revenge. Wait until we meet. I will look forward to see your reaction," thought Shi Qiong coldly. After having broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer, he had gone to see Duan Xianxia, but she ignored him. In her eyes, there was only Lin Feng. No matter how high Shi Qiong's cultivation level became, Duan Xianxia would not even look at him. Shi Qiong hated Lin Feng. At that moment, a small sound emerged in the atmosphere. Shi Qiong was surprised. He suddenly moved back to see what was happening and noticed a silhouette emerging near them. He frowned as a cold light flashed in his eyes. When Ling Tian saw Meng Qing and Shi Qiong, he was surprised. He then immediately gave a strange smile and said, "You guys continue with what you were doing. I didn't see anything." When Meng Qing heard Ling Tian, she released an ice-cold energy towards him, but Ling Tian simply ignored her. He smiled and said, "I will go and kill some other people. I won't bother you." When he finished talking, he turned back and walked away. At that moment, he also knew that the palace was divided into 9 rooms and that there were people everywhere, above and under, as well as on each of his sides. Therefore he wasn't worried about a lack of people to kill. At that moment, Meng Qing didn't know that the one she was looking for was directly beneath her feet. Beneath them, Lin Feng and the 3 others were in a confrontation as sword energy emitted whistling sounds through the air. It was terrifying and piercingly cold. Sword energy had invaded the entire atmosphere. Jiang Shan, Luo Yuntian, and Du Guyi had separated and surrounded Lin Feng. None of them dared act carelessly. They didn't dare to look down on Lin Feng. They considered him as an extremely strong opponent. "Maybe the people are watching us from outside. The most important thing now is to control my power and not reveal my full strength," thought Lin Feng. He was only guessing these things, but he was right. People really were watching them from outside the fog. They could see everyone clearly and did not have to focus on a single individual. "The 3 of you will die," said Lin Feng coldly. A deadly energy followed his words and shot through the atmosphere towards the 3 opponents. "Just because you say so? Ha, we will see," said Du Guyi coldly, who was directly in front of Lin Feng. At the same time, he looked at Luo Yuntian and Jiang Shan and said, "We have to give our all. If we want to kill him, we can't afford to spare any effort." "All right," said the 2 others while nodding. They couldn't afford to hold back. Gigantic rocks started to cover Jiang Shan's body as his body started to grow in size. Covered by rocks, he looked like a giant in the form of a mountain. Magnificent rosy lights then emerged from Luo Yuntian's body, but those beautiful lights were filled with deadly energy. "Die!" shouted Du Guyi, and in a flash, those 3 people threw themselves at Lin Feng while releasing their full power. Boom! Jiang Shan stomped his foot into the ground, which made the floor shake violently. Even though his entire body looked like a giant mountain, he was still able to move at incredible speed. In a few steps, he had already arrived in front of Lin Feng and unleashed a heavy punch into the air. That punch was filled with endless strength and contained the will to crush Lin Feng. Lin Feng's hand shook and a sword immediately appeared. Then, rumbling and cracking sound filled the air. A crevasse started to appear on the rocky fist. Then even more cracks started to appear. However, As Xianxia condensed his energy, the crevasse started to disappear, as if nothing had happened. By then, Du Guyi and Luo Yuntian had arrived in front of Lin Feng. Du Guyi raised his fist, which was filled with evil energy, and unleashed his attack straight towards Lin Feng. Besides, Luo Yuntian's attack was terrifying. It was filled with endless strength and combined with his deadly energy. Wind, free and unrestrained like the wind. Lin Feng's body started to gently float. As the attacks grew closer, he started to drift on the wind. In an instant, he had already appeared a great distance away. His speed was astonishing. But Du Guyi and the other two knew that this battle was going to be extremely difficult, so they were not surprised. They reacted quickly and prepared to unleash new attacks against Lin Feng. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng with incredible ferocity. His sword rose into the air as his sword energy filled the entire palace. A thunderous rumbling noise emerged in the atmosphere and the palace started to vibrate. Like the mountain, Xianxia's facial expression slightly changed. He took a step forward and his body grew even larger. He seemed to fully transform into a large mountain. "I will block him. You two will need to finish him off," shouted Xianxia. After transforming into a gigantic mountain, he threw himself towards Lin Feng's sword, as if he planned to block the sword with his life. The palace was shaking with an intense power. Xianxia's stone body was starting to break. Large pieces of rock were crashing around him. His gigantic stone body looked like it was going to burst into pieces. "Solid mountain," shouted Xianxia furiously. He then slammed his feet into the ground again. The stones which had broken away from his body started to gather again. Lin Feng's sword didn't seem to hold the power to completely destroy him. "Die!" shouted Du Guyi and Luo Yuntian furiously. Their deadly energies were rushing through the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. Xianxia had decided to block Lin Feng's attacks. How could they let go of this perfect opportunity to attack? Roar! A purple light burst into reality and what seemed to be an endless stream of purple snakes came into being. The snakes immediately rushed towards his two attackers. In the blink of an eye, Du Guyi and Luo Yuntian were surrounded by the army of purple snakes which wrapped themselves around their bodies. An extremely sharp chi emerged from Du Guyi's body and started to cut through the purple snakes, but Luo Yuntian was too weak. He was struggling and it required a great deal of effort for him to break free. "Die!" A dazzling light illuminated the atmosphere as a cross-shaped light appeared. Luo Yuntian, who was struggling with the purple snakes, then felt a sudden pain coming from his chest. He lowered his head and saw a large cross-shaped wound was going through his chest. An incredible quantity of blood started to pour from his wound and his organs started to shift. His facial muscles started to twitch. He was currently suffering in untold agony. "Break!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Luo Yuntian's body abruptly started to shake violently. He could feel the organs inside starting to rupture. His face was locked in an intense suffering. After that terrifying attack, he slowly closed his eyes and collapsed. After that, he disappeared from the illusion, as if he was never there to begin with. He died. Xianxia's giant body was formed from stone, but his heart wasn't made of stone. It was currently violently pounding in his chest. Lin Feng's attacks had a terrifying lethality. It was monstrous. If they gave him even a small opportunity, he would use it to kill them. Lin Feng glanced at Xianxia for a second and then ignored him. Since Xianxia had incredible defense, Lin Feng decided to ignore him for the time being. He had already killed one of his attackers, now he had to kill the other one, and then he could focus on Xianxia. "You think I would let you attack me by surprise?" Lin Feng was staring coldly at Du Guyi. The myriad of purple snakes kept moving through the atmosphere. There were so many of them that it was like a nightmare. When Du Guyi saw Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes filled with cold, deadly energy, he started to regret that he encountered Xianxia and Lin Feng. That opportunity seemed too good, so he couldn't let it slip. Besides, the Du Gu clan also wanted to settle a grudge with Lin Feng, so it seemed like a simple choice to attack when he saw Lin Feng. But the three of them had acted together to fight Lin Feng. They had already unleashed multiple attacks on him, and the result was that one of them had died. "It's your turn," said Lin Feng's, whose eyes looked piercingly cold. The purple snakes roared and slowly merged together, which emitted a magnificent purple radiance. They turned into a gigantic dragon which looked incomparably terrifying. His two gigantic eyes looked extremely evil. It no longer looked like a spirit. It looked like a genuine flesh and blood, ferocious beast. "Go!" shouted Lin Feng. The gigantic dragon moved towards Du Guyi, creating chaos in the air with each movement. Du Guyi was stupefied. Immediately after, his body transformed into a rainbow as he tried to escape. An incredible cultivator of the third Xianxia layer, when facing Lin Feng, was cowardly trying to escape. He didn't dare fight against him. Wind movement. Lin Feng smiled coldly and rushed forward with incredible speed. Each of his movements seemed smooth, as if he felt no resistance. He brandished a sword and Du Guyi felt the incoming danger. He turned around, unleashed a powerful punch towards the sword. Roar! At that precise moment, the purple dragon appeared beside him and constricted his lower body. It opened its gigantic mouth, revealing its sharp teeth as they moved closer to Du Guyi's head. Du Guyi's facial expression drastically changed. He then released a terrifying pure chi which rushed towards the dragon. At the same time, he was struggling in an attempt to break free. However, in his terror, he had forgotten about Lin Feng. A moment before, there were three of them fighting against Lin Feng, but at that moment, he was fighting alone against Lin Feng and a ferocious dragon. Die! A sword filled with deadly energy descended. Blood splashed high into the air. Du Guyi's face froze. The purple dragon bit down on his head and swallowed it, killing him in the most cruel way. Xianxia was stupefied. New rocks continued to form his body, but at that moment, he no longer had any confidence. He didn't understand how Lin Feng, who had only broken through to the second Xianxia layer, could defeat people of the same level and even people at the third Xianxia layer in such a relaxed manner. Besides, he had the impression that Lin Feng hadn't even used all of his strength yet. Lin Feng was still hiding his real power. But even with that amount of power, those three attackers, three so-called geniuses, couldn't fight against Lin Feng in terms of both speed and strength. Even though Xianxia was extremely strong and had an amazing defense, he also understood that in a one-on-one battle against Lin Feng, he had no chance of survival. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and looked towards him, which made Xianxia's facial expression freeze. Was he going to end up like the other two? Was he going to get slaughtered in a similar cruel way? When thinking about that, his terror started to grow. He had put great efforts into his cultivation. It hadn't been easy for him to reach such a level. It hadn't been easy to become the top core disciple of the Haoyu sect. Everybody worshipped him, and his future was supposed to be magnificent and filled with glory. Could he afford to die like that? Xianxia didn't want to die. He was afraid of dying, especially after having seen Du Guyi's head get swallowed by the dragon, especially after watching the two other bodies disappear. Xianxia was starting to get the feeling that life was an extremely fragile thing. "Let me go. If you let me live, I will always obey your orders," said Xianxia while looking at Lin Feng. He then added, "If you need help with anything, I will help, even if you want to destroy the Haoyu sect." Lin Feng looked like he wanted to burst into laughter as the situation was extremely funny. That was a genius of the Haoyu sect, ready to betray when things got dangerous. How ridiculous. "I will deal with the Haoyu sect myself. I don't need your help," said Lin Feng in a cold and detached tone. The head of the terrifying purple dragon was rising into the air. Its gigantic eyes were looking down at Xianxia, which made him start to shake with fear. Du Guyi wasn't able to fight against that dragon. Xianxia knew that he would be even less likely to survive. So what could he do? "What can I do for you to let me go?" asked Xianxia. "No matter what, I will not let you go," replied Lin Feng calmly. He then took a step forwards, which made Xianxia tremble. As Lin Feng was getting nearer and nearer, Xianxia was growing more and more scared. Was he going to die? Xianxia hadn't thought that fighting against Lin Feng would lead to his death. A thumping sound then filled the air, which surprised Lin Feng. He only saw Xianxia kneeling down and prostrating himself. "There is no intense and deep-seated hatred between us. Why do you want to kill me? Please, I will do whatever you ask," shouted Xianxia, whose face turned scarlet red. Lin Feng looked like he was going to double over with laughter. Outside of the illusion, the crowd by the lake was watching everything. They were astonished, especially the members of the Haoyu sect. A genius of the Haoyu sect, their best core disciple, was kneeling down in front of Lin Feng and begging him. How ridiculous! But Lin Feng was really extremely strong. His strength was so profound that everybody was secretly shocked. After all, the people who had seen Lin Feng kill 12 cultivators of the Xianxia layer weren't numerous. They were all people from the Celestial Academy, but at that moment, the whole crowd saw Lin Feng easily defeat 3 genius cultivators who belonged to 3 of the greatest spheres of influence in the country. Actually, calling them geniuses wasn't the right. The term genius was relative. It depended on whom a cultivator was facing. There was a great deal of people who were young and had already broken through to the Xianxia layer. That itself was a rare achievement, but in front of Lin Feng it meant nothing. The worst part was that those 3 people were supposed to be stronger than him. But at that moment, 2 of them were already dead and 1 of them was kneeling in front of Lin Feng begging for his life. Could they still be called geniuses? The people of the Haoyu sect were all pulling long faces. If their most talented disciple had to die, it wasn't such a big deal, but he made such a shameful display in front of everybody. Millions of people watched the most talented disciple of the Haoyu sect kneel down in front of Lin Feng and beg for his life, which gave Chu Qing the feeling that he was being slapped by each of the millions of people. His face felt extremely as hot and painful as if he was actually being slapped. Jiang Shan was making him lose face. At that moment, Chu Zhanpeng and Lin Qian, who were with the group from the holy courtyard of Shui, also felt embarrassed. Piece of trash. If Lin Feng doesn't kill you, I will personally kill you, thought Chu Zhanpeng. He looked glum and released a deadly energy. When he watched the 3 people attacking Lin Feng, he felt relieved and confident. Lin Feng's strength wasn't as monstrous as the rumors. If Lin Feng came out, Chu Zhanpeng would definitely be able to kill him. However, Chu Zhanpeng wouldn't need to kill Jiang Shan himself. Even though he was kneeling down in front of Lin Feng, he wasn't showing any signs of forgiving him. Lin Feng was unmoving when it came to his enemies. Jiang Shan's body was then sent out from inside the illusion. Chu Zhanpeng let out a long sigh. His silhouette turned into a gigantic rock and in a flash, he appeared above the lake. Boom! A deadly energy emerged, crashed into the body, and turned Jiang Shan's body into ashes. He had disappeared from the world without a trace. The wings of the legendary rock flickered and Chu Zhanpeng returned to his original position. All of the people who attacked Lin Feng had died. On the bank of the lake, an old man wearing a magnificent chongpao was hugging a dead body which no longer had a head. The old man raised his head and looked inside the illusion while releasing an ice-cold energy. The most outstanding young cultivators of the Du Gu clan had been repeatedly humiliated by Lin Feng. One of them had even lost his arms. And then, even the incredible Du Gu Yi lost his life. Lin Feng was bullying the Du Gu clan too much. Du Gu Yi had wanted to kill Lin Feng and even attacked by surprise. However, if he didn't attack, would Lin Feng go out of his way to attack members of the Du Gu clan? At that moment, inside the illusion, the massacre was continuing. The crowd was starting to get a rough understanding of who the strongest and most gifted ones were. Inside the illusion, there had initially been 32 people, but at that moment only 12 were left alive. Those left could be considered as the future heroes. 20 geniuses had already been killed. In the frame of that death game, people were heartlessly slaughtering their competition. Maybe they hadn't even thought about such an event when they received their invitation letter. They hadn't thought that they would end up slaughtering each other in front of millions of people in order to move on to the great competition of Shuiyu, and those who died probably hadn't thought that their lives would end in such tragic conditions. The 12 people left were attracting everybody's attention. Ling Tian was one of them. He looked extremely conceited and very arrogant, especially when he had told the crowd to remember his name. He was the one who had killed the most people so far. Each time, a single sword attack was enough to kill his opponent. His sword was extremely ruthless. Besides, Ling Tian's fellow disciple also had terrifying strength. She had already killed a few people with her own power. The things made people wonder who the 2 people of the Ling clan really were and who their teacher was. Lin Feng's accomplishments in that death game were obvious. Then there was Xianxia. Xianxia's strength was also terrifying. He had killed 2 people already and it had been very easy for him. His opponents didn't even have a chance to fight back. At that moment, Xianxia was still facing Lin Feng's lover, Meng Qing. There was another person who received people's attention, Yunfei Yang from Duanren City. At that moment it was very strange. He hadn't killed anyone. Each time he saw an opponent, he looked very scared and tried to avoid them. However, each time there was someone that tried to prevent him from leaving in order to kill him, but they never managed to stop him. Yunfei Yang had even come across Ling Tian. He was the only person who managed to escape after fighting against Ling Tian. Therefore, Yunfei Yang was extremely mysterious. People didn't know anything about him. They didn't even know how strong he would be if he fought. In the people's opinion, those left inside the illusion were the strongest and most talented. If they came across such people on the outside, they would be extremely scared. People were scared of Xianxia and Lin Feng the most. Xianxia was fighting against Meng Qing. If Lin Feng moved up, he would definitely encounter the situation. But Lin Feng, who was inside the illusion, couldn't see the events like the crowd outside who could see everything. At that moment, he was wandering around like a blind man. Everybody was paying close attention to him. Lin Feng didn't feel at ease. This game reminded him of the memories from his previous world. He had that same old feeling of being a toy in someone else's hands. But Lin Feng also understood that his strength wasn't enough to break the illusion, so all he could do was abide by its rules and find the people he wanted to kill. Lin Feng didn't waste any time. There were extremely strong cultivators inside the illusion and it was dangerous. He met Ling Tian near Duan Wuya's residence and he seemed extremely strong. Lin Feng could sense an overflowing power. There was also Xianxia. Xianxia and Lin Feng had already fought. Back then, Xianxia had only broken through to the 3rd Xianxia layer and during the battle, he revealed his flood dragon spirit. It was extremely powerful. After that, he had confined himself and cultivated even harder, which enabled him to rapidly break through and improve his strength. Those two were both powerful and harbored ill will towards Lin Feng. If Meng Qing came across them, how terrifying would that be? Besides, inside the illusion, there wasn't a single weak person, even though Meng Qing was extremely strong. If Zhang Shan and the others had acted together to fight against Meng Qing instead of Lin Feng, it would have been a terrible result. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't delay his search for Meng Qing. His silhouette flickered and he arrived in front of one of the doors. That new room was extremely vast, but there wasn't a single person inside. There was only blood stains on the ground, which meant that people had died here, but the bodies had disappeared. Lin Feng didn't stop there. His silhouette flickered again, and he continued to another door to check another room. Nobody here either. Lin Feng frowned. He suddenly felt even less at ease. There were very few people, which meant that many of them were already dead. Lin Feng was extremely scared that something might have happened to Meng Qing. His silhouette flickered through the many rooms inside the illusion. Even when coming across other people, he just continued his search and those people didn't provoke him either. After all, Lin Feng was very well known. Even though those people might have desired to fight with him, they didn't gamble when their life was at stake. It wasn't worth it. How come I can't find her? Lin Feng had already been to 20 rooms, but he still couldn't find Meng Qing. He was becoming more and more anxious and worried. We were 32 people when we entered the illusion, but there are so many rooms. Maybe there is a very low chance of encountering her, but I don't believe that after going to every single room, I still won't find her. Lin Feng was stupefied. His silhouette flickered again. Are you looking for that girl? Asked a voice from behind him. There was a figure leaning against the wall inside the room. That person was looking at Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Lin Feng stopped walking and looked at that person. It was Yunfei Yang. Yunfei Yang had said that he was from Duanren City, so Lin Feng had conflicting thoughts on what he should think about him. Do you know where she is? Asked Lin Feng to Yunfei Yang. Yunfei Yang smiled and shook his head. I don't, but I do know that you probably won't be able to find her. Lin Feng frowned. A cold light ran through his eyes as he asked, What do you mean? Of course, I am only guessing, but you have been to every single room and you still haven't found her. That's obvious. You should probably hurry up, said Yunfei Yang, smiling as before. He looked so sluggish and bored that it made Lin Feng frown even more firmly. His eyes also grew colder as before. Lin Feng didn't look at Yunfei Yang again and continued to move through all the rooms one more time. He came across many people, including Ling Tian's fellow disciple, but they did not fight each other. Lin Feng's top priority was to find Meng Qing. Lin Feng also saw Ling Tian, but they didn't provoke each other either. A short while after, the look on Lin Feng's face grew extremely worried. He went to every room and ended up back in the same place. What Yunfei Yang said was really happening. He was still leaning against the wall and he hadn't moved in the slightest. When he saw Lin Feng come back, he didn't look surprised at all. He only smiled and said, "It seems like I was right. The Nine Dragon Palace deserves its reputation." Nine Dragon Palace. Lin Feng was stupefied. He looked at Yunfei Yang and said, "You know what's going on here, right?" Yunfei Yang nodded indifferently and said, "I know that they don't want you to find her, so everything you try inside the illusion will be in vain." A dangerous light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Someone didn't want him to find Meng Qing? Lin Feng opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but Yunfei Yang interrupted him. "No need to speak. I know what you want to say. I will go, but you cannot come with me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to find her." After saying that, Yunfei Yang immediately left. Lin Feng was surprised and watched his back as he disappeared. He wanted to follow him but forced himself to remain. Lin Feng had the feeling that Yunfei Yang was being honest and he didn't feel like he was being lied to. "Who doesn't want me to find Meng Qing?" thought Lin Feng with an extremely cold expression in his eyes. This illusion was created by the man by the throne. He was controlling everything, so it must be him. Maybe they were really trying to prevent him from finding Meng Qing. Apart from Meng Qing, I haven't seen Shi Qiong either, thought Lin Feng suddenly. Shi Qiong was extremely strong. The probability of him dying was extremely low. Maybe Shi Qiong and Meng Qing had encountered each other. Lin Feng didn't dare think about it. Maybe that would really happen. Besides, he was part of the Imperial City and Shi Qiong was an officer of the Imperial City Guards. Shi Qiong even dared rush to Duan Xianxia's living quarters and cause trouble, which meant that he had a very important and influential background in the Imperial City. All those things could explain everything. Lin Feng felt extremely nervous. Besides, outside of the illusion, people could see everything clearly, which stupefied them. It was actually exactly the way Yunfei Yang described the situation. They didn't want Lin Feng to find Meng Qing, and the crowd could clearly see that the different rooms of the palace continued moving around, and each time that Lin Feng was about to reach Meng Qing, the rooms abruptly changed position. Therefore, Lin Feng never had the opportunity to enter the same room. In the illusion, people had the impression that they were in a huge room, but to the people outside of the illusion, they could see how small and narrow each room actually was. All those rooms constituted a pattern of magical squares, and everybody seemed like they were only one step away from the other. The girl with Lin Feng is terrifying and dangerous. When the crowd saw Meng Qing and Shi Qiong's battle, they saw how incredibly strong Meng Qing was. But Shi Qiong was still stronger, and he had a clear advantage over her. "You're so shameless," shouted someone on the lake, which broke the silence. Everybody was stupefied and turned towards that person. It was a young man, but he was audacious. He was insulting the person who was controlling the illusion. "Since you created this as a test, why are you not letting things happen without influencing them? Why are you preventing Lin Feng from seeing Meng Qing and Shi Qiong? You're too shameless." When Duan Feng saw that Meng Qing had been injured, his facial expression became ice cold. He couldn't help but loudly voice his opinion. The man looked at the ground and glanced at Duan Feng indifferently while smiling coldly. "I am the one controlling the illusion, so I can do as I wish. Besides, I am helping Lin Feng by doing this. If he encountered Shi Qiong, he would die," said the man calmly before adding, "Besides, since when does a little boy like you have the right to open their mouth and tell me what I have to do? Get lost." While talking, the man released a monstrous pure qi which immediately rushed through the air. In a flash, it arrived in front of Duan Feng. Duan Feng pulled a long face, but instead of moving back, he threw himself at it. He joined his hands and released his pure qi which bombarded the atmosphere. Boom! Duan Feng's wasn't strong enough to compete. The pure qi passed through Duanfeng's attack and crashed onto his body, which caused Duanfeng to cough up blood. His body was also blown away and he crashed onto the ground. His face was deathly pale. "Old fool!" Duanfeng raised his head and insulted again. From behind his back, his spirit was released. The energy of the sealed doors was growing stronger and stronger. Sealed doors spirit. The man was surprised. He fixedly stared at Duanfeng for a while, and then quickly looked behind him towards the golden throne. Surprisingly, it was a sealed door spirit. That was the blood spirit of the imperial clan. "Your family name is Duan?" asked the man. "Why do you care?" "Old fool," cursed Duanfeng again. "Humph. Since your family name is Duan, I will not kill you," grinned the man, and he then ignored Duanfeng. Inside the illusion, two cultivators were locked in an intense battle. Meng Qing's face was covered with blood, but the coldness she released from her body was becoming increasingly powerful. The room was slowly being covered by a layer of ice, sending a piercing chill to the bone. The cold air was becoming more brutal with each passing moment. "You are very stubborn. I have broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer in terms of strength and power. Lin Feng is not my equal. What is the downside to being intimate with me? Do you want me to use force?" said Xichong slowly while looking at Meng Qing. Meng Qing had a touching and moving expression in her eyes. She was very stubborn and tenacious. Besides, she still looked high-spirited and determined. Xichong initially didn't like Meng Qing. He liked Duan Xianyi. He just wanted to play with Meng Qing. He wanted to have fun with Lin Feng's lover and make Lin Feng lose face. However, he was starting to like her more and more. If Meng Qing could become his woman, that would be great. They were a good match in his eyes. Of course, that feeling was not mutually shared. When Meng Qing heard Xichong, she released an even stronger ice qi. The power was also growing more brutal, as if the atmosphere was going to freeze. "Stop being so obstinate. You cannot compete with me, and don't count on anyone coming to save you because nobody can," said Xichong in a cold and detached tone when he sensed that Meng Qing's ice qi was growing more intense. "So that's how it is. An officer of the Imperial City Guards likes to take advantage of other people's women." A sluggish voice sounded which stupefied Xichong. Immediately after, he saw someone open the door of the room and slowly enter. "Ha!" Xichong frowned when he saw the person who entered. Immediately after, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Who do you think you are to intervene in my affairs?" said Xichong coldly. Immediately after, he took a step forwards and released a monstrous qi which rushed through the atmosphere towards Yunfei Yang. "Die!" shouted Xichong furiously. A terrifying deadly energy had enveloped Xichong's body. Xichong planned to kill him for involving himself in something which had nothing to do with him. Yunfei Yang looked at Xichong, who was moving closer and closer to him. Suddenly, the smile on his face disappeared and he released a shockingly sharp qi which created a storm around him. His clothes were fluttering under the power of the storm. "Die!" Xichong shouted while punching forwards. A dangerous light could be seen in Yunfei Yang's eyes. Not only did he not retreat, but he charged forwards instead. He raised his fist and also unleashed a terrifying punch towards Xichong. Boom! A terrifying wind was blasted in every direction. Their fists collided with the force of a mountain, and they remained absolutely still. Their clothes were still fluttering in the wind, and they were both looking at the other person's eyes. "Get lost!" Yunfei Yang slightly moved. He took an extremely small step forward, but the qi and force which he had condensed emerged from his fist. Xichong's body was instantly projected backwards by a few steps. How strong! Yunfei Yang's strength was terrifying. Xichong was unable to harm Yunfei Yang, and on the contrary, he was the one who was sent flying backwards. Xichong was full of confidence when it came to his cultivation, but at that moment, in front of everyone, he had just been projected backwards by an absolute stranger, someone whom nobody even knew about. Xichong wasn't the only one who was left astonished. The people outside of the illusion were also astonished. Yunfei Yang seemed like he was the most mysterious person of all. He didn't fight, but when he did, it was terrifying. Xichong had been forced backwards by such a small movement. Even though it didn't mean that he was definitely stronger than Xichong, It at least proved that his explosive power was much more tyrannical than that of Xianxia. The fog of the illusion started to move through the atmosphere. The full moon still looked lonely and desolate, but it still hung beautifully in the sky. A few silhouettes started to appear in the crowd's field of vision. They didn't look like distant figures any longer. The light of the full moon was shining down upon those silhouettes and the calm lake beneath them. The fog had dispersed and the illusion had disappeared. The people who were inside before were now standing in front of the crowd. There were 6 people. From the 32 people who had entered the illusion, only 6 were left. Xianxia, Yunfei, Lin Feng, Meng Qing, as well as Ling Tian and his fellow disciple. The others were all killed, whether it be the people of the Wanshou sect or the Yu clan. All the geniuses who belonged to those groups were dead. That was an unprecedented loss for them. Besides, the 6 people left were also the strongest people from the group. Everybody had seen their strength with their own eyes. However, Ling Tian was the one who had killed the most people. Nobody had dared to provoke Xianxia, but Meng Qing fought against him. She hadn't spared any effort and managed to suppress him until Yunfei appeared and forced her back. Lin Feng's strength was obvious from the ambush on him. These 6 people remained firm and tenacious and managed to come out of the illusion alive. That was already enough evidence that they were extremely gifted cultivators. Unfortunately, the other geniuses were all dead and were used as stepping stones for the surviving cultivators. A short time before, they had all been high-spirited and full of life. They all wished that everybody would remember their name throughout Shuiyu, but reality was cruel. No matter how strong they had been, their opponents were even stronger. The moonlight was shining down upon Lin Feng's body. He turned around and looked towards Meng Qing. He could see that Meng Qing's face was deathly pale and there was traces of blood around her mouth, which sent a shiver of fear down his spine. Meng Qing! Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and he immediately landed next to Meng Qing. He took out a pill and put it in Meng Qing's mouth. Meng Qing opened her mouth and swallowed the pill. When she saw Lin Feng, the ice around her body disappeared in a flash, and a brilliant and magnificent smile appeared on her face. Next to that smile, it seemed like the beauty of the moon didn't exist any longer. She looked so beautiful in Lin Feng's eyes. The crowd also found that smile to be so beautiful that it made their hearts accelerate. What a beautiful woman! Her clothes were whiter than snow, and the moonlight was shining upon the fine gauze on her face. She really looked like a celestial being. When Lin Feng saw that Meng Qing's cheeks were regaining a trace of color, he slowly turned around and looked towards Yunfei and Xianxia. He only glanced at Yunfei for a second and then looked at Xianxia with a merciless glare. Lin Feng's face was filled with pure killing intent. As if Xianxia had sensed Lin Feng's glare, he turned around and looked at Lin Feng. "You don't deserve to be her lover. She should be my woman." Sword! Lin Feng ignored what Xianxia said and immediately moved forwards while slowly raising his hand. A whistling sound emerged in the air around Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly condensed a terrifying sword energy and pure qi into a sword which materialized in his hand. Xianxia frowned and groaned. At the same time, he also released a powerful qi which moved straight towards Lin Feng. Both their energies collided in the air. What a terrifying power! Xianxia's strength is monstrous, thought the people in the crowd while looking impatient. Lin Feng and Xianxia were both geniuses. They had both passed the first test. Finally, the crowd had the opportunity to see them fight, so they were impatient to see the outcome of the battle. But Xianxia had broken through to the 4th Xianqi layer and Lin Feng had only broken through to the 2nd Xianqi layer. Even though he was able to kill cultivators of the 3rd Xianqi layer, fighting against Xianxia, who was of the 4th Xianqi layer, was a much more difficult task. The crowd thought that the situation could be worse for Lin Feng. However, Yunfei, the mysterious man, was able to send Xianxia flying back, even though he was at the 4th Xianqi layer. Yunfei must be extremely strong. "That's enough," said the old man at that moment while glancing at Xianxia and Lin Feng. He then said slowly, "You 6, thanks to your determination and tenacity, have passed the first test. You are all quite good. With the 8 high officials, you are now 14 people. Now all of you can exchange a few pointers. Let's see who the strongest ones in this group are." "You can now freely fight against whomever you wish," said the old man indifferently, which astonished everybody. They could fight against whomever they wished. The battles of the 6 remaining people and the 8 high officials were definitely going to be incredible. The crowd was bursting with excitement. People rarely had the opportunity to see the 8 high officials in battle. Not many people knew exactly what their cultivation levels were these days. Lin Feng glanced at the old man in a cold and detached way. Yun Fei Yang was right. If he wasn't able to find Meng Qing, it was because of the old man who was controlling the illusion. The old man had done it on purpose. As if the old man had seen Lin Feng looking at him, he said coldly, "The people who are at weaker cultivation levels should fight against the other weak ones first. It would be a pity for them to die at the beginning fighting a strong opponent." The old man was obviously mocking Lin Feng because Shi Qiong's cultivation level was higher than Lin Feng by 2 whole layers. "Your name is Yun Fei Yang?" Shi Qiong asked after the old man finished talking. Shi Qiong was fixedly staring at Yun Fei Yang. He knew that the crowd below had been able to see them in the illusion for a moment, so they had seen how Yun Fei Yang had made him move back. They knew about it, so Shi Qiong felt humiliated. He had to take his revenge. Shi Qiong wasn't in a hurry to kill Lin Feng. He was only in the 2nd Xianxia layer. Killing Lin Feng would be easy. The only thing that scared him a little bit was Lin Feng's Black Lotus. "Indeed," replied Yun Fei Yang indifferently. He looked sluggish again, which gave the impression that he was despised by Shi Qiong. Such an indolent attitude made Shi Qiong pull a long face, and he said, "We will fight first." Yun Fei Yang smiled and glanced at Lin Feng. He then said, "It seems like I will be the first one to fight." Yun Fei Yang made a step to immediately land above the lake. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. His sluggish appearance disappeared and sharp lights started flashing in his eyes. "Come, let's fight," said Shi Qiong, moving towards the air above the lake as well while releasing an insane amount of qi. His entire body seemed like it was filled with infinite strength. Lin Feng looked cold and detached. Since Shi Qiong and Yun Fei Yang were fighting first, he had to wait for his turn. "Let's see your strength," said Shi Qiong in a cold and detached way. In the illusion, Yun Fei Yang had pushed Shi Qiong backwards. Shi Qiong couldn't forgive him. "As you wish." Yun Fei Yang's hair and clothes were fluttering in the wind. Everybody was looking at Yun Fei Yang, who said he came from Duanren City. Apparently, his strength was enough to face the most outstanding disciples of the country. At that moment, he really had the air of an extremely strong cultivator, natural and unrestrained. Shi Qiong released a terrifying strength with his pure qi. A hideous and ferocious-looking flood dragon then appeared and rushed towards Yun Fei Yang, as if it wanted to eat him alive. Flood dragon. Warp fist. Yun Fei Yang's eyes looked ice-cold. He looked a bit surprised as well. Warp fist was a D-level skill of medium quality. It was like a dragon filled with infinite physical strength. It had a monstrous explosive power. Shi Qiong condensed his pure qi. At that moment, the flood dragon had its own body and was accumulating its own type of energy. Kacha kacha. The sound of cracking bones emerged from Yun Fei Yang's body. They suddenly saw his Chong Pao flutter in an even more violent fashion as the whistling sounds in the air became even more intense. His entire body looked like it contained unlimited strength which dated back to ancient times. It was shocking. "What are those?" wondered people in the crowd when they saw the powerful skills. Both of them were extremely strong and fast. Duanren City has given birth to such a strong cultivator? Shi Qiong's facial expression looked ice-cold. He then added, "Since you are an expert at using physical strength, let's see how you plan to receive my fist." While talking, Shi Qiong's flood dragon started to rise up in the air. It looked extraordinary. "As you wish," said Yun Fei Yang as if he only knew how to repeat those 3 words again and again. Shi Qiong could just fight as he wished. Did it matter to him? At that moment, Yun Fei Yang's qi was also rising into the air. Roar! The flood dragon roared. Shi Qiong took a huge step and released his brutal qi, and his flood dragon started moving towards Yun Fei Yang. Rage! Yun Fei Yang took a few steps forward and a furious sea of energy surged into his hand and condensed. It was a spectacular sight to behold. Then his deadly chi was released. Those two people stepped forwards. The earth and the sky seemed to shake under their pressure. It was scary and majestic. What a monstrous strength, thought the crowd while looking at those two people's steps. That battle was breathtaking. The people's heart started pounding. Those two people were at the same level. They had both broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer. The most terrifying was that their explosive power was much more brutal than that of a normal cultivator of the fourth Xianxia layer. If Lin Feng fought against Xiqiong, he would definitely lose. Some people suddenly thought. Xiqiong's strength was way too monstrous. If he had a cultivator of the third Xianxia layer in front of him, he would kill them in a flash. Roar! Another roar spread through the atmosphere. Those extremely loud rumbling sounds painfully pierced through some people's eardrums. It seemed like the entire atmosphere was vibrating. The atmosphere above the lake had been invaded by a chi storm, and those terrifying energies had completely enveloped Xiqiong and Yun Fei Yang's bodies. Who had won? Who had lost? A few moments after, the explosive energy dispersed. The two fighters had moved backwards. Xiqiong's clothes were ripped apart and some chi was undulating around him. Yun Fei Yang's hair looked extremely messy and his face had turned deathly pale. Both their mouths showed signs of blood. They were fixedly staring at each other. As expected, the D-level skill of medium quality, the Flood Dragon Warp Fist, is extremely strong, thought Yun Fei Yang. Xiqiong was fixedly staring at Yun Fei Yang and thought, there is some strange dark energy inside his deadly energy, such a terrifying dark energy. If I hadn't paid attention, then that attack would have severely injured me. The two fighters were discovering how shocking their mutual strengths were. That's enough. You two are incredible geniuses. Go and have a rest, said the old man slowly. At that moment, Lin Feng took a step in the air and said in a cold and detached way, wait! Ha! People were stupefied. After having witnessed Xiqiong's monstrous strength, did Lin Feng still want to fight against him? Would he dare? You want to fight? Asked Xiqiong in an ice-cold way while fixedly staring at Lin Feng. The latter wanted to die. Indeed, replied Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. He wouldn't be able to set his mind at ease if he didn't kill Xiqiong. Humph! Groaned the old man before saying, if you want to die, you don't need to be so impatient. Besides, Xiqiong just finished one battle and you want to take advantage of him because he is exhausted. Let him have a rest. If you want to fight, you can fight against somebody else first. Lin Feng coldly glanced at the old man. He was clearly protecting Xiqiong. Since it's that way, I will fight against somebody else, replied Lin Feng indifferently. The old man looked glum. He glanced at Xiqiong and Yun Fei Yang and said, you two can come back. Xiqiong coldly glanced at Lin Feng. His silhouette flickered and he left the area, followed by Yun Fei Yang. Above the lake, there was only Lin Feng left and the old man who was overseeing the competition. Lin Feng wanted to fight, but against whom? Against whom will you fight? Hurry up and speak, said the old man coldly. Everybody was looking forward to seeing whom Lin Feng would choose as an opponent. Xiqiong couldn't fight against him. Yun Fei Yang seemed to be on Lin Feng's side, so he wasn't going to choose him. The only people left were the 8 high officials and the 2 people of the Ling clan. Ling Tian was monstrously strong. He had killed the most people in the illusion. But would Lin Feng choose a woman as a first opponent? Lin Feng then glanced around at everybody. He had already met 5 of the 8 high officials before, the 2nd-ranked Yu Tianming, the 3rd-ranked Wu Qing of the Wanshou sect, the 4th-ranked Duan Wuya, as well as the 6th and 7th-ranked, respectively Chu Zhanpeng and Luo Shui. He had never seen the strongest of the group, Duan Wu Dao, and it was said that the 5th and 8th-ranked were brothers from the Yu clan. At that moment, Chu Zhanpeng, on the side of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, was looking at Lin Feng in a despising way, while releasing his killing intent. After that battle, I still want to fight against Xiqiong, so I will fight against Chu Zhanpeng later, thought Lin Feng. Finally, he looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian was stupefied and suddenly looked ice-cold. Lin Feng seemingly wanted to choose him as a first opponent. Ling Tian and Lin Feng's battle was, in any case, unavoidable. Get your ass over here, said Lin Feng indifferently, which stupefied Ling Tian. Lin Feng was extremely rude when talking to him. The crowd was astonished as well. Even when facing authentically outstanding geniuses, Lin Feng was still as shocking as ever. Those people weren't like those few people of the Wan Shou sect. Each and every single one of them was a dazzling and glorious genius. They were the most outstanding young people of Shuiyu. Ling Tian pulled a long face and stepped forwards, immediately arriving in front of Lin Feng, while releasing some ice-cold energy. The full moon was as brilliant as before. Its dreary light was shining upon the two fighters, which gave people a sad and lonely feeling. That night, some geniuses were rising, but many others were falling. Those extremely strong geniuses were showing how powerful they were by taking other geniuses' lives, and only with enough bloodshed would they be able to look down upon Shuiyu. The rise and fall of the geniuses was happening in front of millions of cultivators from Shuiyu. Lin Feng had surprised the entire country many times, but on that night, would he be able to continue? Or would he fall? Everybody was impatient to see his first battle. "Do you regret it?" asked Lin Feng to Ling Tian in a cold tone, which surprised Ling Tian. "Ridiculous. What regrets could I, Ling Tian, have?" Ling Tian was staring at Lin Feng with dangerous lights twinkling in his eyes. "You and I don't have any previous grudge, but you came to Yangzhou City and killed some of my troops. I, Lin Feng, must avenge them, which is why I came here to find you." When Lin Feng saw Ling Tian's expression, he correctly understood that the latter didn't care at all, and even less regretted his actions. Lin Feng's face was filled with murder. He had to make Ling Tian feel an endless regret before dying. "You came indeed, and now you are courting death," replied Ling Tian while looking at Lin Feng. He then continued, "I initially didn't intend to kill you, but since you have a death wish, I, Ling Tian, will help you achieve your aim." When he finished taking, Ling Tian unsheathed his sword from his back, which whistled as it cut through the air. It was then shot from his sheath and into the sky, spinning around. Ling Tian stretched out his hand and caught the spinning sword as it was falling. That sword was extremely shiny, and it looked as sharp as the autumn rain. "Help me achieve my aim?" Lin Feng smiled coldly and started releasing a deadly energy as his sword qi started revolving violently. He started to condense a pure qi sword in his hand. Energies were revolving and whistling through the air as they were released. "In front of me, you dare to use a sword," said Ling Tian while taking a step forwards. It was as if his entire body had transformed into a sword and he was shooting through the air towards Lin Feng. "Whether I dare or not, you will see," said Lin Feng while rushing through the air as well. At that moment, in his heart, there was only sword energy. There was only the path of the sword. His sword was alive. "What terrifying sword energies!" sighed the crowd in amazement. Those two fighters weren't like Shi Qiong and Yunfei Yang, who used terrifying amounts of qi, making the atmosphere tremble. But Lin Feng and Ling Tian were using extremely refined sword qi. That kind of sword qi was the most lethal. These energies didn't look terrifying, but if they reached their opponent, only a corpse would remain. Both of the swords lacerated the atmosphere as they emitted tearing sounds around them. They weren't terrifying, but the whistling and tearing sounds like the sword cut through the air was spine-chilling. In the air, those two swords looked almost desolate as they approached each other under the full moon. It was as if those swords had been made of water. They looked almost like a dream under the moonlight. Those swords were alive, and each one was displaying its full power. Ling Tian's body suddenly spun through the air and moved back. At the same time, Lin Feng dodged the sword point which was thrust towards him. They had both avoided that attack. Both of their attacks were aimed to kill. Ling Tian looked prouder and prouder of himself. He was still looking down upon Lin Feng. He looked over and said, "You're not bad at using a sword. To my surprise, you could exchange an attack with me. It was at least an energy attack. Or maybe that you have already discovered the secrets of sword fusion, but unfortunately you are far weaker than me. On the path of sword cultivation, I will always be stronger than you. During our battle, you can only die," said Ling Tian proudly. He was giving the impression that Lin Feng couldn't compete with him and that he was just wasting his time. "You think that you have already won?" joked Lin Feng in a cold tone. Where did Ling Tian's sudden pride come from? I haven't yet, but the same as winning, there is no difference. The sword attack I just carried out was a test of your ability. I just wanted to see what you were capable of, said Ling Tian while coldly looking at Lin Feng. He then said slowly, with my next sword attack you will die. Ling Tian said that he was only testing Lin Feng. How terrifying was his real attack? A moment before, in the illusion, Ling Tian had shown how dominant he was. He was a truly powerful cultivator. Killing other people had been extremely easy for Ling Tian. He hadn't need to use his full strength at all. Well, hurry up and show me your strongest sword attack then. I'm waiting to see how you plan to kill me, said Lin Feng indifferently, which astonished Ling Tian. Lin Feng was asking him to use his strongest sword attack. He was simply asking to die. Lin Feng was as audacious as ever. He now considered Ling Tian beneath his notice. He was looking down on Ling Tian's arrogance. Ling Tian was stupefied. He narrowed his eyes, and killing intent shone in his pupils. Since you're so impatient to die, I won't drag this out, said Ling Tian proudly. In his hand appeared a bright and thin sword. He raised it, and the 1,000 lights that shone from it astonished the crowd. This sword is a light energy sword. Light can pierce through everything. You cannot stop it. Being able to die under this sword is an honor for you. You can die happily. When Ling Tian stopped talking, his sword started absorbing the light energy which was around it, making it seem more dazzling. The crowd watching were blinded by all the rays of light. That sword was incredibly dazzling, and those rays of light kept moving towards Lin Feng. That sword was extremely sharp, dazzling and agile like a light. Look at the magnificence of my sword before dying. You will die content, said Ling Tian, sounding indifferent. He suddenly spun in the air and pointed his sword in the direction of the lake. In a flash, a green-blue light emerged from his sword and then immediately disappeared, as if it had never even existed. A subtle sound reached everyone's ears, stupefying them. What was going on? They had just seen a beam of light shot from the sword, and then it disappeared. That was a light energy sword? The crowd looked on blankly. They didn't understand. What exactly was so great about this sword? Zrrr. Arrrr. A sound emerged from the water of the lake. In a flash, the crowd reacted. Immediately after, a beam of light emerged from the lake where the sword was pointing, shooting into the sky. It reached a few hundred meters of altitude. After that, a column of water burst into the air. Rumbling sounds spread through the air, and the entire lake looked like it was boiling. It was an astonishing sight. What a terrifying sword, thought the crowd, dumbstruck. They hadn't even seen the attack apparently, so many were still wondering what was happening. If they blinked, they might not have even noticed Ling Tian attacking. But that sword clearly had a destructive potential. People's hearts were pounding. That astonishing sword, the light energy sword, was terrifying. When Ling Tian saw the people's facial expressions, he felt extremely satisfied with himself. Then he looked at Lin Feng again. You must be happy to die under such magnificence, said Ling Tian indifferently. His eyes were filled with arrogance. He wanted to see the fear in Lin Feng's eyes. Ling Tian's female fellow disciple was smiling with pride. That light sword had almost reached its ultimate power. It was nearly impossible to block it, even for Lin Feng. Many people couldn't even see the sword attack, so they usually died before they even unleashed their attacks. Besides, people usually couldn't feel any threat coming from the sword. The deadly power of the sword was explosive yet hidden. When the opponent saw the attack being released, it was already too late. Ling Tian wanted to see Lin Feng regret and fear him. He wanted Lin Feng to kneel down and prostrate himself. However, considering Lin Feng's current expression, he didn't show any fear and had no interest in Ling Tian. Lin Feng just looked calm, terrifyingly calm and serene. It looked like he wasn't even watching the display of power. All right, are you done playing around? Said Lin Feng in a cold and detached way which made Ling Tian's smile freeze. Many people felt their mouths widen in shock. Play? Lin Feng was thought that Ling Tian was playing? All right, if you're done playing around, die, said Lin Feng. At the same time, he released a monstrous deadly energy. His deadly energy was shockingly intense. It was the pure and unaltered deadly energy of a murderer. Lin Feng's body was just filled with pure murderous intention. He raised his hand and deadly energy started revolving around him. Some pure qi rolled through the air and began to condense. In Lin Feng's hand, a deadly black sword had appeared. A black air of death rolled through the air and condensed into a black sword. A deadly black sword. A black sword. People's pupils shrank. What a terrifying black sword. It was astonishing. The scariest part was that Lin Feng looked like a death god at that moment. He was standing in the sky surrounded by deadly energy. That deadly energy seemed like it could even steal the souls from its victims. The hearts of the people around the lake started pounding in fear. In the continent, there are many geniuses. You're not the only one. Besides, other people have hidden their power as well. You think you are the only person who can be strong. Poor you. You're just a sad and pathetic fool. That's all. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng's eyes were gradually turning pitch black, and the atmosphere was being invaded by deadly energy. Lin Feng then threw himself at Ling Tian. Ling Tian's heart started palpitating violently. He couldn't control himself anymore. Lin Feng's deadly energy was terrifying. He gnashed his teeth and took a step forwards. His body started shining like his light sword. He looked like a light beam inside the darkness. But at that moment, the light from the sword couldn't pierce through the darkness. It was submerged inside the deadly black energy which had filled the air. Die! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Ice sword filled with deadly energy fell from the sky. It seemed as if nothing, apart from that sword, existed in the world. The deadly energy felt like it could annihilate and subjugate everything in its path. Boom! The light sword, when it collided with the deadly energy, burst into pieces. However, even though the light sword was extremely sharp and had a high explosive power, it was still nothing to this overwhelming deadly energy. The endless stream of deadly energy was unstoppable. Now, on Ling Tian's face, there appeared an expression of absolute despair and hopelessness. How is that possible? Ling Tian looked terrified. That terrifying deadly qi had destabilized his pace and train of thought. Besides, it had also crushed his pride. He had thought that with his light sword, Lin Feng was definitely going to meet his end. He thought that Lin Feng would never be able to stop such a powerful attack. However, Lin Feng had suddenly released that deadly energy which had shown Ling Tian how ignorant he truly was. That deadly energy had penetrated into the innermost part of his heart. It destroyed his determination, ardor, and murderous intentions. It replaced them with fear and dread. That sword was filled with such a powerful, deadly energy. But Lin Feng had only broken through to the second Xianxia layer. How could this be possible? But the reality was that Lin Feng had really released that terrifying deadly energy. Dodge! Ling Tian was terrified. He had only one thought. He wanted to run away. Ling Tian started shaking with fear. Just like the laser from his sword, he shot away from Lin Feng at full speed. The deadly energy, which was bombarding its way through the atmosphere, was about to reach him. Retreat? Did he still have a chance to retreat? Ling Tian was extremely quick. One of the advantages of his light energy was speed, but Lin Feng was also extremely fast, just like the wind. The deadly energy was following Lin Feng like a black cloud crashing through the air, and he was closely following Ling Tian. He was moving, getting nearer and nearer. Lin Feng only had to attack with his sword and Ling Tian would die. However, Lin Feng didn't do that. "Do you regret it?" asked Lin Feng in an ice-cold mocking tone, after which his deadly energy enveloped Ling Tian's body, making his heart jump from his chest. Did he regret it? You think that everyone else is beneath you. You came to Yangzhou City, thinking of yourself as a majestic god of war and openly killed some of my brothers. You thought that you were untouchable. How arrogant. When you killed my people back then, did you think about the deadly consequences it would have? Lin Feng's eyes were jet black. He could kill Ling Tian at any point, but instead he was toying with him. Ling Tian was a genius. He was extremely strong, but at that moment he looked like a buffoon. Lin Feng was just playing with him like a cat would a mouse. It looked like a theater performance was being enacted. A short time before, everybody had thought that Ling Tian would easily defeat Lin Feng, but the situation had drastically changed. Ling Tian hadn't used his full strength and mocked Lin Feng. But what about Lin Feng's full strength? In the distance, Ling Tian's female fellow disciple was shaking. After hearing Lin Feng's words, she started shaking even more violently. Back then, she was the person who said the words to Ling Tian, which was why he landed in Yangzhou City and gave his display of how strong and proud he was. Back then, that girl hadn't thought about the consequences of those actions at all. She hadn't ever thought that Lin Feng would be strong enough to retaliate. At that moment, Ling Tian obviously regretted his actions. He was young and had extremely high natural abilities, but because of one small mistake, because he decided to kill a few nobodies to show off, he was standing on the verge of death. There was even a good chance of him dying for said actions. The troops he killed in Yangzhou City wouldn't have attacked him or been any threat to him. Back then, he had just decided to show off and killed them for fun. He hadn't thought that killing those insignificant people could have such dire consequences. Those people were insects in his eyes. He had just wanted to kill them for his own pride and fun, so what? He had even shouted to give the message to Lin Feng that if he wanted to take his revenge, he could come and find him in the Imperial City. Ling Tian hadn't thought about such consequences even in his worst nightmares. He hadn't thought that what he had done in Yangzhou City would thoroughly change his destiny. "It seems like you do regret," said Lin Feng, who was moving closer and closer to Ling Tian, just like a gentle breeze. In Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes appeared an ice-cold light, and he said, "I've already told you. You committed the crime of killing my Xianxia troops, and today I will have justice for them. Die!" When Lin Feng finished talking, his deadly energy became even more terrifying. His black sword was filled with incredible amounts of deadly energy. It was a deadly energy sword. It finally descended through the air. In the atmosphere, there was nothing but the murderous intent which poured from the sword. Ling Tian looked desperate, but at the same time, all of his muscles were twitching. He looked ferocious, hideous. One could see that he regretted every single action he took. But one could also see the hatred in his eyes. Ling Tian, whose talent and strength were unmatched by his peers, was going to die? Oh! When Ling Tian saw that deadly energy approach him, he shouted in frustration and grief. He closed his eyes, and immediately after, what seemed like an endless ocean of deadly qi enveloped his body and swallowed him. In an instant, his entire being disappeared. Ling Tian had died, and there wasn't a single part of his body left to bury. Many people's hearts twitched when they saw Ling Tian's silhouette vanish and Lin Feng standing in the air, looking proud. Lin Feng was a terrifying cultivator. Everyone was dumbstruck. One sword was enough to kill Ling Tian. The deadly energy still filled the atmosphere around the lake. Lin Feng's sword was still filled with an endless murderous intent. He turned around and looked down at the crowd, looking majestic and domineering. Finally, he looked at one person, Xianxia. "Your turn. Get your ass over here," said Lin Feng indifferently. The crowd felt their eyes go wide. After killing Ling Tian, Lin Feng wasn't finished. He was going to target Xianxia next. Between Lin Feng and Xianxia, who would be stronger? At that moment, nobody dared to make a guess hastily. Lin Feng had left them shocked. He was extremely brutal and his power was unknown. Nobody dared to underestimate or look down on Lin Feng. Additionally, nobody dared to say a word against Xianxia either. Xianxia, when he saw that deadly energy in the air, pulled a long face. A short time before, he had despised Lin Feng and chosen Yunfei Yang for his first battle. In his eyes, Lin Feng wasn't strong enough, so he didn't attach much importance to him. However, at this moment, he didn't dare to have such foolish thoughts about Lin Feng anymore. He understood a great deal when it came to cultivation. He had broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer. In comparison with the last time when he had fought against Lin Feng, he had become much stronger and increased the gap between them, which was also why he had stopped caring about Lin Feng. Xianxia hadn't thought that Lin Feng had also grown much stronger during that time. He hadn't become strong. He had become terrifying. By relying only on that deadly energy, he was able to kill people of the third Xianxia layer easily in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng had only broken through to the second Xianxia layer, but most cultivators of the third Xianxia layer were no longer his opponents. "Come here, hurry on up," shouted Lin Feng furiously when he saw Xiqiong remaining motionless. His voice resonated through the air. At the same time, an even more deadly energy emerged in the atmosphere and started to surround Xiqiong's body. It was a frightening spectacle. At that moment, Xiqiong had no choice but to give it his all and fight against Lin Feng. Xiqiong took a step and then jumped through the air. He arrived near Lin Feng with pure qi revolving around his body. Around Lin Feng's body, there was a very powerful deadly energy, and it was blocking Xiqiong's pure qi. That endless murderous intent seemed like it could penetrate into people's hearts and make them cower in fear. "Xiqiong, how old are you?" asked Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. Xiqiong frowned. Why did Lin Feng ask such a strange question? 24, replied Xiqiong in a cold and detached tone. 24, repeated Lin Feng before continuing. "You are a wealthy and powerful young man of the Imperial Palace. I was born in Yangzhou City. Unfortunately, that's not as glamorous as your birth. However, you are a wealthy and powerful young man. You are 24 years old. You have broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer. However, I am only 18 years old, and I wasn't born into a wealthy or powerful family. I have always relied on my own power to cultivate and not my family's power and wealth. Yet at my age, I have broken through to the second Xianxia layer. Despite our different backgrounds, my fighting abilities are in no way any worse than yours. So in front of me, what gives you the presumptuous notion that you can declare that I am not a match for Meng Qing? Apart from a powerful and wealthy background, what do you have that I have not already earned for myself?" Lin Feng's words stupefied everybody. Xiqiong had just said that Lin Feng wasn't a good match for Meng Qing and that she should be his woman instead. However, at that moment, Lin Feng was proving otherwise. Xiqiong relied on his wealthy and powerful background. He was 24 and had broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer. But Lin Feng didn't have a powerful and influential background. He was only 18 years old. His fighting power was extremely high and he had terrifying natural abilities to match. Apart from money and a family name, Xiqiong had no basis to compete with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's natural abilities and fighting power were monstrous in comparison with Xiqiong's. "In my eyes, you are just like Ling Tian. Just because you are a little bit talented, you have grown too proud and too arrogant. In fact, you are just a nobody with a powerful family to support your little talent. That's all. You're nothing but a waste of breath," said Lin Feng emotionlessly. He was fixedly staring at Xiqiong and insulting him. "You injured Meng Qing. You tried to humiliate her. Today, no matter what, you will die." Xiqiong's energy was moving faster. His facial expression was becoming colder and colder. Lin Feng had insulted him in front of millions of people. He had said that he was only a little talented and threatened that he would die no matter what. How aggressive. "Well, I am curious to see how you intend to kill me. If you die today, don't worry, I will take good care of your woman," replied Xiqiong with an evil smile on his face. When Lin Feng heard him, his deadly energy exploded in the air and he charged forwards. A deadly energy started to roll across the sky. Lin Feng's deadly energy was tearing through the sky. A black fissure had been torn in the atmosphere. Lin Feng's deadly energy contained a monstrous power, and it was also dangerously quick. Xiqiong hadn't expected Lin Feng to charge at him so abruptly. He pulled a long face and suddenly moved backwards. However, Lin Feng was like the wind as he followed closely behind Xiqiong, moving closer. Lin Feng's deadly energy was moving towards Xiqiong at full speed, and his entire body was filled with murderous intent. The crowd was fixedly staring at the two silhouettes in the air. They were all extremely excited to watch the battle. Lin Feng was frivolous and aggressive. If he wanted to kill somebody, nobody could stop him from doing so. Xiqiong had humiliated his woman. Lin Feng, for Meng Qing's honor, had just sworn that Xiqiong would die no matter what. At that moment, Xiqiong hadn't anticipated that Lin Feng would attack so abruptly. Besides, his speed was absolutely terrifying. Lin Feng was only at the second Xianxia layer, but he was already faster than Shi Qiong, who had broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer. Lin Feng was moving closer and closer to Shi Qiong. Lin Feng's deadly energy was also putting more and more pressure on Shi Qiong. It was terrifyingly fast and powerful. No, I can't die like this. If I let all of his deadly energy reach me, it will completely smother me and grind me into nothing, thought Shi Qiong, whose heart was invaded by coldness. That deadly energy was way too powerful, and it contained the determination of a sword. If that deadly energy could surround Shi Qiong, no matter how strong he was, he would be sliced into pieces, his entire body would be destroyed. Flood Dragon, shouted Shi Qiong in a deep voice. Pure Qi started revolving around him in the atmosphere and a flood dragon image appeared above Shi Qiong. It looked extremely lifelike as it roared bestially. It seemed like it was preparing to attack. Flood Dragon Warp Fist, shouted Shi Qiong furiously, and then his warp fist smashed through the atmosphere. His dragon crawled across his body and fused into his arm. Shi Qiong's arm now looked like a dragon's head, which was rushing towards Lin Feng. The dragon's eyes were fixedly staring at Lin Feng. At that moment, Shi Qiong wasn't running away anymore. Instead, he was charging forward to attack. A rumbling sound emerged in the atmosphere. The flood dragon seemed like it was going to destroy the earth and the sky. Lin Feng's eyes were ice cold. Lin Feng wasn't moving any longer, he was still. At this moment, for Lin Feng, there was only his sword. It was as if the entire world had been replaced with deadly energy and killing intent. Kill! 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 Kill him! Shi Qiong had dared humiliate Meng Qing. He had dared to assail her with obscenities. He had to die. That deadly energy seemed like it was emerging from Lin Feng endlessly. It was extremely pure and contained shocking murderous intent. It seemed like there was nothing between the earth and the sky except for deadly energy. The moonlight still looked dreary and desolate, just like an ice sculpture. But the people didn't notice at all. They could only sense that deadly energy filled with murderous intent. That deadly energy was nightmarish. Lin Feng had broken through to the second Xianxia layer but was able to release such a devilish deadly energy. How far along the path did one need to cultivate in order to understand the sword as well as that powerful deadly energy? With his deadly energy, he was able to compete with a cultivator stronger than him by 2 cultivation layers. Shi Qiong. In the air, the old man who had created the illusion was staring at Lin Feng and looked glum. He despised Lin Feng. His natural abilities were terrifying. There probably weren't many people who could release a more powerful deadly energy than Lin Feng. On the side of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, Duan Tianlang and Chu Zhanpeng were sitting next to each other and pulling a long face. Especially Chu Zhanpeng, who hadn't expected Lin Feng's strength to be the stuff of nightmares. He suddenly had the impression that nothing would go the way he imagined. He had the feeling that killing Lin Feng wouldn't be as simple of a task as he previously thought. Lin Feng, with his strength, could already fight against cultivators of the 4th Xianxia layer. The people of the Luoxia sect, the Wanshou sect, the Dugu clan, etc. all hated Lin Feng. At that moment, they were all pulling a long face. Many people had witnessed Lin Feng's evolution over time, and at that moment, Lin Feng was already able to fight with a cultivator of the 4th Xianxia layer. With his natural abilities, what would happen if Lin Feng was still alive in 3 years' time? And what about in 5 years? What would Lin Feng be like at those moments? They didn't dare to think about it. Those finalists were all true geniuses, but they needed years upon years to acquire their current strength. Without them noticing, Lin Feng had already accomplished so much. 2 years ago, he was only at the Qi layer, then he had broken through to the Ling Qi layer and came to the Imperial City. At that time, how many people had thought that Lin Feng would be fighting in this monumental competition? Only 1.5 years later? Who would have thought that he would be able to kill Ling Tian with a single sword? Who would have thought that he would be able to release such a monstrous deadly energy? Lin Feng had to die as soon as possible. We cannot let him live, thought many people at that moment. Their desire to kill Lin Feng was becoming more and more urgent with each passing moment. Letting Lin Feng live longer would be too dangerous. On the side of the Yu clan, an old white-haired man looked like he was having mixed feelings. Each time he saw Lin Feng's terrifying natural abilities, he couldn't help but think about her. Like mother, like son, actually Lin Feng really resembled his mother. They had the same terrifying natural abilities, the same determination, and they both had identical temperaments. If they wanted to do something, nobody on earth could prevent them from doing it. Lin Feng's sword was filled with deadly energy, which caused a black fissure to be torn in the sky. When it collided with the flood dragon warp fist, it almost destroyed the atmosphere, which started shaking violently. That sword filled with deadly energy had pierced through the flood dragon and continued moving towards Xiqiong. It seemed like nothing could stop that deadly sword. Lin Feng, moving just like the wind, releasing even more monstrous deadly energy, which increased the pressure towards Xiqiong. Lin Feng's entire body was just like his sword. He was filled with killing intent, which was overflowing. Xiqiong looked incomparably glum. He roared aggressively, and another flood dragon warp fist started to crash through the atmosphere once again. At the same time, he moved backwards. He had to avoid getting close to Lin Feng no matter what. If he approached him, Lin Feng's deadly energy would devour him in an instant. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng in a ruthless tone. His deadly sword moved forwards as it swallowed the flood dragon again and continued to chase Xiqiong. In front of Lin Feng's terrifying deadly sword, which was also filled with murderous intent, Xiqiong was in a critical situation. The crowd was dumbstruck. They couldn't believe their eyes. Xiqiong's strength was terrifying enough already, but when facing Lin Feng, he found himself struggling to avoid death's door. Roar! An insane roar suddenly caused the atmosphere vibrate. Behind Xiqiong, a terrifying flood dragon appeared. It looked hideous and cruel, and it was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Xiqiong had released his spirit. He had had no choice but to use everything. "Die!" Lin Feng ignored the flood dragon and released even more black, deadly energy. His sword did not stop moving closer to Xiqiong. Lin Feng was leaving no room for escape. Xiqiong's face looked glum. His entire body was surrounded by a coarse and wild qi. His flood dragon bared fangs and brandished claws towards the deadly energy. Fusion! A terrifying bestial aura emerged around Xiqiong's body, and then many silhouettes appeared. It seemed like a swarm of flood dragons filled the sky. At that moment, Xiqiong looked like he had turned into a wild beast. He looked like an authentic flood dragon. "The power of my flood dragon warp fist is at its peak when I fuse with my spirit," thought Xiqiong at that moment. He almost looked half dragon and half human. He raised his head and unleashed a violent roar. His entire body was surrounded the wild and coarse qi. "Die! Roar!" Xiqiong first shouted furiously, and then his flood dragon roared in a monstrous way. Xiqiong's body looked like it was covered with dragon scales. He then punched through the air. His punch looked like a dragon streaking across the sky. It was moving straight towards Lin Feng. Boom! The sword filled with deadly energy and the flood dragon collided. At the collision point appeared a vast black light. In a flash, Xiqiong and Lin Feng were swallowed by that blackness. They had been swallowed by it. The collision of their two attacks had resulted in the apparition of a terrifying energy. The crowd gasped with amazement. They were fixedly staring at the place where the two fighters were. The confrontation of two powerful geniuses was terrifying. Xiqiong had fused with his flood dragon spirit. Lin Feng had only used his deadly energy, but it seemed like there was an endless quantity of deadly qi and energy. "Chu Zhanpeng, go and kill Lin Feng," interrupted a voice at that moment. It came from the bank of the lake, from the group of people of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Duan Tianlang was the one who spoke. His voice sounded indifferent and cold. Chu Zhanpeng was stupefied, though. He looked like he didn't understand what Duan Tianlang meant. "Xiqiong is almost defeated. You should go quickly and kill Lin Feng. Otherwise, if you fight against him in a one-on-one battle, it will be a fierce battle. It's not even guaranteed that you will win," said Duan Tianlang slowly while staring at Chu Zhanpeng. Even though Chu Zhanpeng's cultivation level had increased, he was the same as Xiqiong. He had recently broken through to the 4th Shenqi layer as well. Xiqiong was the youngest officer of the Imperial City Guards. Relying on his cultivation level, skills, and techniques, He definitely had what it took to become one of the 8 high officials. Chu Zhanpeng wasn't even sure that he was able to defeat Shi Qiong in a fight. Lin Feng could put so much pressure on Shi Qiong that there was no escape, which meant that he was also able to do the same against Chu Zhanpeng. Right now is the best moment to kill Lin Feng. You cannot let this opportunity slip by. If you fight against him in a fair battle, you will have no chance of escape, said Duan Tianlang, still trying to convince Chu Zhanpeng. Chu Zhanpeng looked irresolute. Going to kill Lin Feng at that moment was dangerous. Besides, in front of everybody, he would lose a great deal of face if he suddenly attacked Lin Feng by surprise. However, Duan Tianlang was telling him that if he waited, Chu Zhanpeng wouldn't be able to kill Lin Feng because of his deadly energy and might not even be able to escape. If he lost against Lin Feng, he would lose more than just face. Die! Shouted Lin Feng. His terrifying deadly energy rolled through the air. It was surrounded by a black light. Shi Qiong's body was blown away. His face turned deathly pale and blood burst out of his mouth. He had lost. Shi Qiong had been defeated by Lin Feng. How terrifying. Lin Feng must die. When Chu Zhanpeng saw that scene, he gnashed his teeth. A hurricane appeared around him as he spread his wings, and he then streaked across the sky. His wings were emitting a whistling sound as he rushed into battle. Lin Feng, fight against me, shouted Chu Zhanpeng furiously. His silhouette then dashed through the sky and he nosedived towards Lin Feng, which made the entire crowd frown. One of the 8 high officials was attacking. He was the first high official to join the battles. What surprised the crowd the most was that when Chu Zhanpeng was attacking, he gave absolutely no warning that he was going to do so. Was he attacking Lin Feng by surprise? Lin Feng was still battling against Shi Qiong when suddenly Chu Zhanpeng went to attack Lin Feng before the battle was over. He was definitely taking advantage of Lin Feng's current situation. When the crowd saw that silhouette streak across the sky and then nosedive towards Lin Feng, they were all worried about Lin Feng. Chu Zhanpeng was extremely fast thanks to his legendary rock spirit. He was so fast that it was incredible. Shameless! Shouted Duan Feng at that moment while stamping onto the ground. When he saw Chu Zhanpeng attack, he couldn't help but shout out. His heart also twitched for Lin Feng. Even though Chu Zhanpeng had shouted something before entering the battle, he was too far away, and it was only an attempt to justify a surprise attack. He was extremely fast, which made Duan Feng worry more about the safety of Lin Feng. Meng Qing's heart also abruptly started pounding. She released an ice-cold ice chi which shot through the air towards Chu Zhanpeng. But even if she wanted to stop him, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zhanpeng had already arrived next to Lin Feng. "Be careful!" shouted Meng Qing with all her power to warn Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes were ice-cold. With his incredible senses, Lin Feng had of course sensed that Chu Zhanpeng was attacking him from behind. However, his deadly energy was still crashing through the atmosphere towards Shi Qiong, and Lin Feng couldn't change that. He could only rely on his incredible senses to avoid the incoming attack. The power of the wind enabled Lin Feng to move in an extremely agile way, as if he could float through the air without resistance. At that moment, he was floating backwards. PSSSSSH. A sharp sound emerged in the air. Chu Zhanpeng's silhouette flickered, and he abruptly adjusted his trajectory. He was aiming directly at Lin Feng, and his speed was increasing. Lin Feng was stupefied. How unbelievably fast! Chu Zhanpeng was so fast that Lin Feng didn't even have the qualifications to dodge the attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sharp wings converged on Lin Feng's abdomen. His clothes were torn to shreds as blood splashed out from 2 wounds. A terrifying power moved towards Lin Feng again. Chu Zhanpeng had already moved back and dived towards Lin Feng again, which blew him away for a second time. Lin Feng's face deathly pale. Lin Feng was clearly injured after such a brutal onslaught. Chu Zhanpeng had attacked Lin Feng with the element of surprise, and because of the speed in which he attacked, Lin Feng didn't have the time to defend and was actually injured. At the same time, the legendary rock continued beating its wings in the sky. Even though Chu Zhanpeng was taking advantage of a difficult situation, his strength was still incredible. He was extremely strong. He had attacked and injured Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Meng Qing's silhouette flickered, and she immediately appeared in front of Lin Feng, obstructing the path towards the injured Lin Feng. She released her ice chi, which soared to the skies. Her face at this moment looked scary. Meng Qing, get back! Lin Feng raised his head, and when he saw Meng Qing, he looked like he was scared and shouted out, which shocked Meng Qing. I have already told you, all those who try to humiliate or harm you will die. Today, no matter what price needs to be paid, I will keep my promise, said Lin Feng, sounding determined, which stupefied Meng Qing. Immediately after, her beautiful face turned red. Lin Feng had sworn that he would kill Xianxia. No matter what, he would keep his promise, because he had said that for her. Let me help, said Meng Qing, who couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng losing his life. Her ice energy made Lin Feng feel chills as he grew closer. Let me do this alone, insisted Lin Feng while shaking his head. He caressed Meng Qing's hair, smiled and said, I told you, from now on, I will be the one to protect you. When Lin Feng finished talking, he moved back and pulled Meng Qing away from the battle. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng's back and felt proud. A magnificent and resplendent smile appeared on her face. That heartfelt smile made everything else in the world lose its splendor. When the crowd saw that pure and holy smile, they were dazzled. Her beauty was simply breathtaking. For such a beauty, they were ready to kill the gods and worship devils. Everybody who saw that scene started to feel that Meng Qing and Lin Feng were made for each other. They were soulmates. As far as Xianxia was concerned, he was extremely far from being worthy of Meng Qing. No matter what, if he won or lost this fight, the real protagonist on that day was Lin Feng. Lin Feng was doing everything in his power to keep Meng Qing smiling, with a smile which dazzled everyone. Lin Feng turned his head back to his opponents. His face was no longer soft and gentle as when he was speaking to Meng Qing. There was only the endless coldness of his pitch-black eyes. His pitch-black eyes were filled with killing intent. He was fixedly staring at Xianxia and Chu Zhanpeng. Chu Zhanpeng. Lin Feng laughed out as if the name itself was a joke. The other day, you stormed into the Celestial Academy to challenge me. How prestigious. You wanted to fight against me, and so we agreed to have our fight today. Even though you were despicable and attacked me from behind, I do not mind. I will still fight you today. The members of the Holy Courtyard of Shui, you are only a despicable bunch. Nothing but a bunch of cowards and traitors. I have already grown used to their shamelessness. Therefore, attacking me from behind is absolutely despicable. But I would expect nothing less from the scum of the Holy Courtyard, shouted Lin Feng, whose words echoed across the sky. He was humiliating Chu Zhanpeng and the entire Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. Each and every person from the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu was staring at Lin Feng with cold expressions. But none of them could find the words to reply. In front of someone stronger than you, words are useless. I, Chu Zhanpeng, will kill you, and then nobody will dare to say that the way I attacked you was despicable. The people will continue to sing my praises and say that our battle was a magnificent display of my power, said Chu Zhanpeng while staring at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. A moment before, Lin Feng had been injured by his attack, that's all. You're right, in front of someone stronger, words are useless. Such shamelessness and such despicable methods are really lamentable. Chu Zhanpeng, I will kill you. You and Xianxia will be buried here today. When Lin Feng finished talking, the crowd shivered. Lin Feng was still as audacious as before, even when standing before one of the 8 high officials and Xianxia, 2 extremely strong cultivators. Lin Feng sounded like he was already certain of his victory against the 2. His deadly energy dashed into the skies. In Lin Feng's right hand, there was a black sword filled with a terrifying killing intent. At the same time, in his left hand, Lin Feng was condensing a terrifying pure qi. It was pouring into a vortex in his left hand. Lin Feng stretched out his left hand and the pure qi transformed into a black flame, which perfectly matched the black sword in his right hand. He looked truly formidable. But that wasn't the end. The black flame continued to absorb Lin Feng's pure qi as a black lotus slowly started to form in his hand. It was strangely beautiful. The black lotus, the grim fire black lotus. Boom, 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 boom. Everyone could hear the sound of their heart beating in their chest. They were astonished. They had thought that Lin Feng's deadly energy was his hidden card, but he still had even more up his sleeve. Lin Feng was still as shocking as ever. Every time people thought that he had shown his strength and power, they found out that they had only touched the surface of his true strength. Was that terrifying black lotus the reason for Lin Feng's confidence? In his left hand, he held a calm and tranquil black lotus. In his right hand, he held a terrifying black sword which oozed killing intent. But they were shockingly both filled with the same monstrous deadly energy. Lin Feng was surrounded by deadly energy which fused into each of his hands. It was astonishing. Chu Zhanpeng was surprised and looked directly at Lin Feng's hands that held both the black lotus and the black sword. A trace of fear could be seen in his eyes. Everybody already knew how powerful the deadly energy was. But the black lotus in Lin Feng's hand also seemed incredibly powerful, maybe more so than the sword. Shi Qiong had already seen Lin Feng's black lotus and its terrifying power. Back then, Lin Feng had only broken through to the first Xianxia layer, but it was already enough to threaten his life when using it. At that moment, Lin Feng's black lotus looked much more powerful than in the past. Chu Zhanpeng, today I will show you that apart from being detestable and attacking by surprise, there is nothing else you can do before me, said Lin Feng, whose confidence made people shiver. He once again released a storm of deadly energy while talking, which filled the air around him. Chu Zhanpeng pulled a long face. His wings were beating slowly when suddenly, his silhouette flickered and he disappeared from his initial position. He had thrown himself towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled coldly and stretched out his left hand. He then waved his hand and the black lotus suddenly started to open, which made Chu Zhanpeng quickly turn in retreat. With his legendary rock spirit, he can really run away, thought Lin Feng, ignoring the fact that Chu Zhanpeng had once again flew into the air ready to swoop down. Lin Feng took a step and jumped towards Shi Qiong. His deadly energy was crashing through the air with him. At that moment, Lin Feng had completely forgotten about his injuries. Shi Qiong pulled a long face. Lin Feng was definitely going to kill him no matter what, because Lin Feng was doing this for Meng Qing. At that moment, Shi Qiong's heart violently pounded. He felt like he was facing a madman, and that madman could not be reasoned with, he would only kill. Chu Zhanpeng, let's work together and kill him, shouted Shi Qiong while moving back at full speed. The crowd sighed. This battle was too unfair. There were two people grouping against one, and one of the group was even a high official. The old man overseeing the competition didn't even try to stop such a battle from happening. At that moment, the national competition seemed like a theater play. Nobody had anticipated such a thing. Who would have imagined that Lin Feng would fight against the high official Chu Zhanpeng and the youngest officer of the Imperial City Guards all by himself, one genius against two? Chu Zhanpeng and Shi Qiong were both incredible talents. However, Lin Feng's talent outshone them by far. That is why Shi Qiong and Chu Zhanpeng only needed to agree to work together for them to kill their mutual enemy. Chu Zhanpeng remained silent for a short while but eventually nodded in a cold and detached way while saying, "All right, let's kill him together." Two geniuses were agreeing to work together and kill Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was cold and aloof. His pitch-black eyes looked emotionless and expressionless. He took a step forward and flew towards Shi Qiong while releasing an astonishing amount of deadly energy. Chu Zhanpeng had a legendary rock spirit. His speed was incredible, his claws were extremely sharp, and he was in a much better condition than Shi Qiong. Killing him would be harder than a weakened Shi Qiong. That was why Lin Feng decided to kill Shi Qiong first, and then he would take care of Chu Zhanpeng. When Shi Qiong saw the deadly energy crashing through the atmosphere towards him, he pulled a long face. Lin Feng was determined to kill him first. His flood dragon spirit roared, and its gigantic eyes never left Lin Feng for even a second. The flood dragon wrapped around Shi Qiong's body and enveloped him completely. His arm looked like it was gathering an exceptionally dangerous energy. "Die!" shouted Shi Qiong loudly. The force of his flood dragon, warp fist, bombarded towards Lin Feng. The gigantic flood dragon was following behind Shi Qiong's fist as it raised its head to roar. Chu Zhanpeng obviously understood what Shi Qiong was planning, So he spread his wings and rushed to attack Lin Feng with unbelievable speed. His speed was incredibly shocking to witness. Two people attacking at the same time, one from the front, the other from behind. They were using such a despicable tactic to deal with the injured Lin Feng. Wind. A gentle breeze floated through the air. Lin Feng was calmly analyzing the wind as it blew over him. His body slightly shook, and his entire silhouette seemed like it had moved several thousand times, in different directions, in the blink of an eye. Each of his moves seemed like it had a million variations, and each would lead to a different destination. Lin Feng had fused with the very wind itself, and suddenly, multiple silhouettes appeared. In the sky, there now stood a countless number of Lin Fengs. Ha! Xianxia was stupefied. He only saw Lin Feng and all those after images moving towards him. Their speed was incredible as they flew towards him from multiple directions like a strong gale. The deadly energy surrounding his body was growing more and more violent, more and more terrifying. "I don't think that you can fight against two people at the same time," said Xianxia. His flood dragon roared, and they rushed straight towards the group of Lin Fengs, ready to destroy everything that crossed its path. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Without mercy, he thrust out with his black sword, which was filled with an immense deadly energy. Roar! Boom! The deadly energy and the flood dragon collided, which caused the air itself to shake from the pressure. At the same time, Chu Zhanpeng had almost arrived at Lin Feng's back. His sharp claws were about to impale Lin Feng and rip a massive hole through his chest. Those claws were clearly aiming to rip Lin Feng's heart directly from his chest with one swoop. "Get lost!" Lin Feng spun his body around in the air, and his black lotus was pushed towards Chu Zhanpeng's direction. His black lotus contained a thick concentration of deadly energy and grim fire. Chu Zhanpeng was stupefied. His claws stopped in place. If he had continued with his attack, then his claws would have landed directly on the black lotus. Chu Zhanpeng spread his wings and abruptly came to a halt. After that, a purple light emerged from Lin Feng. Immediately that purple spirit rushed out and caught the black lotus as if it was another hand. Ha! The crowd was speechless. What was Lin Feng doing? Why was the purple spirit now holding the black lotus? After some consideration, the crowd understood Lin Feng's intention. His purple spirit seemingly had its awareness and could control the black lotus to attack Chu Zhanpeng if he came close. Even Chu Zhanpeng was dumbstruck when he saw this. Was such a thing even possible? Lin Feng could have his spirit use the black lotus to attack without even looking? At that moment, Lin Feng had already stopped paying attention to the black lotus behind him. His deadly energy burst into the sky, and his sword descended towards Xianxia. Without even glancing behind him to see his black lotus and Chu Zhanpeng, he released his deadly energy and attacked. Lin Feng's deadly energy seemed like it was endless, as if he had an endless amount of deadly energy within him. However, Xianxia wouldn't be able to continue carrying out such powerful attacks to defend against Lin Feng forever. The deadly energy was destroying everything. At that moment, Xianxia unleashed another flood dragon warp fist and used the force to propel himself back. But Lin Feng's sword still reached its target. There was a large wound across Xianxia's abdomen. But if he had been a little bit slower, that wound would have been through his heart. The deadly energy was putting immense pressure on Xianxia's wound, which caused a hideous expression to appear on his face. It was excruciating. He was barely able to breathe. Were two people working together really unable to defeat Lin Feng? Lin Feng didn't intend to give him time to contemplate. The multiple Lin Fengs appeared and rushed forward like the wind. They were getting closer and closer to Xianxia. The deadly energy was still adding a tremendous pressure onto Xianxia's body, and his chest was feeling tight. "Ah!" shouted Xianxia, but his voice sounded weak as he was struggling for air. He felt completely dispirited. His courage was disappearing. There was nothing worse than dying. His shout was a shout of fear and despair. At the same time, it was incredibly weak and shrill due to the deadly energy crushing his body from all sides. At the same time, Chu Zhanpeng didn't stop moving, but the purple spirit did have its awareness. It was attacking with the black lotus every time that Chu Zhanpeng tried moving forwards. Chu Zhanpeng had no doubt that the purple spirit and black lotus would gravely injure him or even take his life if he was careless. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng with his expressionless black eyes. He raised both his hands into the air and slashed down with his sword, filled with killing intent. A rumbling emerged in the atmosphere. A brutal, deadly energy was pressuring and preventing Xianxia from dodging. Even though he managed to partly dodge the attack, blood burst out of his mouth, and his body was blown away. Lin Feng wasn't going to let him off so easily. His murderous intent was still filling the skies. He rushed forwards again and brandished his sword once more. Another strike and he would be able to kill Xianxia. "That's enough. Stop!" shouted the old man coldly, which made the atmosphere shake and shocked the crowd. Lin Feng was a bit surprised. At the moment when he was about to kill Xianxia, the old man ordered them to stop. However, a moment before, when Chu Zhanpeng had joined the battle to help Xianxia kill Lin Feng, the old man hadn't said a word. Who couldn't see that the old man was abusing his power and authority to help Xianxia? Lin Feng obviously understood what was going on. His facial expression looked ice-cold. His murderous intent and deadly energy were still filling the air. Lin Feng didn't even attempt to stop. "Stop!" shouted the old man again. His voice was so sharp that it hurt Lin Feng's ears. Immediately after, he saw the old man take a step through the air and appear in front of him. He then punched through the air. That punch looked terrifying, and huge chi waves rolled through the atmosphere, causing Lin Feng's deadly energy to come to a halt. Immediately after he moved back. Fifth Xian Qi layer. The crowd was stupefied. That old man had the strength of the fifth Xian Qi layer. He was much stronger than Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was still able to resist thanks to the deadly energy. His grim fire black lotus could defeat cultivators much stronger than Lin Feng, but only by around 1 or 2 layers. However, the current black lotus was not powerful enough to kill someone at the 5th Xian Qi layer. "I told you to stop. Did you understand?" shouted the old man in an extremely aggressive tone while releasing a cold energy. Lin Feng looked at the old man's face. He looked incredibly ugly and devious. "What a crappy competition. It's a shame that it has you as its corrupt overseer. What a disgrace," said Lin Feng while looking at the old man. He then continued on an ice-cold tone. "If I had known it was this corrupt earlier, I would never have bothered with this laughable joke of competition. It's run by evil, shameless bastards like you." Lin Feng didn't even care about the competition anymore. The people in power were just using their authority in this competition to play with him. Nobody was following the rules and abiding by a fair competition. Was this really how they planned to find geniuses? When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they were touched and sighed. Indeed, that competition hadn't been so great for Lin Feng. It was pointless. "Say that again," said the old man while staring at Lin Feng with an evil look. His face was overflowing with killing intent. "Say it again?" Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "I said, today, no matter what happens, Xianxia will die, and nobody will stop me. Your shitty excuse for a competition means nothing to me. Now piss off." Lin Feng's eyes were pitch black, and his murderous intent grew even more intense. His words had left everyone aghast. Lin Feng had told the old man to piss off. What was he thinking? The light of the full moon was shining down upon the still lake. At that moment, everybody was silently staring at that proud young man. He had killed Ling Tian. Then he began a battle to protect the honor of his woman and proudly declared that Xianxia would die. Chu Zhanpeng even joined the battle and arrogantly flew into the air to launch a surprise attack. On top of that, at that moment, in front of everybody, Lin Feng was telling a senior of the 5th Xian Qi layer to piss off. On the ground, in the group from the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, Lin Qian raised her head and looked at that prideful young man. She couldn't help but sigh. If Lin Feng had stayed in the Lin clan, if Lin Qian had treated Lin Feng as part of the family instead of isolating, despising, and humiliating him, at that moment, their clan would be the pride of Yangzhou City and the Lin clan would have untold glory. Lin Feng's glory would be shared with her Lin clan, as well as the ownership of Yangzhou City. He would have become the pride of the clan, but at that moment, it was the absolute opposite. It was the first time that she had such a feeling. She was regretting her past actions against Lin Feng. Lin Feng was truly powerful and did not let anything stand in his way. He made Lin Qian start to realize how short-sighted she had been. At that moment, Chu Zhanpeng already couldn't fight against Lin Feng anymore. Lin Qian could see how terrifyingly strong Lin Feng had become. 2 years before, he was only trash of the Qi layer. In the Yu clan, there was someone who also had the same feeling as Lin Qian and was sighing. The patriarch of the Yu clan, Yu Qingshan, also sighed while looking at that young man, his grandson. If he had been a member of the Yu clan, he could have grown up alongside Yu Tianming and they would have been as close as brothers. Who would have dared to provoke them if they were united by such a strong bond? In 5 years, Yu Tianming and Lin Feng will become the most talented cultivators of Xueyu. At that moment, the old man who was overseeing the competition looked ferocious. Lin Feng had told him to piss off in front of millions of people. Shi Qiong and Chu Zhanpeng stopped in place and were shocked. The Black Lotus had returned to Lin Feng, and it was emitting a crackling sound in the air. Apart from those sounds, the atmosphere was deathly silent. All right, said the old man 3 times with deadly energy leaking from his body. Lin Feng released some more deadly energy which covered the skies. Lin Feng wasn't scared at all. He only looked cold and determined. Nobody could stop him. If things were pushed to that point, Lin Feng would give his all to kill all 3 of them. Lin Feng didn't want to use the evil swords. They were too terrifying and might attempt to devour his soul and take over his body. The evil swords were able to take control over his body like an evil parasite. However, if he ignored the danger and used the evil swords, everybody would know of their existence and strong cultivators would try to steal the evil swords from his body. Lin Feng would use them only if he had no other choice because the result would be a bloodbath. Then he would be forced to leave Xueyu and hide somewhere that no one would ever find him. How should I deal with you? Said the old man evilly. In his eyes, Lin Feng had already signed away his life. Even if Lin Feng's natural abilities were extremely high, they were enemies, and the stronger an enemy was, the more urgently he needed to die. The old man had lived for so many years, he could obviously understand that the sooner one killed their enemies while they were weak, the better it was, and the longer one waited, the less chances one would have to kill them. Geniuses rose very quickly, but they could also fall just as quick because people were scared to let such geniuses live for too long when there were grudges between them. Deal with me. Lin Feng's eyes looked cold and detached and some deadly energy was released from his body. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill him, said the old man to Shi Qiong who was still behind him. They definitely had to take Lin Feng's life. Shi Qiong had lost his dignity. It was clear to everyone that Lin Feng had dominated and humiliated him. If the old man hadn't come out, Shi Qiong would be long dead. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and wash away his shame. This brat doesn't respect his elders and superiors. He must be punished, said Duan Tianlang at that moment. He wanted to kill Lin Feng more than anyone. Kill him. He's a disgrace to our national competition. He must die. The boy must die. At that moment, many voices were filling the air. It was the members of the Yu clan, of the Wanshou sect, and of many other influential groups that all wanted Lin Feng dead. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd but remained expressionless. All those people wanted to put an end to their grudge with his death. When the crowd heard the shouts from all the people who wanted to kill Lin Feng, they sighed. He had natural abilities, but wasn't that useless to him right now? He didn't have an influential background and he had offended so many people who were working together to kill him. The world was cold and cruel. Strength was what mattered the most. There are no laws if there is no power to uphold them. Everything always came down to strength. If a person was strong enough, who could stop them from doing what they wanted? That national competition was a competition to select an outstanding genius. It was the competition of Xueyu. There were rules, but Lin Feng had offended so many powerful groups. And because they wanted him to die, something as whimsical as a rule wouldn't stop them. Lin Feng only had himself as backing. He was desolate and lonely like the moon floating in the sky above. Even though his natural abilities were more impressive than the majority of the 8 high officials. Everything came down to strength. What a pity, thought many people while looking at the proud young man. They sighed again. What a pity. He had no other power to rely on, so he would fall to their schemes, another genius would die. There were so many people shouting out for the death of Lin Feng, yet there was nobody who was rushing out to his defense. Only Meng Qing was releasing her qi, ready to fight. If they wanted to kill Lin Feng, she would abandon everything and destroy them all. "Did you hear? Everybody wants your life," said the old man while looking at Lin Feng. He was smiling and found the entire situation amusing. Lin Feng had no way out. Lin Feng smiled as he thought, "You all want me dead?" A powerful, deadly energy burst across the skies and flooded the atmosphere. Everyone could feel the killing intent and fury unleashed. "You all want to kill me? Go ahead and try," shouted Lin Feng furiously while smiling coldly. At the same time, Meng Qing rushed into the sky and released a bone-chilling ice chi. When the old man sensed their energies, he just smiled with mockery. The deadly energy was extremely powerful and Meng Qing's ice chi was extremely dense. But so what? They had no influence, no power supporting them. What could two people do alone? "All right, I will give it a try," said the old man coldly as he moved forward. When Lin Feng saw the old man move, he closed his eyes. He could sense the evil swords with his soul, and they were trying to move. Foolish old thing. At the moment when Lin Feng was about to unleash the evil swords, a voice filled the air. That voice wasn't loud, but everybody had heard each word distinctly. After the words were said, multiple ribbons of different colors flew across the lake. They were fluttering in the wind. It seemed like the sky was filled with colorful ribbons. They had invaded the entire sky. What's going on? When the crowd saw the colorful ribbons, they were all surprised. The old man was surprised as well. On top of that, those colorful ribbons all shot towards him with incredible speed. As if Lin Feng had realized something, he suddenly opened his eyes. But what he saw had left him stupefied. Those colorful ribbons? The scene seemed familiar. Back in the lovesick forest, those colorful ribbons had appeared at the most crucial moment and saved him. At that moment, Lin Feng was once again in a dangerous situation, and once again those colorful ribbons appeared, and they were moving straight towards the old man. It seemed like someone was coming to the rescue of Lin Feng. It was very strange. Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. Those colorful ribbons arrived at the old man in the blink of an eye. The old man groaned coldly and raised his hand, which was as sharp as a blade. He started to cut through the colorful ribbons, but at the same time, many other colorful ribbons rushed towards the old man from every direction. The ribbons were all directly connected to the same place on the ground. As they wrapped around the old man in the sky, they seemed like colorful bridges to heaven. It was incredibly beautiful. "Who's that?" Everyone was left speechless. They all looked around and tried to figure out who had initiated the attack. Finally, they saw multiple feminine silhouettes in the distance. Those colorful ribbons were held in their hands. In the middle of the women, there was a lithe and graceful woman wearing white clothes who looked as pure and holy as snow. Her magnificent style and elegance were unmatched under the heavens. However, the woman was wearing a bamboo hat, and a fine white veil was covering her face. She looked like a goddess. "Who is she?" When the crowd saw the woman, they couldn't help but ask. She looked aloof, but her beauty made everything else seem lacking. That holy and pure silhouette reminded people of when they first saw Meng Qing. What an incredible woman! At first glance, the crowd was gasping with amazement when they saw her. They were all fixedly staring at her silhouette. Their eyes couldn't move away. Many people wanted to see the under the veil. It was the same reaction as when people wanted to see Meng Qing's face. That woman was able to cause such emotion to stir in the people's hearts. Her aura was extraordinary. Lin Feng was also stupefied. It was the first time he had encountered this woman. He didn't know her and felt it was very strange. However, after concentrating on her aura, Lin Feng felt like they had encountered each other before, as if they had already met. He had the feeling that they had never gotten to know each other, but they had crossed paths. The feeling was extremely strange. Lin Feng couldn't explain it. Of course, the women didn't concern themselves with the thoughts of the crowd. They only noticed that many people were staring at them. Some people were even standing on the tips of their toes to try to see them, but it was already too late. The colorful ribbons had already created a bridge across the sky, and the veiled woman was sliding up the ribbons into the heavens. Immediately after, the crowd saw the other women jump onto other ribbons and glide into the sky. It was like a fairy tale. At that moment, the beautiful woman had already passed Lin Feng, who was still in the air. "Come, all of you," said the woman in an indifferent voice. However, there was a tinge of warmth in her voice. Her colorful ribbons were fluttering in the wind as all the women had finally caught up with her. The entire group was composed of beautiful women. When they arrived near the mystical and mysterious woman, the ribbons suddenly surrounded the old man and completely restrained his movements. Who are they? When the crowd saw those mystical and mysterious women appear, everyone was asking themselves who they were. They were walking through the sky on flying ribbons as if they were walking on flat ground. The entire group was extremely strong, and they were all women. The crowd was intrigued and curious as to who this mysterious group was. Within the members of the Yu clan, many of them felt their hearts racing. It was them, or more precisely, it was her. Tung Wu Yao, the patriarch of the Wanshou sect, also started to shake. Since the last time he was warned, he already understood that the person he could not offend was her. The most astonished person was the head of the Yu clan, Yu Qingshan. When he saw that woman, he abruptly stood up. He was shaking from head to toe. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. That move astonished the people of the Yu clan. Why was the head acting so strangely? Why did he seem so shocked? How could a single person shock him to this extent? It's her. She came, thought a few well-informed people when they saw the events unfolding. A subtle sound spread through the air, interrupting everyone's train of thought. They only saw the old man was suddenly pierced by the multiple ribbons surrounding his body. He tried to escape, but when he saw the faces of all the women, he was astonished. "Get him," said the mystical woman. Her voice was extremely cold. In a flash, an endless stream of colorful ribbons floated through the wind towards the old man. At the same time, the other women shot into action. 6 women were encircling the old man, in front of him, behind him, on his left, on his right, under him and above him. He had absolutely no escape from any direction. A terrifying chi then emerged in the atmosphere. The myriad of colorful ribbons started to flutter. At the same time, a pure condensed in the air, and the atmosphere sounded like it was breaking. All those 6 women were releasing their pure chi, which caused the air to tremble. The most astonishing thing was that the pure chi seemed like it was connecting itself to the ribbons. "Break!" shouted the old man furiously while pulling a long face. An incredible power was unleashed and bombarded the colorful ribbons, halting their advance. But each time the old man stopped one of the ribbons, the other ribbons would riddle the old man's body with attacks. The 6 women shouted something inaudible at the same moment. Suddenly, in the air, 6 colorful ribbons fused together. These ribbons were formed of pure chi, which meant that the pure chi of the 6 had combined. Formation! The crowd was astonished. Those 6 women were combining their pure chi. They were going to combine their power and use it to fight against the old man. "Die!" shouted the old man furiously. He attacked towards the ribbons once again. His body rose into the air, but it seemed like no matter where he went, the women would follow. Boom! A terrifying punch suddenly bombarded the atmosphere, and the atmosphere felt like it was shaking. An endless stream of pure chi filled the air, and it seemed like it could break through anything as it rushed against the old man's fist, knocking him back. The old man started to shake. His punch was easily deflected, which caused him to pull a long face. "Pure chi prison!" shouted the 6 women in unison. Their pure chi looked incredibly powerful. The crowd was dumbstruck. The 6 women were in perfection harmony with each other, as their pure chi formed a cage which imprisoned the old man. The old man's face was a sight to be seen. His face grew glum, and he began to shake in terror. He could clearly sense the power of the pure chi cage. How powerful! When the old man noticed that the pure chi was growing more violent over time, so he quickly shook his hand and formed a terrifying blade around his fist, It was made entirely from pure qi. Arg! The old man roared with all his might. His body rose into the air and a powerful punch smashed against the qi cage. The cage emitted a bright light on impact and the sound of cracking filled the air. "Bind!" said another voice in an ice-cold tone which caused the atmosphere to shake. The pure qi cage gave off a bright light and a terrifying pure qi emerged. The pure qi rushed straight towards the old man. Boom! A terrifying sound filled the air. The two qis collided. The old man was starting to shake as his attack had been overcome and the threads of pure qi immediately started to seal off his body. He was struggling like a madman to break free from the binding, but he was unable to stop the pure qi from binding him. Bind! The colorful ribbons fluttered on the wind and imprisoned the old man. From head to toe, the old man wrapped up like a colorful mummy. His body was bound in the shape of a cross, and his face was deathly pale with blood was flowing from his mouth. Thump! 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 Millions of hearts were all violently pounding at the same time. They couldn't believe what they had witnessed. A short time before, the old man was controlling everything and acting in an insufferably overbearing manner. However, in the blink of an eye, he was tied and bound by multiple colorful ribbons. Those women were all extremely strong. But why did they attack the old man? The mysterious woman looked at the old man who was bound by the colorful ribbons and said indifferently, "You think that just because he has no influence and no power supporting him, you can strut around and kill him as you please?" Her words shocked the crowd. She was obviously pointing towards Lin Feng. That mysterious woman had come to the aid of Lin Feng. The old man was astonished. His face had turned deathly pale. There wasn't a single drop of color left in his body. "Today I have had enough. No matter how many influential groups step forward, if you continue to act like you are the kings of this world, I will show you what fate awaits you," said the mysterious woman while glancing at the crowd. "Since you refuse to abide by the rules and choose to break them, I will also ignore the rules. This national competition is over." When she finished talking, the mysterious woman turned to Lin Feng. A soft and tender expression appeared under her veil. Her coldness and aloofness had vanished. The twinkling of tears even started to appear in her eyes, but she quickly controlled herself. "He wanted to take your life. Now his life is in your hands. As far as the other two are concerned, the battle can continue. We will see if anyone has the courage to interrupt," said the woman while pointing at the old man and then to Xianxia and Chu Zhanpeng. Lin Feng had the power to kill the old man and continue his battle against Xianxia and Chu Zhanpeng. Nobody would be able to intervene. That woman was extremely aggressive. She looked down on everybody as if they were ants. Who is she? The onlookers were growing very curious. Who was this woman who had the courage to look down upon everybody? The people who were being looked down upon included members of the Yu clan, the Wanshou sect, the Dugu clan, etc. They were all extremely powerful and influential. The mysterious woman had appeared to save Lin Feng and bound the old man who was overseeing the competition. She wasn't even paying attention to the king who was still atop the dragons. How could the crowd not be astonished? "What a proud temperament," whispered Yu Qingshan. His facial expression was strange. He was confused. That was his daughter, whom he hadn't encountered for more than 18 years. Back then, she already had the power to cause waves throughout the entire country. At that moment, though, she returned and wasn't even paying attention to her father. She treated him no better than she would a stranger. The old man and all those with influence attempted to bully Lin Feng because they thought that Lin Feng didn't have anyone powerful supporting him. When watching how shamelessly Lin Feng was targeted, she wasn't able to control herself. No one could stop her from intervening. She was proud and aloof, but her message was clear. Lin Feng also had a powerful supporter behind him, and everybody should fear the consequences of angering Lin Feng's supporter. When Lin Feng heard the woman speak words of disdain toward the crowd, he was astonished. Her temperament was extremely familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it. He was starting to have a deeper impression of déjà vu. Why was she helping him? Was she the owner of the lovesick forest? If she really was the owner of the lovesick forest, It meant that she was the beautiful woman who used to be the most outstanding female cultivator of Shuiyu. She had cut off all contact with her clan because she fell in love with a man without power or influence. "Do we know each other?" asked Lin Feng while looking at the mysterious woman. He was too curious. The mysterious woman's heart felt like it had been ripped from her chest. How wouldn't she know Lin Feng? How many mothers couldn't recognize their son? Her eyes had started to grow moist under her veil. She slightly nodded. Of course, they knew each other. "First, you must deal with your current situation, and after that, I will tell you everything," said the woman while trembling. It was taking all of her power to remain calm. "All right," replied Lin Feng curiously while nodding. It seemed like many things were still hidden from him. There were many secrets in this world, and it might require more time to understand them all. "Go and finish your battle with those two. No need to be worried about any further interruptions. I will kill anyone who attempts to get involved in this fight," said the mysterious woman with a coldness appearing on her face. She looked extremely aggressive. If anyone got involved, she would kill them. No influence, no support. She wanted everybody to know that nobody could bully and humiliate her son. "All right," nodded Lin Feng solemnly. The members of the Yu clan, the Wanshou sect, etc., didn't make any attempts to intervene. They looked aggressive and arrogant, but the mysterious woman had loudly stated that she would kill anyone trying to intervene. So who would dare to intervene? It seemed like many influential people already knew the identity of the mysterious woman, and everyone who knew her identity was scared. No one dared to speak a word without thinking it over several times. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Xiqiong and Chu Zhanpeng while releasing a terrifying, deadly energy. Xiqiong had to die for Meng Qing, and Chu Zhanpeng's hatred of Lin Feng was extremely intense. Besides, Chu Zhanpeng attacked him by surprise, which was cowardly and despicable. Lin Feng would not spare him. Today would see the death of a high official. Lin Feng moved forwards and quickly arrived in front of Xiqiong. He didn't need to waste any power being cautious anymore. Nobody would disturb him. Lin Feng could focus his entire concentration on the opponents he was fighting. A rumbling sound filled the air, and deadly energy crashed towards Xiqiong's direction, which made him frown. Xiqiong was pulling a long face. Who was that mysterious woman, and why was she protecting Lin Feng? Besides, she had also had the old man restrained and said his life was in Lin Feng's hands. The flood dragon spirit appeared once again behind Xiqiong. He looked both ferocious and frightened at the same time. Lin Feng was more outstanding than him on every possible level. A moment before, if the old man hadn't intervened, Xiqiong would have already died. "Chu Zhanpeng, let's fight together," said Xiqiong while glancing over to Chu Zhanpeng. Chu Zhanpeng looked serious and solemn as he nodded. He was also curious to know who that mysterious woman was. Why was she able to act so domineering and imposing, yet nobody dared to utter a word against her? "Die!" shouted Lin Feng. His deadly energy poured into the atmosphere as he flew like the wind in Xiqiong's direction. His target Xiqiong had not changed. He was going to kill Xiqiong, and then he would fight against Chu Zhanpeng. "Roar!" The flood dragon howled as Xiqiong charged forwards. It seemed like a flood dragon was trying to emerge from his body and into reality. At the same time, Lin Feng's deadly energy and Xiqiong's flood dragon collided at full power. "Chu Zhanpeng!" roared Xiqiong. Chu Zhanpeng understood what Xiqiong meant. He released his large wings once again from his back. It seemed like he had transformed into a gigantic legendary rock. He spread his wings as his silhouette flickered. His body streaked across the sky, and almost instantly he was closing in on Lin Feng. "Get lost!" Lin Feng's purple spirit rushed straight at him, while Lin Feng's grim fire condensed in his hand. After a split second, a black lotus was formed and immediately moved in Chu Zhanpeng's direction. A calm and deadly energy invaded the atmosphere. The purple spirit caught the black lotus in the air and swiped it in Chu Zhanpeng's direction, which caused him to retreat in a hurry. At the same time, Lin Feng took another step towards Xiqiong. Nobody would prevent him from killing Xiqiong. His deadly energy started to become even more violent as it rushed through the air. Die! Shouted Lin Feng as a terrifying, deadly energy rushed forward with the intent to kill. A rumbling sound unceasingly spread across the sky. It looked like nobody could stop that surge of deadly energy from reaching its target. Lin Feng was closing in on Xianxia with the intent to kill. When Xianxia saw a black sword start to move in his direction, his expression grew even more ferocious. Lin Feng seemed like he was becoming stronger during their battle. That deadly energy was moving forwards with an indomitable will. Lin Feng wanted Xianxia dead, and nobody could stop him. His killing intent came from the depths of his heart to form his deadly energy. The power of Lin Feng's deadly energy was improving thanks to his incredible comprehension ability. Lin Feng would stay true to his promise and kill Xianxia. Xianxia needed to die. That was Lin Feng's deepest desire. His murderous intent was unbreakable. Kacha! The atmosphere seemed like it was starting to shatter. His sword was lacerating everything in its path towards Xianxia. Only despair was left in Xianxia's eyes. Was he going to die? Xianxia was the youngest officer of the Imperial Guards. He had practiced the Warp Fist and broken through to the 4th Xianxia layer. He was extremely strong. He was considered to be a top genius of the Imperial City, but at that moment, at the national competition of Shuiyu, it seemed like he was going to die at the hands of Lin Feng. When he thought back to what he said to Meng Qing about Lin Feng being unable to compete with him regarding influence and power, he felt like he was ridiculous. He had despised Lin Feng when he said that he would die no matter what. But at that moment he was going to die. Xianxia calmly looked at the black sword moving towards him, and then everything suddenly came to an end. His heart was no longer beating, and the life had already left his eyes. Lin Feng stayed true to his word. Xianxia was dead, and nobody could stop him. He's dead. The crowd could feel their hearts twitching. Another genius had fallen. He had died by Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng still looked as emotionless as before. His face only had room for a terrifying, murderous intent. He slightly moved his purple spirit, and the black lotus flew towards him, which astonished the crowd. It seemed like he could control the black lotus with his mind. No one could understand how such a thing was possible. They obviously didn't know that Lin Feng had practiced the surplus souls technique, and he could split his soul into many surplus souls. Lin Feng could already divide his soul into 10,000 surplus souls. The purple spirit which had been holding the black lotus then fused with another surplus soul, so he could control his spirit and the black lotus while fighting. "Now it's your turn," said Lin Feng while stretching out his hand that was holding the black lotus. He was speaking slowly, which made Chu Zhanpeng narrow his eyes. Chu Zhanpeng then smiled coldly and said, "I have a legendary rock spirit, which grants me incredible speed. How do you intend to kill me if you cannot catch me?" "You are not the only person in the world who can use a spirit," replied Lin Feng indifferently. Immediately after, a dragon's roar spread through the air, causing the atmosphere to vibrate. A dragon had appeared behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng had a second spirit. When the crowd saw the other spirit, they were astonished. Each and every single person was dumbstruck. "Roar!" The dragon roared. Besides, there was more than a single head, and they were all roaring. That dragon had 7 heads which looked down at the crowd, causing their souls to tremble in fright. Dual spirit! The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng had hidden something else. He had his purple spirit and a dragon spirit, and when considering that dragon's chi, it seemed much more terrifying than Lin Feng's purple spirit. Of course, some people had already recognized the spirit, and all of those who could were particularly dumbstruck. That was the heavenly dragon spirit. It was the spirit of the Yu clan. Lin Feng surprisingly had the spirit of the Yu clan. In other words, the blood of the Yu clan was flowing through his veins. When people discovered that, they were gobsmacked. Many thoughts were circulating at full speed through their brains. Was Lin Feng a member of the Yu clan? No, it can't be. Suddenly, a few people looked as if they had understood something incredible. Couldn't be. Lin Feng was born in Yangzhou City. He couldn't be a member of the Yu clan. Besides, if he was a member of the Yu clan with such incredible natural talent, would Yu Qingshan have allowed Lin Feng to be bullied in such a way? He would have already got involved. Wait! A great deal of people were stuck trying to understand the situation. Their hearts started pounding as they all thought of an answer. If the blood of the Yu clan flowed in somebody's veins, it didn't necessarily mean that the person was a member of the Yu clan or that they were named Yu. There was another possibility, the possibility that a member of the Yu clan had a child outside of the clan which inherited the blood spirit. When the crowd thought about that possibility, they also looked to the mysterious woman in the sky. 18 years ago, there was a woman from the Yu clan who was so gifted that she shocked the entire country. However, because she fell for someone against the clan's wishes, she had cut off ties with the Yu clan and was never heard from again. That mysterious woman must be the same woman who disappeared 18 years ago, Yu Menghe. She had disappeared after she went against her family because of the man she loved. Lin Feng was stood in the sky with that very woman. He was 18 years old with the blood of the Yu clan running through his veins. The last time, at the Mount Sword, Yu Qingshan also provided a small assistance to Lin Feng. Thoughts were racing at full speed. Many people were dumbstruck and others felt their hearts pounding. The truth was already crystal clear to those influential powers. The one who was the most outstanding female cultivator in the country, who disappeared 18 years ago, was standing in the air in front of them. She was the mysterious woman. Others began to gradually understand the situation. Yu Menghe thought many different factions while looking towards the Yu clan. They all glanced at Yu Qingshan, the head of the Yu clan, for a second to confirm their suspicions. From his reaction, it was definitely Yu Menghe. Lin Feng must be her son. Who was the person who said that Lin Feng had no influence and no one supporting him? Who would dare to anger someone who was one of the most amazing cultivators of the country from 18 years previous? Who knew how strong she had become within the past 18 years? The crowd was both terribly excited and puzzled at the same time. They looked at Lin Feng, confused as to what type of life he had lived so far. After all, Lin Feng was only 18 years old and he probably didn't know about the events of the past. He didn't know the full story regarding him and his parents. How could he make the connection? Lin Feng had no idea of what other people were thinking. Concerning Chu Zhanpeng, he had already seen the blood spirit of the Yu clan, the heavenly dragon spirit. He had never thought that Lin Feng would have the spirit since he was born in Yangzhou City. Besides, many of the members of the Yu clan were also shocked when they saw Lin Feng's spirit, the blood spirit of their clan, and on top of that it had 7 heads. Sigh! Yu Qingshan sighed deeply. He slightly closed his eyes and didn't open them for a long time. A painful smile could be seen on his face. Why were the heavens so cruel towards him? His daughter, Yu Menghe, was the most gifted cultivator that the Yu clan had been blessed with in generations. But she cut off all ties with the clan. Now, his grandson grew up without knowing that he had the blood of the Yu clan was flowing within his veins. His dragon spirit even had a total of 7 heads. Only Yu Tianming could match his incredible power. What's that? At that moment, someone looked at the different heads of the dragon. There was a bestial white light shining from one of the heads. It looked deathly pale and was releasing a bestial qi. It looked gloomy. That is a shaman spirit. The spirit that belonged to the Wanshou sect. It was Tung Wu Yao's spirit. How could Lin Feng also have a shaman spirit? Rumor said that the heavenly dragon spirit could consume ferocious beasts and spirits as their own strength. When had Lin Feng's spirit come into contact with a cultivator who possessed a shaman spirit? The crowd looked at the Wanshou sect and more precisely at Tung Wu Yao. They only saw that Tung Wu Yao looked particularly glum at that moment. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng with enormous killing intent being released. Lin Feng had a heavenly dragon spirit. No wonder Wu Zhan had disappeared without a word. Lin Feng killed him and consumed his spirit. When Tung Wu Yao thought about how his son had been killed by Lin Feng, his face grew even more ferocious. His eyes wanted to kill Lin Feng using only his stare. However, at that moment, Lin Feng wasn't paying attention to people's expressions of surprise or to Tung Wu Yao's murderous intentions. He was focusing all of his attention on Chu Zhanpeng. The other day, you challenged me to a one-on-one fight, and then today you attacked me by surprise with another person. But I will still honor your request for a fight. I know that you harbor killing intent. I will give you the opportunity you need. I want to see what Chu Zhanpeng, the high official, can do apart from attacking people by surprise or being shameless and arrogant. I want to see if your arrogance and pride is justified. Lin Feng was fixedly staring at Chu Zhanpeng and releasing a deadly energy which moved through the atmosphere towards Chu Zhanpeng's. Lin Feng's purple dragon spirit and his heavenly dragon spirit circled the sky. Their gigantic evil-looking eyes were staring directly at Chu Zhanpeng like he was food. Being observed by two large monsters whose eyes looked particularly ruthless made Chu Zhanpeng feel even less comfortable. "Spirit fusion!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. In a flash, his two spirits slowly started to fuse together. The gigantic purple dragon was combining into the heavenly dragon spirit. Roar! A loud roar reverberated through the atmosphere. After fusing together, Lin Feng's spirits were releasing a terrifyingly powerful qi. His two spirits had fused. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. In his left hand, he had the black lotus. In his right hand, he still had his black sword, coupled with his spirit fusion. Lin Feng looked like an unstoppable monster. He couldn't lose. Chu Zhanpeng is doomed, thought most of the people watching. They didn't even dare to believe otherwise. Chu Zhanpeng was ranked 6th amongst the high officials and was going to lose to Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was so incredible and awe-inspiring that they couldn't help but admire him. "Let's fight!" shouted Lin Feng. His deadly energy crashed through the air, emitting a rumbling sound. His body then flew through the air in Chu Zhanpeng's direction. In the sky, there was only deadly energy as far as the eye could see. Chu Zhanpeng's wings were flapping in the air, but he looked dumbstruck. Lin Feng had a black lotus in his left hand and a terrifying black sword in his right. What a monster! Ee! A sharp sound emerged from the legendary rock's mouth. A few threads of pure qi turned into blue and green lights which were as sharp as claws that shot towards Lin Feng. "Pierce!" said Lin Feng while raising his deadly sword. It seemed like it could annihilate anything in its path. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zhanpeng's attack was shredded into nothing. Besides, the deadly energy in the atmosphere didn't stop moving. It still crashed through the atmosphere in Chu Zhanpeng's direction. Chu Zhanpeng spread his wings and his silhouette flickered. He flapped his wings with such power that it created a small hurricane in the air. At the same time, his wings continued flapping as he turned away in an attempt to escape. Surprisingly, he didn't have the courage to fight against Lin Feng any longer after his attack was so easily destroyed. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng while attacking with his sword while rushing forward like the wind. At the same time, Lin Feng's fused spirits roared and charged forwards. Many purple lights were twinkling on the body of the heavenly dragon. All of its movements were monstrously fast. It was tyrannical. Those purple lights shot out like snakes, but they moved much faster and were much more brutal than any ordinary snake. "Roar!" The dragon roared. Its 7 heads started to shake. It seemed like something was propelling Lin Feng through the air. He was moving extremely fast and looked like his power was being increased by several folds. Whoosh! The purple snakes had caught up with Chu Zhanpeng and wrapped around his body, binding him. "Lacerate!" shouted Chu Zhanpeng furiously. His wings were sharper than most swords, so the majority of the purple snakes were lacerated. But the purple light was growing more and more, making it more painful as he cut the snakes. The dragon started to breathe a purple light from its mouth, which strengthened the purple spirit further. The snake then charged at Chu Zhanpeng's body without restraint and bound every inch of his body in place. What a terrifying spirit! Chu Zhanpeng possessed a legendary rock spirit and his strength was in his speed. But Lin Feng's purple spirit, after the fusion, had breathed out an incredible number of purple snakes which moved as fast as lightning. They were even faster than Lin Feng, who could move with the wind. Chu Zhanpeng was restrained by the purple snakes in an instant. He was completely smothered by them. A terrifying and sharp sound emerged in the atmosphere as the purple snakes surrounding Chu Zhanpeng's body started breaking apart. In the middle of those purple snakes, Chu Zhanpeng unleashed a terrifying power. In a flash, the myriad of purple snakes had vanished. However, at the same time, Lin Feng had already arrived, and his shocking, deadly energy replaced the purple snakes that surrounded Chu Zhanpeng. Chu Zhanpeng had just destroyed the purple snakes when he noticed the deadly energy surrounding him. It was coming so fast that Chu Zhanpeng didn't even have time to dodge. He could only try to block it. Arg! Chu Zhanpeng shouted furiously, as a pure brutal chi rose into the air, and the incomparably sharp wings of the legendary rock started swiping towards the deadly energy. Boom! PSSSH. Lin Feng's deadly sword pierced through Chu Zhanpeng's legendary rock spirit, and a fountain of blood sprayed into the air. Chu Zhanpeng unleashed a scream of agony as he used pure chi to propel himself backwards. He needed to escape at all costs. No! Zhanpeng! Shouted Chu Qing at that moment. He couldn't help but throw himself towards Lin Feng like a bolt of lightning crossing the skies. But his speed crossing this large distance was a fraction slower than Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's entire body released a powerful, deadly energy as his sword filled with killing intent. Lin Feng took another step forwards. His dragon roared as the terrifying chi crashed into the dragon's body. Lin Feng wasn't even fazed as he continued forward with his sword. PSSSH. Lin Feng sliced down with his sword. Another spray of blood filled the air, and the same horrible shriek could be heard again. Chu Zhanpeng's body was covered with blood from head to toe. His face was scarlet red and painted with blood. He no longer had the power left to fly anymore, and his body started to plummet towards the ground. At the moment when Lin Feng was attacking Chu Zhanpeng's plummeting body, Chu Qing had joined the battle. He had arrived beneath Chu Zhanpeng and unleashed his pure chi in Lin Feng's direction. Die! Shouted Chu Qing furiously as he punched through the air. His fist unleashed a sharp chi towards Lin Feng. Chu Qing's face was filled with murder when he saw the chi about to reach Lin Feng. Wind! As if Lin Feng hadn't seen Chu Qing's attack, his silhouette flickered, and just like the wind he drifted along the sky. His terrifying chi rolled through the atmosphere. Chu Qing flew into the sky and in a flash, he was at the same altitude as Lin Feng. It wouldn't be easy for either side to miss an attack from this distance. Die! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Under the moonlight, many images of Lin Feng appeared. Lin Feng passed by Chu Qing as if he was never there. They looked like strangers passing each other on the street. Even though Chu Qing was standing in his path, Lin Feng continued past him and moved towards Chu Zhanpeng. At the same time he released a black object from his hands which rushed towards Chu Qing. Chu Qing suddenly lowered his head and saw a huge wound had appeared in his chest. There was a black lotus that had landed on his chest. As the flames penetrated into his body, his chest felt like it was on fire. The lotus had burned a hole through his entire chest. Oh! A horrible and blood-curdling shriek filled the air. Immediately after, the crowd saw Chu Qing's body was burnt black. Fire. That black lotus had unleashed condensed grim fire which burnt Chu Qing into ashes. How scary! The crowd was shocked, and their hearts were pounding restlessly. The patriarch of the Haoyu sect, Chu Qing, could be burnt alive by Lin Feng's black lotus with such little effort? All the members of the Haoyu sect stood up and fixedly stared at the black flames. In a flash, the last of Chu Qing's body was turned to ashes and disappeared in the wind. He had been burnt alive. He was dead. The patriarch of the Haoyu sect, Chu Qing, was no more. Besides, it wasn't over. Lin Feng, after attacking Chu Qing with his black lotus, continued to release his deadly energy which crashed downwards towards Chu Zhanpeng. His deadly black sword also continued on its path and descended from the sky. The black light from the deadly energy was illuminated by the pale moonlight. It was strangely beautiful. Lin Feng's deadly sword was about to reach Chu Zhanpeng, who was currently cowering in fear. Suddenly, Chu Zhanpeng looked terrified. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His eyes were filled with resentment, grief, and many other feelings. However, nothing could be changed. Chu Zhanpeng was one of the 8 high officials and a genius cultivator. He would never have thought that a little insect who was only at the chi layer would one day become strong enough to kill him. He had destroyed the Yunhai sect and completely disregarded all of its members. But Lin Feng continued to grow despite adversity. Back then, Lin Feng was only a cultivator at the chi layer. He was nothing to Chu Zhanpeng. But at that moment, he had become an unbelievable genius who could kill one of the 8 high officials. Splash! Chu Zhanpeng's body was blasted into the water of the lake with a loud splash. Water splashed everywhere as his blood dyed the water with a tinge of red. Then, thick red blood spread across the surface of the lake. At that moment, Chu Zhanpeng and his father Chu Qing were reunited. Every single member of the Haoyu sect was shaking. They were dead. The patriarch of the Haoyu sect had just died. And now his son was killed. This was the end for the Haoyu sect. Besides, nobody was left to avenge them. Who would dare to fight against Lin Feng? Chu Qing was killed by him in an instant. The crowd looked at the proud young man and felt like the entire competition had been a dream. That outstanding young man had astonished them time after time again, causing them to be left in disbelief. He was offering the most outstanding and dazzling of shows. From that day, Lin Feng would be a ranked high official, immediately entering at the 6th position. Ling Tian was dead. Shi Qiong was dead. Chu Qing was dead. Chu Zhanpeng, the 6th high official, just died. And they were all killed by Lin Feng. Nothing could stop Lin Feng from becoming the 6th high official of Xueyu at that moment. On the side of the holy courtyard of Xueyu, Duan Tianlang was left mouth agape. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng with murderous intentions. They were all dead and no one had managed to kill Lin Feng. Besides, he was her son. Luo Shui was also pulling a long face. Initially, he still wanted to avenge his fellow disciples Bing Yuan's death. However, at that moment he had already given up on the idea. Killing Lin Feng? He would just get himself killed instead. At Luo Shui's side, there was Lin Qian. She looked absolutely desperate and pitiful at that moment. Chu Zhanpeng, her only hope, was dead. Besides, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Chu Zhanpeng's death was directly caused by her. If she hadn't taken him to get revenge on Lin Feng, Chu Zhanpeng would never have encountered Lin Feng, and they wouldn't have been led down this path. Chu Zhanpeng would never have a reason to make attempts on Lin Feng's life if it wasn't for Lin Qian pushing him. The events which caused his death were all her fault. Because of her, the Lin clan had collapsed into ruin and a never-before-seen genius was expelled from the clan. Because of her, the Haoyu sect had lost its patriarch and junior patriarch. The entire sect would be removed from history. The patriarch of the Haoyu sect had died after joining a fight between juniors. Chu Zhanpeng had died after attacking Lin Feng by surprise. The members of the Haoyu sect felt like there was no longer any prestige remaining. Many of the members would leave and the other sects would tear apart the remains of the Haoyu sect. But Lin Feng wasn't thinking about what would happen to the sect now. He was looking at the colorful ribbons and the old man being restrained. At that moment, the old man looked deathly pale. There wasn't a single trace of color on his face. The regret was written all over his face. But he couldn't change his actions even if he wanted to. What he had done was catastrophic. He had provoked her. His life was at their mercy and nobody would come to his rescue. Nobody would even think about trying to save him. The old man understood exactly what identity this woman held. Nobody could save him from death. The old man had a great deal of power and influence on his side. But today he was going to die. The old man hated himself for his own stupidity. He hadn't even considered the possibility of Lin Feng having a powerful support behind him. He foolishly believed that Lin Feng was only still alive because he had luck on his side. When Lin Feng saw the old man, his facial expression became cold, and he released more deadly energy which fiercely cut through the air. You thought that you could bully me because I have no backer. That's why you abused your power to help Shi Qiong fight against me. You tried to make it so that I, Lin Feng, had no choice but to die. Now your life is in my hands. Is there anything you have to say for yourself? Asked Lin Feng coldly. If the old man hadn't directly interfered and prevented him from finding Meng Qing wouldn't have been injured. When the old man heard Lin Feng, he remained silent. What could he say in this situation? It was exactly as Lin Feng described it. And now the old man's life was in Lin Feng's hands. Is there any possibility of a negotiation? Asked the old man while looking at Lin Feng. No, there isn't, replied Lin Feng without any hesitation while shaking his head. When you were in the position of power, you humiliated me and played with me as if I was nothing. You wanted to take my life and humiliate Meng Qing. Now that I am the one with power, do you really think that I will be merciful and spare your life? When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they sighed. Indeed, everybody had seen how the old man had treated Lin Feng. In the illusion, he had prevented Lin Feng from meeting Meng Qing. Lin Feng wasn't able to enter the room where Meng Qing and Shi Qiong were fighting. Besides, after the illusion stopped, Lin Feng and Shi Qiong started fighting. When Shi Qiong seemed to have the advantage, the old man hadn't intervened. When Chu Zhanpeng joined the battle and attacked Lin Feng by surprise, the old man didn't act. The old man only took action when he saw that Shi Qiong was about to die. He was playing with Lin Feng the entire time because he was supporting Shi Qiong. The situation had now drastically changed, and at that moment, Lin Feng had the power. The old man's life was in his hands. So would he let the old man live? Impossible. The old man sighed. He felt regret from the bottom of his heart, but there was no cure for regret. I hate my own foolish actions. I thought about the gains from interfering with a rising genius. Unfortunately, I was just fooling myself, sighed the old man. He then slowly closed his eyes and said, "Let me die in peace." "All right, I will give you that." Lin Feng slightly nodded and raised his hand. A black flame started to burn. It released threads of deadly energy into the air. Lin Feng's hand shook and the grim fire landed by the old man's heart. In a flash, the deadly energy spread across the defenseless old man's chest. The old man's facial muscles twitched, and immediately after, his head fell limply towards his chest as he stopped moving. However, the grim fire continued burning his body into nothingness. A cultivator of the 5th Xianxia layer was dead, and on top of that, he was sent from the imperial city. The crowd sighed. Just how many strong cultivators had died today? Ling Tian, Shi Qiong, Chu Zhanpeng, Chu Qing, and the old man. These were only the few that were killed by Lin Feng. The fire kept burning across the old man's body as the colorful ribbons returned to their owners. At that moment, a ring which was diffusing pallid lights appeared in the air in front of Lin Feng, which surprised him. Lin Feng stretched his arm out and grabbed the ring. The old man had broken through to the 5th Xianxia layer and was from the imperial city. There were probably lots of treasures and wealth that had accumulated over a long time in that ring. After that, Lin Feng turned around and looked at the mysterious woman. He looked perplexed. He still didn't understand why she was helping him. And why did he have the same feeling of closeness whenever he looked at her? "Do we know each other?" asked Lin Feng again while looking at the mysterious woman. Lin Feng's intuition was telling him that there was a connection between them. When the mysterious woman heard Lin Feng, she started to tremble. She could walk through the sky, look down upon the earth. She could raise her hand and kill thousands, but she was unable to remain calm in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's indifferent and emotionless voice when speaking with her made her bite down on her lips. She wanted to shout the truth from the top of her lungs, but she didn't know what to say. Could she tell Lin Feng that she was his mother even though she hadn't seen him throughout the entire 18 years of his life? Lin Feng was waiting for her answer, but she remained silent. The people who understood their story were sighing. The woman was also sighing. Everything was about to change. "She's Lin Hai's wife, and you ask her if you know each other?" A shout suddenly interrupted. A few people sighed. Nothing could change what happened in the past. That was the truth of the matter. That sentence made Lin Feng's heart start to race. Lin Hai's wife. A sharp and cruel light filled Lin Feng's eyes. The one who had just spoken was Yu Qingshan, the head of the Yu clan. What the hell is going on? Lin Feng's thoughts and feeling were completely chaotic. A moment ago, he had guessed that this woman was the owner of the lovesick forest, and last time, Duan Xianyi had told him that the person was a beautiful woman from the Yu clan. She was the most dazzling female cultivator of Shuiyu, but she eventually cut ties with the Yu clan. In other words, it was also possible that she was related to Yu Qingshan. When Yu Menghe saw Lin Feng's expression, she nodded slowly in agreement. She put her hand on her bamboo hat and threw it away. The bamboo hat flew away on the wind and the mysterious woman's face appeared. She looked pure, delicate, and soft. She had arched eyebrows and an oval face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears and her face had turned red. She still looked tender and soft, but there was something more. She looked sad. Meng He, you haven't changed at all. Yu Qingshan's silhouette flickered and he rose into the air. While looking at that woman's face, he couldn't help but sigh. Yu Meng He looked at Yu Qingshan. She was extremely puzzled. If Yu Qingshan had stood by her and agreed for her to be with Lin Hai, none of this would have happened. You have changed. Your hair is now white, said Yu Meng He in a low voice. It was impossible to see her thoughts from her facial expression. Indeed, I am old now. I might die soon, but even now you still refuse to call me father, said Yu Qingshan, who had mixed feelings. He loved his daughter and he was able to see her again, but they were no better than strangers. Her father. Many people didn't know that Yu Meng He was his daughter. When they heard that, their hearts felt uneasy. Yu Qingshan was saying that Yu Meng He refused to call him father, so she must be his daughter. Yu Meng He, 18 years ago, used to be the most outstanding female cultivator in the country. Many people found themselves excited when they recalled the story about the events 18 years ago, so that's it. The incredible female genius who had amazed Xueyu 18 years ago was his daughter. Besides, it seemed like Lin Feng was Yu Meng He's son. So wasn't he also Yu Qingshan's grandson? He had the heavenly dragon spirit, the spirit of the Yu clan. Everything was becoming clearer. Lin Feng was also starting to understand everything. Lin Feng had the blood spirit of the Yu clan and was the head of the Yu clan's grandson. Call you father? Yu Meng He frowned and then said coldly, do you think that you have acted as a father? Yu Meng He's voice was filled with resentment. She was blaming Yu Qingshan for everything that happened, which left him speechless. Everything I've done. If it wasn't for you, then it was for the Yu clan, replied Yu Qingshan. He looked troubled after hearing Yu Meng He's words, but he replied with a clear conscience. So you still think that what you did was right for the Yu clan, and right by me? Yu Meng He was looking at him like he was pathetic. She smiled coldly and said, so what do you want? Why have you come over to me? When Yu Qingshan heard her words, he was surprised. He always thought that he had made the correct choice, but Yu Meng He, from beginning to the end, never changed her view. They were both alike. Neither would admit if they had been wrong. When there was a large disagreement between a father and his daughter, it was difficult to solve it. Lin Feng was standing between them, unable to calm down. His heart was drumming in his ears and his thoughts were beyond chaotic. He was trying to remember Duan Xianxia's story about what happened 18 years ago with the 4 geniuses, but he never paid it much heed. Amongst those 4 geniuses, 3 of them had fallen in love with the 4th, the most outstanding female cultivator in the country. After that, Zhuge Wuqing gave up his pursuit and the beautiful woman had chosen the man who had no family or influence. In the end, the one from the imperial clan was angry at Yu Meng He and her lover. So he sealed her lover who wasn't famous and forced him to leave the imperial city. The imperial clan, the sealed doors. Lin Feng's heart was racing. He suddenly remembered that his father had a black mark on his body. It was a sealed door. The outstanding yet unknown cultivator who had amazed the country 18 years previously. The one left with a sealed door on his body was his father, Lin Hai. All the pieces were starting to come together. Lin Feng would have never thought that the story that he had heard by chance was hiding such a big secret. It was the story of his parents. When Lin Feng looked at that beautiful woman, he had the impression that he must be dreaming. That beautiful woman was his mother. She was once the most beautiful woman of Xueyu and she definitely deserved that title. 18 years later and she still looked so beautiful, graceful and elegant. What must she have looked like 18 years ago? She was probably even more beautiful than one could imagine. Yu Qingshan sighed. He was looking at Yu Meng He while remaining silent. He then looked at Lin Feng. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. In the end, his silhouette flickered and he moved back down and returned to the Yu clan. Yu Meng He stopped looking towards Yu Qingshan. She then looked at Lin Feng and nibbled on her lips. She said in a low voice, Little Feng, you've been suffering for 18 years. Lin Feng opened his mouth and then closed it as nothing was coming out. Even though he had arrived in this world a few years ago, his soul had already fused with that of the real Lin Feng. He was part of the old Lin Feng and the old Lin Feng was part of him. He was unable to forget the memories of his previous self. Therefore, seeing that woman, who gave the impression of a strong yet elegant woman, who seemed to care so much about him, was very strange to him. It seemed like that slim and graceful woman was his mother. Lin Feng smiled wryly for a while and took a deep breath. The Lin Feng who was originally from this world had already died. It was useless to continue thinking about it. He was himself and he had to live for the present. There may have been two in the past, but now there was only one Lin Feng. He had to live his life the way he wanted to. He wanted to make those close to him happy. Above the water of the lake, which had tints of red from the blood, there was a proud genius, Lin Feng. Mother! A magnificent and radiant smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. After all the chaos in his heart, he felt like he had been reborn. This could be a new start. He suddenly felt like he had become more mature. He understood many things about himself and his past self. Lin Feng was also more detailed in his way of thinking. Being called mother caused Yu Menghe to be speechless. She was standing in the moonlight which illuminated her beauty, as well as her radiant eyes. Tears had begun to form on the corners of her eyes. She had been waiting to hear these words for 18 years. During those 18 years, she wanted to hear Lin Feng call her mother, with all her being, and finally, she had the chance to hear the words she had always dreamed of. When she heard Lin Feng call her mother, all her sadness washed away and she was overcome with happiness. She had done everything during these past years for the sake of Lin Feng, and now she felt like all the suffering was worth it. Yu Menghe moved over to Lin Feng and put her two hands on his face. She couldn't help but gently caress her son's face. Her son wasn't any weaker than her when she was at his age. Lin Feng was a genius when it came to swords. She was proud of him. She was deeply gratified in her heart. I just wanted to scream at all those fools. How in the world could my son be a piece of trash? Yu Menghe laughed and gently caressed her son's head with a magnificent smile on her face. It seemed like she had been keeping tabs on Lin Feng for the last 18 years and knew that people would call her son a piece of trash. But by relying on his own efforts, Lin Feng had risen to the top. If Lin Feng hadn't been extremely strong and didn't have extremely high natural abilities, she might not have been able to contact her son. If he hadn't been strong, he wouldn't be a free man. If Lin Feng had been a worthless cultivator, she would have rather let him live an ordinary life and not get involved with the world of cultivation. Even if he wasn't outstanding, he could at least have a happy and tranquil life. That had always been Lin Hai's thought. It was agreed between Lin Hai and Yu Menghe. Therefore, Lin Hai never tried to force Lin Feng to cultivate. He wanted him to have the chance at life as an ordinary person. But after that Lin Feng displayed his talent, Lin Hai knew his son wasn't ordinary. He decided to let Lin Feng leave home and create his own path. The result of his actions was a complete success. Lin Feng was proof. Lin Feng had come to the imperial city and relied on his own talents to accomplish a great deal of meritorious acts, which made him the stuff of legends. At that moment, Yu Menghe and Lin Hai had discovered that Lin Feng had started to walk a very straightforward path. But no matter what path Lin Feng chose, his parents would silently and secretly guide him until they could meet again. Until that moment, his mother was always secretly monitoring him. Many people had thought that her son had no influence and no powerful backers. They thought that they could bully him, harass him, and try to kill him without worrying about an outside force. How could Yu Menghe let those people get away with that? She had shown herself and she was announcing to everybody that Lin Feng was her son. She wouldn't tolerate anyone trying to bully or kill her son. Who would dare say that Lin Feng was trash with her around? When thinking about those things, Yu Menghe glanced at the crowd with a cold glare and spoke. A moment ago, so many people were saying that my son needed to die and that they wanted to kill him. Come out and show yourselves. I dare you to say it again. Yu Menghe's words stupefied the crowd. A moment before, the Yu clan, the Dugu clan, the Wanshou sect, the Haoyu sect, the Luoxia sect, the Ice and Snow Mountain village, etc., had all said that they wanted Lin Feng dead. But at that moment, when Yu Menghe was glaring at them in such an ice-cold way, they could only shake and shiver without saying a word. Nobody dared to say anything because nobody knew how terrifyingly strong she had become after 18 years of seclusion. Perhaps Yu Menghe had already become stronger than the head of the Yu clan, Yu Qingshan. On the path of cultivation, Seniors passed their innate talents on to the next generation, and the next generation was expected to surpass them with time. Everybody was silent. Yu Menghe smiled coldly and said, "You're a bunch of worthless cowards. You don't even speak when I am here. If anyone attempts to harm my son, I, Yu Menghe, will annihilate them." When she finished talking, Yu Menghe suddenly released a monstrous deadly energy which rolled across the sky and suppressed the entire crowd. Many people couldn't breathe under such a heavy pressure. What a terrifying pressure! Many people looked glum, especially those who had a grudge against Lin Feng. Yu Menghe was too strong. That pressure alone was choking them, and it was only a warning. It was a guarantee that she, Yu Menghe, had the power to enforce her words. Besides, the crowd knew that if they offended Yu Menghe, they would also offend someone else, Zhuge Wuqing. If anything happened to Yu Menghe, the Yu clan would definitely intervene. Humph! Yu Menghe groaned coldly and said, "This so-called genius competition is pointless. A great majority of you are nothing but corrupt and despicable people who have no principles. I will be watching you in the future. In a short while, the people from the Empire will arrive. At that time, I am convinced that they will pick out the most outstanding geniuses themselves. They have eyes. They will know with a glance what kind of trash you people are." When she finished talking, she looked at Lin Feng and said, "Little Feng, this competition is over. Let's go." "All right," nodded Lin Feng. Yu Menghe and Lin Feng's silhouettes flickered, and they instantly arrived next to Meng Qing. Yu Menghe glanced at Meng Qing and smiled. The crowd was dazzled by the two beauties. Yu Menghe was named the most beautiful woman in Xueyu 18 years ago, and she was still extremely beautiful. Then there was Lin Feng's lover, Meng Qing. She looked holy and pure, like a celestial being. Yu Menghe and Meng Qing standing next to each other was too beautiful. The rest of the world lost its beauty in their presence. But those two women weren't in the same generation, so there was no use comparing between the mature one and the young beauty. Meng Qing was Lin Feng's woman and was therefore Yu Menghe's daughter-in-law. How could there be competition between them? When Lin Feng saw Yu Menghe and Meng Qing look at each other, he still felt extremely nervous. In his previous world, this would mean that the mother-in-law was sizing up the daughter-in-law. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who was nervous. Something very rare happened at that moment. Meng Qing had a nervous expression on her face. When she saw that Yu Menghe was sizing her up, she lowered her head shyly. "Yu Menghe, Meng Qing, it's interesting that you both have the character Meng in your name." Yu Menghe continued to stare at Meng Qing, and then said while laughing, "My son is a smart young man." Lin Feng was surprised. Yu Menghe glanced at Meng Qing for a few seconds and then said a few words to break the awkward silence. Lin Feng was speechless as he smiled wryly. Meng Qing, who was still lowering her head, had a magnificent smile on her face. Yu Menghe was Lin Feng's mother, so Meng Qing needed her approval for Lin Feng and Meng Qing's relationship. It was extremely important to her. The light of the full moon was still shining down on the lake, but light was starting to form on the horizon. The water of the lake was still calm. It seemed like the light from the horizon was growing more and more intense. At that moment, there was nobody fighting above the lake any longer. Yu Menghe and Lin Feng had already left. After they had left, the people around the lake remained silent. Nobody knew what to say. Some people were still digesting the shocking events they had encountered that night. Lin Feng had caused everyone's hearts to race. He had shocked everybody, from the beginning to the end. First, he released a terrifying, deadly energy which he formed into a sword. He then revealed the power of his Black Lotus. He killed Ling Tian. He killed Shi Qiong. He killed Chu Qing and Chu Zhanpeng. So many extremely famous cultivators were dead because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng had achieved a miracle when facing a strong opponent. He would show more strength. It seemed like no matter how strong his opponent was, he always had another hidden trick to deal with them. At the same time, Yu Menghe had finally revealed herself. She was the daughter of Yu Qingshan, the head of the Yu clan. 18 years ago, she was the most beautiful and most outstanding female cultivator of Xueyu. She was one of the 4 strongest cultivators in the country. Everything about her amazed people. Yu Menghe was truly gifted. After having stayed in the dark for 18 years, she had finally revealed herself. for her son, Lin Feng. Just like 18 years before, she was still as amazing, as dazzling and as graceful as ever. She was also extremely talented when it came to cultivation. Lin Feng definitely shared her talent. In Lin Feng's veins was the blood of the Yu clan. Thanks to that, he had the heavenly dragon spirit of the Yu clan, the heavenly celestial Fang spirit. This time, the real hero of the national competition was Lin Feng. Many people were still silent on the bank of the lake. They were looking at the 9 dragons floating above the water. The person on the throne had only said 2 sentences. Then he had stopped talking as if he never existed, to begin with. When Yu Meng he attacked the old man, he didn't even attempt to stop her. Until that moment, nobody knew exactly who he was. Many people believed it to be the king of Shuiyu. A gentle breeze started to blow across the lake. The dreary and desolate moonlight was starting to fade, and it was growing cold. Everybody may leave now. Finally, the one sitting on the throne spoke. He sounded calm and serene, but his words were firm. Leave? Was everybody just supposed to leave? Was the national competition over? Had it really been stopped? The crowd all let out disappointed sighs. Many of them still wanted to see the other high officials fight, but now it seemed impossible. Most of them had traveled a long way to watch. They could at least be happy that they had seen the rise of Lin Feng. He would be the newest entry to the 8 high officials. From that day on, Lin Feng was one of the 8 high officials. The dragon roared, which caused the air to shake. The water of the lake started to grow turbulent as the 9 flood dragons dashed into the sky and spread their gigantic wings. When the crowd saw those 8 mighty dragons, they started to shake. They were wondering who the dragon's master was. Who was it on the throne? It should be the king, right? At that moment, a member of the Wuxia sect whispered, trying to guess who the person was. The king? In my opinion, he wasn't anyone powerful. Lin Feng acted so aggressively. Yu Meng he then threatened and insulted everybody, and all those people were killed in front of him. Should such a coward be called a king? Joked his interlocutor. Brother, don't talk so loud. What if he heard you? Replied the other one surprised. How could they provoke the person sitting on that throne? His status must be immense. I'm serious, what are you scared of? Even if he hears you, our teacher would not fear him. Said the other in a loud voice. He was sucking up to his teacher, Gu Chunqiu. All right, shut up, shouted Gu Chunqiu. Teacher, what I am only speaking the truth. That person didn't even dare to speak up. He just hid behind the dragons and sat on his throne. If he is not a coward and a weakling, what is? Said that person even more loudly. At that moment, everybody could hear his words and many people were watching him. Gu Chunqiu frowned, and then the sound of a dragon roar filled the sky. A terrifyingly brutal qi emerged and pressured everybody, which made their facial expressions change to one of fear. How terrifying! What pressure! Gu Chunqiu's face also drastically changed. That pressure was painful for him to withstand. It was brutal, aggressive, and violent. At that moment, the person sitting on the throne was still silent but was obviously furious. This doesn't look good, said Gu Chunqiu in a low voice. Besides, the other members of the Wuxia sect looked even glummer, especially the one who had just shouted out. His face turned deathly pale in the blink of an eye, absolutely void of color. That pressure had fallen onto his body and terrified him. A subtle sound spread in the air. It was as if the atmosphere was going to break under such pressure. The flood dragon's roars were growing more violent. Their roar could almost tear apart the atmosphere. Then the curtains covering the throne were turned into dust. Immediately after, the crowd saw a silhouette streak across the sky above the lake. He was looking down to the ground, so his long hair hung loosely as it flowed on the wind. He looked extremely majestic and domineering as he stood in the sky. He also looked extremely brutal and aggressive, like a monarch. His qi was as glistening as jewels but felt like death itself. Run! Shouted Gu Chunqiu, but many people couldn't escape. They were consumed by the monstrous energy. They couldn't move under such pressure. Some people even fell to their knees. They all felt ice-cold sweat dripping down their backs, especially the one who had just insulted that person. His face was colorless and his face was twitching. That brutal silhouette nosedived in a flash. Cracking sounds spread through the air and blood burst into the sky. Hatred could be seen emerging in the eyes of the people close to the victim, and in a flash those people became corpses too. That silhouette was slicing apart his enemies in the most brutal and cruel way. Besides, those who had just witnessed that attack had started to scream. They couldn't resist the power of the pressure anymore. Their blood vessels were starting to burst, and blood filled the air. The majority of the members from the Wuxia sect were now dead. Gu Chunqiu had been slightly faster than the others and managed to escape the catastrophe. Everybody was stupefied by that brutal display. The man looked terrifying. Glancing at him once was almost enough to feel pain. His expression was extremely sharp. He was wearing a yellow chong pao, and his energy was brutal, violent, and monstrously strong. His brutal and violent qi gave people the feeling that there was only room for him in the world. It was as if everybody else didn't have the right to exist. That person frowned and looked towards Gu Chunqiu. Those who have no respect must die. After saying that man released a deadly qi which moved straight towards Gu Chunqiu, whose facial expression drastically changed. How could this be happening? How was it possible? He was so terrified when seeing the power of the attack that he didn't even think about blocking. He didn't need to fight. He stood no chance at victory. The only thing he wanted was to make it out alive. Pure qi surrounded his body, and he quickly ran away. Rose-colored clouds started to form around his body. The brutal figure rushed forwards and threw himself at Gu Chunqiu. All of his movements seemed random, but he was very organized. The brutal energy was filling the atmosphere around them. Die! A terrifying voice resonated in Gu Chunqiu's brain. He abruptly started to tremble. He wanted to dodge, but how? It seemed like it was impossible at that moment. It was the first time that he had felt such fear. It seemed like that person was inside his mind. PSSSSH. Blood splashed everywhere. Gu Chunqiu, the patriarch of the Wuxia sect, had been killed in an instant. His body was destroyed, he was dead. Because of a few words, the Wuxia sect was annihilated. It sounded like a ridiculous lie, but this was the reality. As the crowd watched on, flabbergasted, the powerful and brutal-looking man flew through the air and landed on a dragon. He looked extremely aggressive. He was looking down on all the people around him. 18 years ago they brought us great pride, so when those seniors appeared, I would let them express themselves freely. But from today, Shuiyu is under my control and only mine. When he finished talking, his dragons roared and soared to the sky. However, the people's hearts were pounding when they recognized the man. The crown prince, Duan Wu Dao. The prince who was silently sitting on the throne was in the sky and looked extremely aggressive, proud and arrogant. Other than the prince, who could act in such a manner? This was precisely Duan Wu Dao. He was just like the rumors said, unruly, wild and aggressive. If somebody offended him, they would die. If they respected him, he would let them live happily. Respecting him was their only choice. His dragons roared, and a strong wind rolled through the atmosphere, and Duan Wu Dao disappeared into the horizon. But the crowd couldn't calm down. First, Lin Feng had astonished them. Then Duan Wu Dao. Those two young men had made people's hearts tremble. The Wuxia sect had suffered tremendous losses. Even though the powerful sects in the country had a great deal of influence and power, if they insulted or disrespected him, they would die. If someone was strong enough, they have absolute freedom to do as they wished. The power and influence of those sects were nothing in front of Duan Wu Dao and his monstrous strength. He could destroy it all in the blink of an eye. He deserves to be the first-ranked high official. Rumors say that all the other 7 high officials working together would still be weaker than him. I wonder if it's true? Thought some people at that moment. Du Wu Dao was monstrously strong. In people's eyes, Chu Zhanpeng was strong and had terrifying natural abilities, but in comparison with Duan Wu Dao, he seemed insignificant. He's become even stronger, thought Yu Tianming while looking at Duan Wu Dao vanishing into the horizon. Yu Tianming was ranked second amongst the 8 high officials. His goal had always been to surpass Duan Wu Dao, but at that moment, he had just found out that Duan Wu Dao had become even stronger. The difference between them had grown even larger. Duanwu Dao was becoming much stronger over time. He was monstrously strong. In the lovesick forest, there was a restricted area filled with beautiful green bamboo trees. The air was pure and fresh. Nature was in a beautiful harmony. In the middle of the bamboo trees, there were many small houses. They were equally spread across the bamboo forest. Those who lived there could hear the rustling from within the forest. Yu Menghe, Lin Feng, and Meng Qing were walking slowly through the bamboo forest. The others had gone back alone. "Mother, have you stayed here for 18 years without leaving?" asked Lin Feng while looking at Yu Menghe. According to Duan Xianxia, after having disappeared 18 years ago, the 4 outstanding disciples had stopped showing themselves. Lin Feng's mother had always stayed in the forest. In that restricted area, she didn't allow people to see her, and she didn't see others. She lived in isolation during the past 18 years. "Indeed, I rarely go out," replied Yu Menghe while slightly nodding, which made Lin Feng sigh with sadness. That place was very beautiful, but staying there all the time was probably very lonely. At least Lin Feng wouldn't be able to do it. Lin Feng enjoyed cultivation. He wanted to become an extremely strong cultivator. He wanted to break through to the different cultivation layers in the hopes that he could soar into the heavens and never have to worry again. "Little Feng, do you think that it was terribly boring for me to stay here for 18 years? Maybe even useless?" asked Yu Menghe while looking at Lin Feng in a soft and gentle way. "Indeed," replied Lin Feng while slightly nodding. He did think that way. "Wait until you understand the lovesick forest better, and we will see if you still think that way," said Yu Menghe with a mysterious smile on her face which surprised Lin Feng. Could it be that that forest hid something special? "I first want to show you a certain place," said Yu Menghe without explaining anything. The 3 of them continued walking. The path was covered with a fresh and green grass. They were walking neither slowly nor fast through the forest. In front of Lin Feng appeared many trees. They looked extremely old, and the trunks were huge. 2 or 3 people holding hands wouldn't have been able to encircle them. Those trees were at least a few hundred years old, and an ancient qi was emerging from them. They then took a few more steps, and a gigantic tree appeared in front of Lin Feng. It seemed like it was holding up the sky. It was a terrifying diameter of 10 meters. Each of its branches was extremely solid. They wore the sturdiest branches and roots he had ever encountered. That tree was 1,000 years old and gave off an ancient feeling. Lin Feng was astonished. At the top of the tree there were some log cabins. They looked comfortable yet simple. Lin Feng looked at the log cabins. Then his eyes followed the tree to its trunk and landed on a bench made from stone. There was a silhouette calmly sitting on that bench. That person had a chisel in his hand. He was calmly carving something onto the tree. Besides, next to that man there was an image, and that man was carving it into the tree. When Lin Feng saw that person, he frowned, but immediately after, he looked relaxed and smiled. He recognized him. Lin Feng started walking softly, without making any sound. He was walking towards that person. Meng Qing followed Lin Feng, but in a flash Yu Menghe caught her arm, pulled her back. She then put her finger in her mouth to tell Meng Qing not to make a sound, and then she smiled. Meng Qing nodded and stopped moving. She only calmly watched as Lin Feng arrived behind that person. Lin Feng was still not making any noise. He slightly bent over and looked at the chisel in the person's hand. That person was calmly carving each and every single detail onto the tree. That carving looked extremely clear and detailed. It really seemed like the sculpture was the original item. Lin Feng kept looking at that hand, and he was surprised. That person used the same strength for each movement. His movements were extremely accurate. What a skillful man. Lin Feng watched the person putting the same pressure on the chisel for each and every single movement. The depth of the carving was the same in every location. Wood shavings were floating gently on the wind. The 10,000 things of creation can be used anytime and anywhere to practice cultivation, sighed Lin Feng. That person looked like he was in a state of meditation, just like Yan Yu Pingshang when he was playing the zither. That was a path to improving one's heart and changing one's state of mind. One could break through to the next cultivation layer thanks to such practices. One could turn their power from a stream into a mighty river. When that man finished his carving, the wood shavings flew away, and he then lowered his hand. He smiled and said, "Little Feng, you're making fun of your old man because his hearing has faded with age?" said the man at that moment. The man slowly turned around and smiled softly. "Father, you have become much stronger than before. How would you go deaf?" replied Lin Feng with a magnificent smile on his face. That man was the former head of the Lin clan, Lin Hai. "It seems like father and mother stayed here and waited patiently for me to become stronger while helping where they could," thought Lin Feng. After he had arrived in the imperial city with Duan Feng, it seemed like certain things were miraculously falling into place, as if someone was attempting to guide him in secret. Lin Feng was sure that much of the help he received in the past was because of his parents. Lin Hai stood up and hugged Lin Feng's shoulders. Lin Feng had grown as tall as him. Lin Hai smiled, he looked happy. "I wouldn't have thought that my son would become so famous and stand out so much. It seems like I was wrong to think you were ordinary," said Lin Hai, sounding somewhat proud. His son had become his pride. Back then, he wanted Lin Feng to live as an ordinary person. He wanted him to have an absolutely normal daily routine, but after knew that Lin Feng could never be an ordinary person. Besides, even if Lin Feng had wanted to have a common and ordinary life, it would have been impossible for him to live a safe and peaceful life. If he were ordinary, people would bully him for being weak. Lin Feng had started his life as an ordinary young man and then, step by step, he became extremely strong. Lin Hai had never thought that such a thing would happen. After all, when Lin Feng was 15, it was impossible for him to be more ordinary. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Father, the Lin clan, Yangzhou City. I know everything already. You handled everything correctly. Don't think of showing warm feelings to people who treat us badly. You only reacted to their provocation. You have become merciless, little Feng. Too bad that your old father's cultivation was sealed. That's the reason I went back to Yangzhou City and became the head of the Lin clan," sighed Lin Hai. Lin Hai had an unyielding personality. He had been extremely aggressive to Lin Ba Dao, Lin Hao Ran, and some other elders because they had bullied Lin Feng. Lin Hai was merciless too. He attacked Lin Hao Ran and killed an elder. Lin Hai was never a coward or a weakling. He had become the head of the Lin clan but had remained silent because his cultivation had been sealed and because of the secret regarding Yu Menghe. In the imperial city, everybody knew about the 4 outstanding cultivators who had amazed the entire country 18 years ago, and they even knew that one of them was carefree, unyielding, and proudly soared into the heavens. However, Lin Hai controlled himself and remained hidden inside the imperial city all this time. "All right, that's enough, you two. Stop talking about such sad things. Let bygones be bygones," said Yu Menghe indifferently while shaking her head when she heard Lin Feng and Lin Hai. Then Yu Menghe and Meng Qing joined them. Lin Hai looked at Yu Menghe and smiled. "All right, let's not talk about the Lin clan. Those things belong to the past, so let's forget about them. But little Feng, don't worry. The Lin clan still has hope. The blood of the Lin clan will continue flowing into the veins of the new generations." "There you go again," said Yu Menghe while glaring at Lin Hai, which surprised him, but he then immediately smiled wryly. When Lin Feng and Meng Qing saw Yu Menghe and Lin Hai laugh, they laughed too. They looked like they were still deeply in love, a simple and tender love. "Father, you came to the imperial city. Why didn't you tell me anything?" asked Lin Feng, who was surprised. "Little Feng, do you know how your father left the imperial city in the past?" asked Lin Hai to Lin Feng, which surprised him. He remained silent and replied, "That guy from the imperial clan? Indeed. 18 years ago, your mother had just given birth to you, but Duan Ren Huang sealed my spirit and my cultivation. Then he forced me to leave the imperial city. He forbade me from entering the imperial city, not even a single step. Back then, I felt so humiliated. I hated him, but because of you, I chose to ignore the humiliation and return to Yangzhou City. I intended to stay there forever. I had decided never to return to the imperial city again, but you changed my mind. In the end, I stopped caring about such things and broke my promise to never return. So I returned and found your mother," said Lin Hai slowly. Apart from you and those who live here, nobody else knows that I am in the lovesick forest. If Duan Renhuang knew that I had returned to the imperial city, he would come to kill me. What I am trying to say is, if your life wasn't in grave danger, your mother would have never revealed herself and brought you here to see me. When Lin Feng heard Lin Hai, he remained silent. So that's how it was. His father had gone to the imperial city to find his mother, and it was extremely dangerous. His father returning to the imperial city was an absolute secret, and he couldn't show himself to anyone. Duan Renhuang is one of the 4 geniuses from 18 years ago? Asked Lin Feng. A cold light was in his eyes. Duan Renhuang? What a powerful name. Surprisingly, his name contained the characters Huang, means emperor. Indeed, that's him, Duan Renhuang. He was a very ambitious person. Now, he's probably the one who is really controlling Xueyu, said Lin Hai coldly. Duan Renhuang had injured them and forced Lin Hai to leave and never return. Their agreement was that Yu Menghe wasn't allowed to leave the imperial city and Lin Hai wasn't allowed in the imperial city. Otherwise, the Duan clan would have continued to hunt them down. The one who really controls Xueyu, whispered Lin Feng. It was him. He hunted down his parent 18 years ago and disappeared afterwards. Because of him, Lin Hai was forced to enter the imperial city in secret, not daring to show himself. Little Feng, don't think about those things too much. Maybe Duan Renhuang is not even in Xueyu anymore. With his talent and cultivation level, he could have decided to move to a better place with stronger cultivators. He probably didn't want to stay in a tiny country like Xueyu. His goal was probably Xueyu or even the vast and endless continent of the 9 clouds. Added Yu Menghe, to which Lin Feng slightly nodded. Indeed, if 18 years ago things had happened differently, Lin Feng's father, Lin Hai, would have probably left Xueyu. He would have followed his martial path and grown even stronger. Lin Feng, even though Duan Renhuang hadn't shown himself for a long time, there is another person whom you should also be careful of, added Yu Menghe. Whom? The Crown Prince, Duan Wu Dao, replied Yu Menghe in a grave tone. She then continued, Duan Wu Dao has the same blood as Duan Renhuang. They have identical temperaments too. Duan Renhuang and Duan Wu Dao are very close. Besides, Duan Wu Dao is now ranked first amongst the 8 high officials. Just like Duan Renhuang was in the past. They have terrifying strength and shocking talent. Duan Wu Dao, whispered Lin Feng. The Crown Prince Duan Wu Dao was wild and unruly, aggressive and violent. If anyone offended him, he would kill everyone involved. But if people were nice to him, he would treat them well. He was extremely aggressive when provoked. I will be careful, nodded Lin Feng. Yu Menghe smiled and nodded while looking at Lin Feng. She then added, sounding confident, Little Feng, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're only 18 years old and you can already kill cultivators of the 4th Xianxia layer. You're much stronger than your father and me at your age. Apart from Duan Wu Dao, none of the other high officials have more potential than you. You will be stronger than all of them soon enough. It's only a matter of time. Your objective should be to reach the top of the 8 high officials. The top of the 8 high officials. Lin Feng raised his head and gazed solemnly into the distance. His objective needed to be more than that. Maybe his natural abilities weren't high enough. Maybe he wasn't very strong. It didn't matter. He always needed to aim for higher goals. If he didn't have the talent, he would pay in blood, sweat and tears to make his dreams come true. He had to keep climbing higher until everyone that looked down on him was forced to look up at him and watch him soar into the heavens. It was the same as with Chu Zhanpeng. Nobody thought that Lin Feng could compete with him. In front of Chu Zhanpeng, he was nothing more than an insect. However, Lin Feng had never considered Chu Zhanpeng as his goal. He just focused on becoming stronger to protect the ones he cares for. He broke through every hurdle which stood in the way of his martial path. Duan Wu Dao, the Crown Prince, cannot have Xueyu as his goal, thought Lin Feng. If Duan Wu Dao had had Xueyu as his goal, he would have become dispirited and would have lost the motivation to grow stronger. Duan Wu Dao was able to push everybody aside because he always pursued the goal of becoming stronger. Little Feng, I will bring you to a certain place. Yu Menghe suddenly said mysteriously, which surprised Lin Feng. A certain place? Could it be that there was something incredible in the lovesick forest again? Lin Feng looked at his father Lin Hai. He was smiling, which made Lin Feng even more surprised. "All right," replied Lin Feng while nodding. He was truly curious. Yu Meng he led the way and they started walking through a dense forest. Lin Feng and Meng Qing calmly followed from behind. They crossed a distance of about 1,000 steps and in front of them appeared a few trees which were around 1,000 years old as well. There were 4 ancient trees. This place was extremely dark. The trees were blotting out the sky and not a single light could enter their domain. Vines had already wrapped around the trees. In the middle of those 4 trees, there was surprisingly a cave going into the ground. One couldn't see into the cave though. It was very strange. It looked extremely deep. Yu Meng he took a step forwards and walked into the cave. Lin Feng was stupefied. "Little Feng, come," said Yu Meng he while turning her head and smiling at Lin Feng. After that, Lin Hai entered the cave too. Lin Feng looked at them and then suddenly, Yu Meng he and Lin Hai disappeared from sight. They disappeared inside the cave in an instant without any warning. "What is this?" Lin Feng was dumbstruck. How strange. 2 people had just disappeared as if they were never there to begin with. "It must be an illusion," suddenly whispered Lin Feng. It had to be a form of witchcraft. Only witchcraft could lead to such a perfect illusion and alter the physical rules of the world. The path of witchcraft was in perfect harmony with nature. It could borrow the strength of the earth and the sky to reshape the land. One could use it to confuse or to create illusions or even to kill people. "Meng Qing, let's get in too," said Lin Feng while pulling Meng Qing's hand. They then slowly entered that cave. Inside that cave, everything was different. Meng Qing and Lin Feng just had the feeling that they were fainting. Everything was spinning around them and suddenly, another place appeared around them. It was a bright and cloudy sky. There was a desert and the sunlight was trying to pierce through the clouds to illuminate the earth below. How is that possible? Where are we? Lin Feng's heart started pounding violently. He was astonished. Meng Qing was astonished too. When they saw how vast that desert was, they had the feeling that they were still in an illusion. But on the other hand, it felt too real. How could it be an illusion? Where are we? Lin Feng tried to keep clear-headed and asked that question to Yu Meng he and Lin Hai. Everything was too astonishing. It was so incredible that Lin Feng and Meng Qing couldn't believe it. "Little Feng, the first time your mother brought me here, I was even more astonished than you," said Lin Hai while laughing. He then continued slowly, "You're right. It's not an illusion. We're just in another location. This is a strange place we found connected to the lovesick forest." "What a strange place." Lin Feng shivered. This place belonged to the real world. It wasn't an illusion. After remaining silent for a while, Lin Feng sighed. This world was full of mysteries. Things Lin Feng could never imagine continued to happen. Having come to the continent of the 9 clouds after his death was already astounding. Besides, in the continent of the 9 clouds, Lin Feng didn't know how many extremely strong cultivators there were. Lin Feng had no doubts that there were cultivators who could destroy mountains and empty oceans, but what he was wondering about was, would he be strong enough to meet them? "Are there people here like us?" suddenly asked Lin Feng. Lin Hai nodded and said, "Yes, and many of them also practice cultivation just like us. This place is still in the continent of the 9 clouds, but it is a long, long way from Shuiyu. The cave enabled us to come here." "You mean like teleportation?" asked Lin Feng stupefied. In his previous life, Lin Feng had heard about teleportation in books and had seen teleportation in movies. "You know about teleportation?" A flash of shock passed through Lin Hai's eyes. He was surprised. They were far from being at the level of teleporting themselves. There were some rumors about it though. Lin Hai had read about teleportation in an ancient book, but surprisingly, Lin Feng knew about it too. "Teleportation really exists?" thought Lin Feng surprised. Considering Lin Hai's words, there were really some people who used teleportation in the continent of the 9 clouds. But in ancient books, people teleport themselves from one place to another, feel dizzy and nauseous. However, I have passed through the illusion and into the cave many times, but I have never had such a feeling. It feels very smooth each time without any strange sensations. It seems like the kind of teleportation they mention in books is not entirely the same as ours. Maybe our teleportation is not really a teleportation spell at all. I'm not sure either way," said Lin Hai. Lin Feng was speechless. If that wasn't a teleportation spell and the cave illusion enabled them to move from one place to another, then what exactly was it? Lin Feng suddenly turned his head around and gazed into the distance. The desert was vast and boundless. There was absolutely nothing. Lin Feng was surprised. Father, how are we going to get back? Very easy. You just need to go stand where you arrived in the first place, close your eyes and think about going back. That is why I am saying that it doesn't seem like a teleportation spell. In the ancient books, they talk about two types of teleportation. A return teleportation, a one-way teleportation. For the return teleportation, the two places have a gate so people can cross back and forth. In the case of one-way teleportation, there is no possibility of returning, but here we used an illusion to travel here. Then we just have to think of the location to return. How strange. Lin Feng didn't understand how it worked at all. He then asked again, Father, have you ever walked around here? Have you ever asked people what the name of the place is? Are we still in the Xueyu region? Even though those people practice cultivation too and speak the same language as us, their personality and mentality is very different. They are very stubborn, so to say. There is a city. Its name is Tianyahage. Its army is extremely strong and they control everything in this region. The region is like a fortress. Its inhabitants are only allowed to live inside that city. For example, they cannot go out and wander the desert freely. As far as other places are concerned, they call the outside world the ruins. They cannot take even half a step outside of their city. The ruins? They think the outside world is just made of ruins. Asked Lin Feng. I don't know. Maybe they haven't been out of their city before, said Lin Hai while shaking his head. People there have absolute faith in their government and city. At such a level, it cannot even be called nationalism anymore. They have absolute faith in their beliefs. They believe from the bottom of their heart that the outside world is composed of only ruins. Nobody dares to question that statement. Nobody dares oppose the government of Tianyahage. Their religion is omnipresent in their thoughts. Besides, they have never heard of Xueyu. They only know that they are in the continent of the Nine Clouds. What kind of horrible place is that? Lin Feng was speechless. Nationalism, religion? Nobody dared call their beliefs into question? Nobody dared oppose the government? They didn't allow anyone to go to other places and have a look. Little Feng, don't judge people and their beliefs. I discovered that place more than 10 years ago, but I still haven't really understood its culture. I just know that we are in a distant corner of the continent of the Nine Clouds. After finding that out, I stopped caring. I just came here to cultivate. Yu Menghe smiled and said to Lin Feng, Little Feng, look. Yu Menghe was pointing at something in the distance. There was a large group of people running towards them. Little Feng, look over there too, said Yu Menghe while pointing to another place. Lin Feng turned his head and saw more silhouettes appear in the distance. 18 years, I didn't waste any of that time. All of the women I took in were poor and living miserable lives. I brought them to Lovesick Forest and taught them cultivation. Now, not only do they know cultivation, but they were all taught witchcraft too. They have all spent over 10 years training, and thanks to their efforts, they are all strong enough to help shoulder our responsibilities. Some of them even have strength surpassing the Xianxia layer. Coupled with their witchcraft, they are all extremely strong. At that moment, the woman who was referred to as the most beautiful woman of Xueyu didn't look soft and gentle at all. Sharp and cold lights filled her eyes. 18 years ago, because she didn't have the enough strength and because her support abandoned her, she was torn away from her husband. She hadn't even been able to see her husband and son for too long. Yu Menghe didn't want such a tragic situation to ever occur again. Therefore she sheltered those girls and transformed them into powerful women. She taught them cultivation, and the girls had become a source of power and influence for her. She had built that for herself, and for her son, Lin Feng. Now, her son was together with her. She would feel less anxious if Lin Feng was protected by her secret troop of women. That way, Lin Feng would have a source of power and influence to support him at all times. He wouldn't only have his mother's power. Lin Feng would no longer get bullied and humiliated because he had no power or influence, like when the Wanshou sect continuously threatened and tried to kill him. If Lin Feng had this troop of women at his command, Lin Feng wouldn't have needed to fight at all. those women would have slaughtered the Wanshou sect to the very last disciple. Lin Feng nodded. He had already witnessed how strong these women were. The first time was in the lovesick forest, when they crippled Yu Qiu's cultivation. The other time was when 6 women, all of them only in the Xianxia layer, used the colorful ribbons to completely bind the old man's body. They had severely injured him and restrained his every movement, allowing Lin Feng kill him with ease. Their strength was terrifying. Some were even much stronger than Lin Feng. Little Feng, all of them are now yours. Let them be your source of power and influence. Use them to make the entire country of Xueyu tremble in fear, said Yu Menghe, which astonished Lin Feng. Mine? But do you think that with my strength, I still need power and influence to support myself, said Yu Menghe, interrupting Lin Feng. From the beginning, when I taught them cultivation, it was exclusively for you. If someday you don't need them, just free them from your service and let them live their own lives. When Lin Feng heard Yu Menghe, he remained silent. Indeed, Yu Menghe, with her strength, didn't need them. She had raised them especially for Lin Feng. Lin Feng would be able to have more power and influence with them acting as his support. All right, I can start with my plan then, whispered Lin Feng. He then immediately nodded and said, Mother, thank you for giving them to me. It had been over 2 years since the Wanshou sect, the holy courtyard of Xueyu, Ice and Snow Mountain Village, and the Haoyu sect acted together to destroy the Yunhai sect. The elders of the Yunhai sect and Patriarch Nangongling sacrificed their lives to save Lin Feng. They all fought with their lives on the line to protect him. It was a tragic yet moving event. The blood of the Yunhai sect formed a river which ran through the stormy gorge. Once Lin Feng and Meng Qing had gained enough strength, they would return to see that river of blood. Since the Yunhai sect was destroyed, Lin Feng always carried the ring of the Patriarch. He wanted to bring the Yunhai sect back to life. He wanted to avenge all past grievances. All the members of the Yunhai sect were sacrificed to save Lin Feng. Even after gaining tremendous strength, Lin Feng could never forget the promise he made. Since the bloodbath on that day, Lin Feng had never forgotten the Yunhai sect. He remembered each moment clearly. Lin Feng would have his revenge. It was only a matter of time. Nothing more. Lin Feng had already broken through to the second Xianxia layer, but relying on his abilities, he could easily kill cultivators of the third Xianxia layer, and killing people of the fourth Xianxia layer was only slightly more difficult. Besides, he had a strong, battle-hardened army behind him, and at that moment, he also received the powerful women raised by Yu Menghe. With all of these people under his control, it was a good opportunity to deal with matter regarding the Yunhai sect. Concerning those who had destroyed the Yunhai sect, none of them would be able to escape judgment. Lin Feng raised his head and looked to the sky. The sky reminded him of the deep look that always appeared in Protector Kong's eyes, which was always in contrast to Protector Bei's soft and gentle smile. He could remember how Nan Gongling didn't waste any words. Lin Feng was moved and touched by the lives that were sacrificed to protect him. He would never forget their faces as they opened a path for him. Back then, Lin Feng had only broken through to the Lingqi layer. He was still an immature young man, but Protector Kong and Protector Bei still sacrificed their lives for him. Protector Kong, relying on his shadow spirit, could have easily escaped, but he hadn't. He had stayed and fought with all his power, allowing Lin Feng to escape safely. Besides, Protector Bei accompanied Lin Feng to the temple, but he turned back and chose to die while fighting with the others. Lin Feng felt like he was reliving all of the moments that lead him to this day. Duan Tianlang. There was a name which would remain in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng could see Duan Tianlang's mocking face as he closed his eyes, causing his expression to suddenly become colder. Duan Tianlang had lived far too long. Lin Feng needed to kill him. Besides, the holy courtyard of Xueyu also needed to be erased from existence. When Yu Menghe heard that Lin Feng accepted the women, she smiled. In Xueyu, many people wanted Lin Feng dead. Lin Feng now had even more power to protect himself. Even if he only had a few of them to protect him, he would be in no danger. Little Feng, their troop has 36 in total. Each of the 36 are extremely strong and have practiced witchcraft. You can deploy them in a 6x6 formation, which will allow them to cast 6 spells. You can also deploy them in a 4x9 formation and they can cast 4 strong spells or 9 weaker spells. In these formations, they will combine their power to unleash a spell. If you use 9, their power will combine into a single spell which will allow them to unleash their strongest spells. It allows them to fight with maximum strength. Yu Meng he explained to Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng was going to have them under his control, so he needed to know what abilities they had. When Lin Feng heard Yu Meng he was a bit surprised. They could all use witchcraft, and there were 36 women in total. They had the power to slaughter an endless number of strong enemies, especially as they grew stronger. I created this as a special unit designed to use witchcraft. They are all able to act and fight together in perfect synchronization. The second reason that I chose them was to free them from their tragic fates. After I took them in, they were reborn. They were given a second life in which they are all sisters. This bond that they form together also increases their ability to use witchcraft. Yu Meng he smiled and said, Lin Feng, do you want to give it a try? All right, nodded Lin Feng. Immediately after, he started walking towards a group of women. There were 6 beautiful women wearing white clothes. They were sitting on the ground in a circle. Their eyes were closed, but a strange light was emerging from their bodies. The atmosphere of the desert was absolutely silent, and there was no wind to break the eerie atmosphere. Lin Feng was slowly walking towards the 6 women. He was about 10 meters away from them. Then as he took another step, an extremely strong wind started to blow. It was ice cold and Lin Feng felt like the wind was piercing through his flesh. In the middle of the calm desert, a piercingly cold wind had suddenly unleashed itself on Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't stop walking forwards, he continued. The air continued to grow colder as it pierced deeper into his bones. The golden sand started to spiral across the ground and eventually started to rise into the air. It continued to spin in the air until it formed a small tornado. He was now surrounded by 6 small tornadoes. A deadly energy emerged from the tornadoes and attacked Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng was surprised. What a pure and unadulterated killing intent. Nothing was being held back. Boom! A violent sandstorm was suddenly unleashed. The small tornadoes started to merge together and form a terrifying storm that spun around Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't see anything. He was surrounded by the terrifying storm. Lin Feng was astonished. He also released some terrifying deadly energy. Without mercy for his opponents, his deadly chi immediately burst into the sky and poured into the atmosphere. Lin Feng was releasing more and more deadly energy. His murderous energy was indestructible. That terrifying deadly chi rolled across the sky. The cold sandstorm seemed like it was started to lose its power, as if it was starting to grow weaker. It seemed like Lin Feng's deadly energy now had enough power to suppress the sandstorm. At that moment, the deadly energy moved like waves, moving back and forth then crashing down. The wind was slowly fading, as if it was never there to begin with. Young Master's deadly energy is extremely strong. It is also very pure and dense. It is much stronger than the deadly energy contained within our spell. If we fought, we would definitely lose, said one of the 6 women while opening her eyes. Her voice sounded clear and melodious. Chun Feng, now is not the time to give face. You stopped using your full power. He would definitely lose if you didn't give him face, said Yu Meng he while laughing and looking at Lin Feng. When she saw that Lin Feng looked embarrassed, she laughed even more and said, Little Feng, don't think that those 6 tornadoes are not strong. It was only the beginning of their spell. If the 6 tornadoes really merge as one, the strength you released a moment ago would only provide you with a few extra moments of life. Lin Feng looked pensive. With the deadly energy that he had just released, he wouldn't have won against a genuine formation spell. Of course, if you spare no effort and use every ounce of your strength, you would have the power to overcome the spell and win against these 6, said Yu Meng he explaining to Lin Feng in detail. If he used every ounce of his power, he would be able to defeat the 6 cultivators surrounding him, but there were still 30 other members. Yu Meng he's troop wasn't considered a weak force at all. In 18 years, Yu Meng he had spared no effort in order to create such a powerful group. Mother, tell them to use their full strength. said Lin Feng while slightly grinning. His smile was filled with confidence which stupefied Yu Menghe. She immediately said, Chun Feng, the young master wants you to use your full strength. You know what you have to do. I know, replied Chun Feng while smiling at Yu Menghe. Very quickly, their tornadoes rose into the air and the tornadoes began to encircle Lin Feng again. Little Feng is still too young. He has too much confidence. Maybe he will need to be injured by the spell before he understands, thought Yu Menghe while smiling. Lin Feng will win, said Meng Qing at that moment in a low voice which stupefied Yu Menghe. She then said to Meng Qing, How come you believe in little Feng so much? I believe in him more than I believe in myself. If he says that he is going to try something, it means that he has a plan to win, explained Meng Qing, to which Yu Menghe shook her head and said, while smiling, Meng Qing, you have too much confidence in him. Of course. Yu Menghe was actually extremely happy to see Meng Qing's faith in Lin Feng. Yu Menghe was still smiling, and when she suddenly heard a large impact. The sandstorm had stopped blowing and the 6 women were blown away. Yu Menghe was astonished. Immediately after, she saw Lin Feng appear in front of her again. He looked calm and serene as if nothing had happened. It seems like you know my son much better than me, said Yu Menghe to Meng Qing. Lin Feng had won, and he won very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had broken the spell. Yu Menghe turned to Lin Feng and asked, You understand the intricacies of spells? Yes, I do, replied Lin Feng while nodding. In Yangzhou City, he had spent a long time researching spells and formations. That sandstorm spell formed from 6 tornadoes wasn't that complex. It was very simple for someone with the know-how to break. Yendang was the name of a mountain chain to the northwest of Yangzhou City. Many influential groups resided within this mountain chain. At the top of the highest mountain in the Yendang mountain chain, there was a vast and boundless palace. The owner of that palace was respected and revered by everyone within the surrounding 100 kilometers. That palace was a restricted area though. Ordinary people couldn't enter it, and even many nobles didn't dare try to enter. That was due to the fact that the owner of the palace was an old man with an extremely bad temper. The old man's specialty was swords. When he was angry, he would go out and destroy a small mountain. He had the power to turn mountains into ashes, not to mention human beings. Besides, that old man had 2 disciples, a young girl and a young man. They were both extraordinarily talented. They could even go head-to-head with the smaller influential groups within the country by themselves. They were very strong. At that moment, in the palace, there was a terrifying deadly energy floating in the atmosphere. It then dashed into the sky, making the air shake so violently that the ferocious beasts in the region started to run in the opposite direction. The deadly energy was so strong and powerful that it could cause one's soul to shake. Boom! The deadly energy exploded again as a silhouette appeared in the sky and then landed on the top of the palace. He was releasing even more monstrous deadly energy. At that moment, the old man didn't look like an old man at all. He looked like a beast. Behind the old man, there was a beautiful girl. Her eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Lin Feng had killed her fellow disciple. She hated him. They had to avenge her fellow disciple's death. She hadn't gone to look for Lin Feng because she knew that she didn't have the power to go against him. Instead, she ran day and night until she returned to Yendang Mountain, so she could tell her master of Ling Tian's death. If her master got involved, it would without a doubt be the end of Lin Feng. You stay here, I, Jiguang, will go collect his head and bring it back here for all to see. I will avenge my beloved disciple, said the old man coldly. The girl looked at him in a calm and solemn way while nodding, and then she replied, Yes, master. The old man released a pure qi which broke the stones under his feet. He jumped into the air and started to run across the sky. However, shortly after he moved into the sky, a sword beam appeared in the valley and rushed towards him. This stupefied the old man. He didn't hurry to leave and waited for the person to arrive before him. It was a man who looked around 30 years old. He looked smart and handsome. His eyebrows were sharp like swords. His eyes were the eyes of a madman who would destroy everything with his sword. His aura was swift and sharp, like an accomplished sword cultivator. Ji Guang, said the man in a cold tone which surprised Ji Guang, who was still fixedly staring at him. Who are you? Asked Ji Guang. The man was filled with killing intent, but at the same time, he looked like an extremely powerful opponent. I've heard that you, Ji Guang, are an expert at using swords. When you hold a sword in your hands, you become a messenger of death. Everybody that encounters your sword is sent to their grave. I think that we could learn from each other. Let us compare notes, said the man in a cold tone. A terrifying battle energy emerged from him. That person was challenging Ji Guang's sword. The girl who was behind Ji Guang frowned. That man was only about 30 years old, and he was challenging her master to a sword duel. How arrogant! A terrifying sword energy emerged from the man's body. That sword energy was monstrously sharp, and the most terrifying thing about it was the lack of emotion. It was as if all his emotions were void. As if his sword was the only thing in the world and everything else was merely straw dogs. Zhuge Wu Qing. Ji Guang was astonished. Even though he had never seen Zhuge Wu Qing, in Xueyu, apart from him, nobody else had such a powerful and emotionless sword. Two powerhouses were fighting with swords. They were both extremely famous sword cultivators. One was Ji Guang, the other one was Zhuge Wu Qing. Ji Guang also released a terrifying sword energy which covered the skies. It seemed like there were millions of extremely bright lights which twinkled in the sky. It was dazzling. The entire Yendang mountain chain was illuminated by his sword energy. Who is fighting? What a terrifying sword energy! The people from the mountain chain started to notice the scene above them. They all started shaking under the pressure of such powerful sword energy. That sword energy was definitely from Ji Guang's sword. Surprisingly, there was another extremely strong sword cultivator who was fighting against him, who was strong enough to compare with Ji Guang's sword. The girl behind Ji Guang started shaking. What a terrifying sword! Zhuge Wu Qing, since you have come to fight, use your full strength. The sound of a sword unsheathing filled the air, and a sword appeared in the old man's hand. It looked like a ray of light. A gigantic sword spirit then emerged from behind Ji Guang. The spirit was unleashing a shocking sword energy. I, Zhuge Wu Qing, haven't directly used my sword for 18 years, but today, in front of a venerable old man like you, I will unsheath my sword, said Zhuge Wu Qing calmly. A simple-looking sword sheath appeared behind his back. It was shaking intensely, and the sound of a sword being unsheathed spread through the air. Zhuge Wu Qing had unsheathed a blood-red, emotionless sword. Ji Guang, your life is over, said Zhuge Wu Qing, looking as calm as before, but his voice was ice-cold and emotionless. Those two incredible sword cultivators were going to fight to death. If one of them managed to reach the other with their sword, they would definitely kill the other. There would only be one person walking away today. Ji Guang's heart was palpitating. Nobody said anything, as the two sword energies started rolling through the atmosphere and colliding against each other. An extremely bright sword chi and an emotionless sword chi illuminated the atmosphere in their own respective way. A sudden wind emerged as the sword energies rose into the skies and crashed against the other. Suddenly, the two silhouettes disappeared from sight. The pressure released by the sword energies was intense. Everyone under that pressure felt like they were going to be ripped apart. The sky was tearing and ripping sounds filled the air. In a flash, the two silhouettes reappeared. An extremely bright sword chi and an emotionless sword chi emerged with them. It seemed like everything else had disappeared from sight and only the two swords remained in the air. This was the confrontation of two amazing sword cultivators. The stronger a sword cultivator was, the more dangerous and terrifying their battles were to watch. The two fighters then returned to their original positions. Ji Guang looked at Zhuge Wu Qing and said, "Was this only for the advancement your sword?" Zhuge Wu Qing shook his head. He had stopped stubbornly following the path of the sword for a long time now. You lost your beloved disciple and wanted to use your sword to avenge him. However, the one you want to harm is somebody that I will use my sword to protect, said Zhuge Wu Qing calmly. Ji Guang looked like he understood the deeper motives behind Zhuge Wu Qing's actions. I understand, whispered Ji Guang. Without any further movements, the sound of a sword cutting through flesh filled the air. A fountain of blood burst into the air and Ji Guang's body separated into two parts. Eh! The girl screamed. She was terrified and started shaking from head to toe. There was no longer any strength remaining in her body, and her face had turned deathly pale. Kacha! Boom! The palace at the top of the mountain started to tremble, and then suddenly a huge crevice appeared in the center, as if it had been cut in two. Sunlight could now pass through the large crevice. It was an astonishing sight. Zhuge Wuqing turned around. His body transformed into a sword, and he pierced through the atmosphere as he streaked across the sky. As he disappeared from sight, a few drops of blood could be seen falling from his sword. After Zhuge Wuqing left, the girl was left alone in the middle of the empty palace. She continued to cry throughout the night. All of this had been too shocking for her. Her master had lost his life in mere moments from a single sword strike. The memory of Lin Feng killing Ling Tian with a single sword strike seemed to overlap with the current images in her mind. Lin Feng killed Ling Tian just like Zhuge Wuqing killed her master, Ji Guang. At that moment, this little girl felt an endless ocean of regret. Because she had made a small remark that convinced Ling Tian to go to Yangzhou City, he was now dead. Because of her, her master Ji Guang wanted to kill Lin Feng and was killed instead. She felt endless guilt. Everything she did was a joke. It was laughably pathetic. Her incredibly powerful fellow disciple had been killed. Her master that incited fear in so many people had been killed. Lin Feng had no idea about the events that were occurring at this moment. How could he know that Zhuge Wuqing traveled to Yendang in order to kill Ji Guang if he moved against Lin Feng? Lin Feng didn't even know who Master Ji Guang was, and he also didn't know that if Zhuge Wuqing hadn't intervened, he might have found himself in a very dangerous situation in the future. In the desert, Lin Feng was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. However, his terrifyingly powerful soul was floating through the air. The sand was rolling across the ground as the wind blew. Lin Feng started to focus and used his pure qi to control the movement of the yellow sand. There was currently a scroll laying in front of the cross-legged Lin Feng, one that he unfolded. On the scroll, one could see various text and pictures. It was a formation. At the top of the scroll were the word, 9 Palace Dragon Formation. Lin Feng had found this formation inside the ring of the old man that he killed during the national competition and was using this time to learn it. Yu Meng He, Lin Hai and Meng Qing were looking at the storm of golden sand that started to form. The formation was slowly coming into being, which shocked everyone. They were all looking at each other with disbelief. Yu Meng He was stunned, but pleasantly surprised. She asked, "Has little Feng learnt any witchcraft or formations before?" "I don't know, but considering his vast knowledge, he has probably learnt about witchcraft and formations before. Besides, his understanding of it doesn't seem to be superficial," replied Lin Hai. Yu Meng He nodded in agreement. The 9 Palace Dragon Formation was very famous within the Imperial City. If one managed to unleash the formation, it could trap other people inside. If someone who wasn't strong enough was locked inside, he wouldn't be able to break out and would remain a prisoner forever. Lin Feng, only after studying it for a brief time, was able to make the rudimentary form of the formation appear. It was an extremely rare occurrence to see someone so talented using the formation. "Master, look," said one of the girls in white. She was pointing into the distance. Those girls had been raised by Yu Meng He. They all respected her as their master. Yu Meng He raised her head and saw a storm of golden sand. It was slowly transforming into 9 palaces. Floating in the air were 9 palaces formed completely from the sand. "Not bad." Yu Meng He smiled. The 9 palaces had already taken shape. After a short time, Lin Feng would be able to cast the 9 Palace Dragon Formation. How could she not be happy for her son? However, at that moment, Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with a deep and mysterious expression. "Go!" Lin Feng pointed out with his finger, and the golden sand started to whistle through the air. At the same time, a dragon's roar filled the sky. The golden sand filled the air and eventually surrounded Yu Meng He and the others. Suddenly, they were all standing in a completely different location. They were all inside a golden room. They were together a moment ago, But at that moment, they were each alone inside a golden room. They were all trapped inside an identical golden room. Illusion. Yu Menghe was shaking and her face was frozen. A moment before, she thought that Lin Feng still needed some time before he was able to use the formation, but at that moment, she realized that she was wrong. Lin Feng had managed to cast the 9 Palace Dragon formation. "Mother, how is it?" asked Lin Feng as he appeared in front of her. "Not bad," said Yu Menghe while smiling. She was impressed by her son's talent. He was extremely talented on the path of cultivation, but he also had the power to cast spells and formations. At that moment, Yu Menghe wasn't aware that Lin Feng could also concoct pills and fabricate weapons. She was unaware of how talented he was in a great deal of areas. His soul was extremely powerful compared to others, so no matter what he did, his talent would be extraordinary. Even his understanding of the qi was much more advanced than others with the same amount of power. His soul was extremely powerful, which allowed him to sense the many different domains, including witchcraft, alchemy, and many others. No matter what Lin Feng attempted, he would be beyond the ordinary. Lin Feng's soul was very different from an ordinary person. Because he cultivated the surplus souls technique, his soul was several times stronger than others. The fact that Lin Feng had immediately appeared beside her in the illusion didn't surprise Yu Menghe. Lin Feng was the one controlling the formation. Using the power of his soul, he would be able to freely travel throughout his illusion. If he wanted to change anything inside the illusion, it would only take a thought. He had absolute control. So if he wanted to enter the illusion, it only took a single thought. "This is my limit. I cannot hold it for much longer. It looks like I will still need some time to master it. I need to reach the point of making it appear in a flash and have it remain indefinitely. Only then have I mastered this formation spell." When Yu Menghe heard Lin Feng, she nodded while looking gratified. In such a short time, Lin Feng was already able to achieve so much. Lin Feng didn't look proud or arrogant at all. He was only focused on mastering the formation. Even though Lin Feng could look or sound arrogant when dealing with his enemies, he wasn't really an arrogant person. On the path of cultivation, there was no room for arrogance. He would only act arrogantly in front of other people, as a means to prevent them from seeing him as weak. "Mother, I need your help with this. I want to see how easy it is to break my illusion. Can you use your power to break it?" asked Lin Feng. He wanted to see how much power his illusion could withstand. "All right." Yu Menghe nodded as she released a shockingly powerful qi. Lin Feng quickly moved away from her. Yu Menghe's silhouette flickered and she flew into the air with her fist raised above her head. Her fist immediately collided with the roof of the golden room. "Kacha!" The golden rooms, after her punch, cracking sounds unceasingly spread through the air as the golden rooms started to shatter into oblivion. After, a rumbling sound spread through the air and the illusion disappeared completely from sight. Lin Feng and the others were back to the golden desert where they were previously. The different parts of the 9 Palace Dragon formation were dependent on each other. If a single spell was broken, the entire formation would collapse. Lin Feng sighed with disappointment. When facing an extremely strong cultivator, he could attempt a million different methods, but a single punch was enough to defeat him and break his illusion. When the others appeared in the desert again, they looked towards Lin Feng. Everyone was still shocked. Lin Feng was extremely talented. Surprisingly, he was able to learn the spells and create the formation in such a short time. That was talent. "Mother, how powerful was it?" asked Lin Feng to his mother. Yu Menghe had a magnificent smile on her face. She nodded and said, "Little Feng, you are at the 2nd Xianxia layer, but by using a single spell, you will be able to imprison cultivators of the 4th Xianxia layer without problem." When Lin Feng heard Yu Menghe, he smiled. When a cultivator could use witchcraft, they had the complete advantage when fighting against those with a similar level of power. Otherwise, what would be the point in studying spells and formations? If spells provided no benefit, then it would have been safer to focus solely on cultivation. Cultivators who were extremely talented when using spells could even imprison and kill cultivators who had cultivation levels which were much higher than theirs. With an extremely high cultivation, there was nothing that was impossible. However, spells were able to close the gaps between cultivation levels, making the impossible a reality. Therefore, many people dedicated their lives to witchcraft and the study of spells and formations. Lin Feng wouldn't be one of those people. For him, spells and alchemy were tools he could use to benefit his cultivation. With that spell, he wouldn't be afraid of fighting against multiple cultivators at the 4th Xianxia layer. Little Feng, you have spent a great deal of time on your cultivation. Let's take this chance to go back and rest, said Yu Menghe when she saw that Lin Feng was working so hard. She also felt worried. After all, how could any mother bear to watch her son living such a harsh life? But Lin Feng shook his head and said, Mother, I want to go to Tianyahage and visit the city. Go to Tianyahage? Yu Menghe was stupefied and remained silent. She knew nothing about the mysterious city. She really hoped that Lin Feng wouldn't have any ideas about going there. But Lin Feng wanted to go, so she couldn't stop him. Chun Feng and Xia Yu will go with you, said Yu Menghe while nodding. No need. Meng Qing and I will go alone. That's more than enough, replied Lin Feng while shaking his head. But, okay, replied Yu Menghe when she saw how firm Lin Feng was being. She decided to accept his decision. Little Feng, Tianyahage, even though it's a city, it's huge, even gigantic. It is much, much, much bigger than our imperial city in Shuiyu. Tianyahage has a central district, which is filled with terrifyingly strong cultivators. If you go there, be extremely careful. It would be better for you to stay away from the central district, warned Lin Hai. He didn't feel at ease. They were in a foreign land. Dangers could be everywhere. Don't worry, father. I will be careful, replied Lin Feng while smiling. There were some terrifyingly strong cultivators in the central district of Tianyahage. Could there be cultivators of the Tianqi layer or higher? Concerning Lin Feng, he would leave Shuiyu sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. He would go and explore the continent of the Nine Clouds to meet more powerful cultivators. At that moment, he was in front of Tianyahage. It was a great opportunity to meet incredibly strong cultivators and see what attracted them here. Meng Qing. Lin Feng looked to Meng Qing, of course. She would agree to go with him. She walked towards him without a word, and they both shot into the distance, leaving only a cloud of golden sand behind. Lin Hai looked at Lin Feng's back and smiled. Meng He, Lin Feng has become a true man. Lin Feng and Meng Qing were running across the desert and were surrounded by a cloud of sand. The desert was extremely vast. Lin Feng and Meng Qing had already been running for a few hours, but they still hadn't made it through the desert. What annoyed Lin Feng the most was that, because of the constant sandstorms, they could only run aimlessly across the sand, and they didn't know if they were heading the right way. Meng Qing, sorry for not asking for more details before I decided to leave, said Lin Feng when he saw that Meng Qing was covered in sand and tired from having to run. He felt guilty. He had thought that the desert would be much smaller and they could immediately cross it, but after a few hours, apart from a few silhouettes in the distance, they hadn't encountered anything at all. Don't blame yourself, said Meng Qing while shaking her head. She gazed into the distance and pointed while saying, Look, there are some people over there. Let's go over and ask them. Lin Feng looked in the direction that Meng Qing was pointing and saw a few silhouettes moving through the desert. He then said, Let's go and see. The two of them started running, and very quickly, they arrived in front of those people. The group consisted of 4 boys and a girl. They seemed to be wearing peculiar clothes. Their hair was also messy and unkempt. Their tan skin paired with their messy hair made them seem wild. However, the girl was very different. She seemed to be quite pretty. When the 5 people saw Lin Feng arrive, they all glanced at him. Lin Feng only looked back at them. They were in foreign territory, so it was better to see how the low 0 calories would behave. Hello, may I help you? Asked the girl, taking the initiative to speak first, which relieved Lin Feng. Even though she had said only a few words, Lin Feng could see that those people weren't much different from them. We have gotten lost in the desert. Could you help us find our way? Asked Lin Feng politely. When those people heard Lin Feng, they were stupefied. They got lost in the desert? They were probably young nobles who never left home. Otherwise, how would they get lost? Besides, the two of them looked very clean and elegant compared to the group. Lin Feng was handsome and looked very wise for his age. Meng Qing, even though she was wearing a fine veil which covered her face, they could still see that her features were very beautiful. There is only one direction to go. Continue moving west and you will eventually leave the desert, but we're heading that way so we can go together, said the girl while smiling. Her eyes were sparkling. She looked extremely enthusiastic. All right, said Lin Feng. How could he refuse? Mixing with the local people would be a great way to learn about their culture and traditions. My name is Nuana, said the girl while smiling at Lin Feng. She was happy to hear Lin Feng's quick response. Lin Feng, replied Lin Feng. Lin Feng, whispered Nuana. She then asked, Lin Feng, if you were lost in the desert, how did you get out here? I had nothing to do at home, so I wanted to explore, replied Lin Feng in a soft voice while smiling. You are from the city? Asked Nuana, which surprised Lin Feng. From the city? Could it be that these people were not from Tianyahage? You could say that, yes, replied Lin Feng while nodding. His response was extremely quick. Nuana didn't doubt his words. Lin Feng and Meng Qing looked so clean and elegant. If they had lost their way in the desert, it probably meant that they were from the city. You're so brave. Surprisingly, you have come all the way into the territory of the wolves of the desert, sighed Nuana, which stupefied Lin Feng. The wolves of the desert? Don't tell me that you don't know about the wolves of the desert? Nuana was speechless. What kind of young master was Lin Feng? Surprisingly, he had never heard that the outer areas of the city were the territory of the wolves of the desert. Lin Feng smiled wryly. It was his first time in this land. The fact that he didn't know about them wasn't strange at all. Lin Feng, in the city there might be people who can protect you, but outside of the city, in the territory of the wolves of the desert, you have to be very careful. They are extremely wild, aggressive, brutal, and violent. If you see them, you have to avoid them. They are the strongest group outside of the city. There is no way for us to fight against them, explained Nuana to Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood the whole story a bit better. The wolves of the desert were just a powerful group of bandits. Thrum, thrum, thrum. The ground was starting to shake beneath their feet as a huge cloud of sand could be seen. In the distance, a group riding horses appeared. Nuana and the others were frozen in fear. They raised their heads and looked towards the group in the distance. When they saw the huge cloud of sand, their facial expressions gradually became grave. Shit! Speak of the devil! Lin Feng, those people are from the wolves of the desert. We have to go. We can't afford to cross their path. They might decide to attack us. While talking, Nuana started running. Immediately, the 4 others from her group followed closely behind her. Lin Feng was dumbstruck. He glanced at the horses in the distance, and then followed behind Nuana. They had to hurry if they wanted to avoid the group of bandits. But what surprised Nuana was that the sound of the galloping horses was growing louder and louder as if they were coming closer. Nuana glanced back and her face turned deathly pale. They were actually moving in their direction. Oh no! Nuana was surprised. She started to run even faster, but how could she run faster than horses? Very quickly, the horses arrived and then surrounded them. They then started to run circles around them, forming a ring of sand. In the middle of the cloud of sand, the bandits looked like they found the situation amusing, especially the one leading them, who was a young man. He looked like he was about to burst into laughter. He was fixedly staring at Meng Qing and Nuana, while looking particularly perverted. Nuana and her friends pulled a long face. What they feared the most was actually happening. Surprisingly, they had come across the wolves of the desert. Venerable and respected young man, hello? We are disciples of the Blackwood tribe. I am the daughter of the head of the Blackwood tribe. We have accidentally crossed your path. I hope that you will not be offended and let us go, said Nuana in a polite tone. At the same time, she declared her social status in an attempt to make the wolves of the desert less aggressive. The horses finally stopped galloping. That evil-looking young man smiled coldly and said, "The daughter of the head of the Blackwood tribe? Wow! Amazing! Terrific! You almost scared me! Ha ha ha!" All those wolves of the desert burst into laughter. It seemed like Nuana was trying to use her social status as a deterrent. But those people didn't care at all. It seemed like Nuana and the others were terribly unlucky this time. "How should I deal with that girl of the Blackwood tribe?" said the young man while laughing like a madman. He was asking the group of bandits. "Let's take her back. Of course, we should give her to the second young master. She can be your 8th wife," joked the group while laughing in a hysterical way which made Nuana's face turn deathly pale. Those people had just called him second young master? Second young master. I didn't know that such a venerable and respectable person as you would appear in this place. Please forgive my offense. The Blackwood tribe will be extremely grateful for your kindness," said Nuana, whose face was still deathly pale. She sounded very sincere though. Lin Feng frowned and looked at the group coldly. Those wolves of the desert were exactly the way he would imagine a group of outlaws to be. They were just horse-mounted bandits, nothing more. But they were powerful, which was why Nuana and the others were scared. "Perhaps it's time for 8 wives," said the second young master while laughing again. Immediately after, he started galloping away at full speed. "I hope that Nuana has heard and understood. During midday, I will come to the Blackwood tribe and will propose a marriage alliance between us. All of you must be there. Not a single person is allowed to be absent. If one of you is missing, we will exterminate the Blackwood tribe," said the second master, whose silhouette was disappearing into the horizon. The other members of the Wolves of the Desert then followed him, leaving a huge cloud of yellow sand behind them. Nuana's face was turned deathly pale. A marriage alliance would be forced into becoming the wife of the second master of the Wolves of the Desert. Besides, she would become the 8th wife, or maybe even the 9th or the 10th. "Nuana, let's hurry and go back. We will talk to our head," said one of the boys to Nuana. He looked anxious. "Leave." Nuana looked like she was about to cry. She then said in a feeble voice, "It seems that I'm the one to blame. Outside of the city, the wolves of the desert are everywhere." Nuana turned around and looked at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, is that beautiful girl your wife?" "Wife?" Lin Feng was stupefied, but he immediately smiled warmly and replied, "Yes, she is." When Meng Qing, who was sitting next to him, heard him, she felt very embarrassed, but at the same time, a sweet and warm feeling invaded her heart. "You should both run away quickly. Go back to the city," said Nuana. Lin Feng looked surprised and replied, "But you heard that guy. He said that tomorrow at midday we all have to be there. Not a single one of us should be missing, otherwise he will destroy your tribe." "I heard him, but I cannot get you involved. The second young master of the Wolves of the Desert is probably interested in your wife as well. You should run away as soon as possible," said Nuana. She was advising Lin Feng to leave. "What about you? What if a catastrophe occurs?" Lin Feng was surprised. He wouldn't have thought that Nana would advise them to leave when she was in such a critical situation. "I will sacrifice myself and marry the second young master of the Wolves of the Desert. Then nothing bad will happen to the Blackwood tribe," said Nuana. "No, you can't do that. How can you marry him?" said one of the young men, who was shaking his head frenetically. When Nuana saw his facial expression, she smiled wryly and said, "Hey Shan, I'm sorry. I will not be able to marry you in the future when you are the strongest warrior in the tribe. Nuana, I will never let you marry one of the Wolves of the Desert," replied He Shan with a barbaric expression on his face. He kept shaking his head over and over again. Nuana was smiling wryly. What bad luck it was for them to encounter the second young master of the Wolves of the Desert. "Nuana," said Lin Feng at that moment, which made Nuana turn her head towards him. "How strong are the Wolves of the Desert?" asked Lin Feng. Nuana looked at Lin Feng and immediately started speaking slowly. "Very strong. Actually, the Wolves of the Desert are a tribe. They are the strongest tribe outside of the city. They are much stronger than most of the other tribes, which is why they roam freely. Apart from them, there are many other tribes that roam the desert, and many of those tribes could destroy my tribe easily." "What about their battle strength?" asked Lin Feng again. "The Wolves of the Desert is a tribe divided into many smaller tribes. In order to become the head of one of those branches, A cultivator must have at least broken through to the Xianxia layer. They are also the persists of the tribe and are extremely strong. The wolves of the desert has many strong cultivators. The weakest of them are of the Lingqi layer. Besides, the head of the entire tribe, the king of the wolves, is extremely strong, but I don't know how powerful he is. What I can guarantee is that he has at least broken through the first Xianxia layer into the second, or maybe more. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to assume his position as king of the wolves. After Nuana explained those things to Lin Feng, he remained silent for a while. His eyes were twinkling. Second Xianxia layer. "Let's go to the Blackwood tribe together," said Lin Feng at that moment, which stupefied Nuana. She didn't understand why Lin Feng wanted to come. "Lin Feng, are you sure?" asked Nuana solemnly. "I am sure," said Lin Feng while nodding. He smiled and added, "You still have to show me the way out of the desert." When Nuana heard Lin Feng, she smiled. Since Lin Feng insisted, she wouldn't try to convince him any longer. She only nodded and said, "All right, let's all go back to the Blackwood tribe then." It was exactly how Nuana said. They continued heading directly to the west. After a while, they were out of the desert, but the landscape didn't look anything like Lin Feng had imagined. The land was still a vast and boundless desert, but there were exotic trees growing from the sand to form a jungle. As far as Lin Feng could see, there was sand and exotic trees. Of course, many tribes were probably living in the jungle or roaming the open desert, just like the wolves of the desert. The Blackwood tribe was situated on a hill. There was 500-600 households built around the hill. It looked more like a fortified hill village. As expected, it's just a small tribe, thought Lin Feng when he saw the small fences and simple defenses that were erected. Their defenses didn't look good at all. They were very basic defenses. They were able to stop normal people and wild beasts, but were far from being able to stop most cultivators. When Nuana came back, all the people started to greet her. Nobody asked her what she had obtained during her trip, though. Everybody was just staring towards Lin Feng and Meng Qing. They were very curious as to who these people were. "Nuana, who are those two strangers?" asked one of the tribe. "They are my new friends. We met in the desert," explained Nuana. She didn't mention what had happened in the desert with the wolves of the desert. She didn't want anyone to panic. "Nuana," said a loud and vigorous voice which interrupted the conversation. The crowd slowly opened a path and shouted, "The head! The head has come!" one after the other. "Father!" The crowd opened the way and a tall and strong man appeared in front of Nuana. "Nuana, didn't you bring any items back?" asked the head of the Blackwood tribe. She just shook her head. She didn't know what to say. "Nuana, has something happened? Something that prevented you from returning with a good harvest?" asked He Mu at that moment. Nuana shook her head again and said, "Nothing, father." "What are you talking about?" suddenly said He Shan while moving forwards. He looked at He Mu and said, "Foster father, we encountered the wolves of the desert." The wolves of the desert. When the crowd heard his words, many people started to shake. They all looked terrified. "He Shan, shut your mouth," shouted Nuana, but her father glared at her until she lowered her head in silence. He then said to He Shan, "Son, tell me what happened." "Foster father, we ran into these two when crossing the desert. Then the wolves of the desert appeared. One of the men with them was the second young master. He clearly said that at midday tomorrow, he will come and propose a marriage alliance. They also said that all of us had to be here. If any of us were missing, they would destroy the tribe." He Shan hadn't even finished talking that the crowd around them burst into an uproar. All sorts of shocked comments were spreading throughout the crowd. He Mu looked stupefied as well. The second young master of the wolves of the desert. It was said that this perverted young man loved women more than anything else in life. If he saw a beautiful woman, she would be forced into becoming his wife. He already had 7 wives, but it was still not enough for him. He was never satisfied. "Nuana, what do you intend to do?" Nuana groaned coldly. She remained silent for a few seconds and replied, "I want Lin Feng and his wife to leave. Then I will sacrifice myself and marry the second young master from the wolves of the desert. That way, I will be the only one to suffer. Nobody else needs to get involved and nothing will happen to the tribe. You're too naive, said He Mu, interrupting his daughter. It's impossible to bargain with such people. Besides, how do you know that you're the one he wants? While talking, He Mu glanced at Meng Qing. He could see how incredibly beautiful her features were. The second young master was probably extremely interested in her. Nuana, you still haven't introduced your two friends to me, asked He Mu in a loud voice while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at him. He Mu really deserved to be the head of the Blackwood tribe. The way he handled things was more well-practiced than Nuana. I met Lin Feng in the desert and we became friends. That beautiful woman is his wife, said Nuana, introducing her friends. Oh, they look like a perfect match, replied He Mu while nodding. He then immediately added, it's getting late. Go find a place for our guests. Hey Shan, bring Lin Feng and his wife to one of the guest houses. Also don't bother them and let them rest. When He Shan heard He Mu's order, he nodded and said, all right, I will let them rest. Lin Feng glanced at Nuana and saw that her mouth was slightly open. She was astonished, but she didn't say anything. It would have been useless anyway, so she kept her mouth shut. Lin Feng, come with me, said He Shan politely. Immediately after, he brought Meng Qing and Lin Feng to a large house and prepared everything for them to stay the night. Lin Feng didn't say anything and happily accepted. After He Shan left, Lin Feng frowned. He walked to the window and opened it. He could clearly sense that some people were observing them. He Shan didn't trust Lin Feng. He was afraid that Lin Feng would leave and cause the destruction of the Blackwood tribe. Therefore, he had people watching them, ready to intercept them if they left. But if Lin Feng wanted to leave, would any of this be useful? He Mu was the head of the Blackwood tribe. He couldn't afford to be as naive as Nuana and tell them to leave. Besides, He Mu understood the situation much better than Nuana. The second young master of the wolves of the desert probably wasn't interested in Nuana, but rather Lin Feng's wife. If that was really the case, then since Lin Feng left, the Blackwood tribe would definitely be destroyed. That was the last thing He Mu wanted to happen. He couldn't afford to gamble with thousands of lives and let them leave. Even though Lin Feng could understand He Mu's point of view, he still felt angry. Of course, he was Lin Feng and not He Mu. He Mu and Lin Feng were neither friends or enemies, so why would he care about He Mu's point of view? Lin Feng didn't want to allow others to spy on him. Nobody would accept such a thing. If he really wanted them to stay, he could have told them clearly. He didn't need to use such despicable means. Besides, Lin Feng had come here by his own free will. I am going out, said Lin Feng to Meng Qing while smiling. Meng Qing slightly nodded. She had of course sensed the people surrounding them. She also didn't feel comfortable with it. Who would allow unknown people to watch them while sleeping or cultivating? Lin Feng left the room and started to walk away. He looked like he was leaving the territory of He Mu's tribe. What do you want? Asked Lin Feng, sounding indifferent yet cold. Dear guest, please go back, said one of them. He was wearing black clothes and his voice contained a coldness. He was expressionless. I want to go out for a walk, replied Lin Feng while shaking his head. Dear guest, it would be best for you to go back. There are some ferocious beasts out there, it's not safe, said his interlocutor while still blocking his path. I don't need you to worry about my safety, said Lin Feng while smiling and continued walking. The two people were stupefied and immediately moved in front of him again while shouting, Since it's that way, don't blame us. Why would I blame you? Said Lin Feng, sounding indifferent. He then released a terrifying energy which froze the two people in place. They were shocked. Get lost, shouted Lin Feng. His shout caused fear to overcome the hearts of the two people blocking his path. At the same time, a fist landed on each of their chests and their bodies were sent hurtling backwards. They want to rely on you to keep me here, but you only amount to this, said Lin Feng coldly. The two people were crawling across the ground and viciously staring at Lin Feng. They immediately picked themselves up and ran away. Humph! Lin Feng groaned coldly, turned around and went back to his room. He looked at Meng Qing and said, Meng Qing, should we stay here tonight or go out? Let's leave. It will be calmer outside. said Meng Qing while smiling. Lin Feng grabbed Meng Qing's hand and started to move. These days, Meng Qing stopped rejecting his advances. She held on to Lin Feng's hand and they left the tribe together. They rose into the air and streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. After Lin Feng and Meng Qing left, a group of people with torches and lanterns rushed towards the guest house. When they saw that it was empty, they were astonished. Bastard! Where did they leave from? He Mu was furious. Father, Lin Feng is not a member of our tribe. If he left, just let it be. We shouldn't interfere with others, said Nuana, who was by his side. Shut the hell up, said He Mu. What do you know? They left, which means our Blackwood tribe will meet its end. If you want to marry the second young master of the wolves of the desert, that's your problem. But now everybody is involved. Your brothers and sisters will all die. Nuana's face turned deathly pale. Her lips twitched and she said, Father, it was your fault for sending people to spy on Lin Feng. Otherwise he wouldn't have left. If he had wanted to avoid the situation, he wouldn't have come to our tribe in the first place. Smack! He Mu was furious and immediately slapped his daughter's face. He looked ice cold. You slut! Look at what? You're staying in the guest house now. I'll lock the door, and tomorrow when the second master arrives, I will give him the key. You'll be his, and I'll even congratulate him at the wedding. He Mu's voice was ice cold. He then ordered a few guards to stay and prevent her from leaving. Nuana's face was deathly pale and the tears started to flow down her cheeks. In tribes like these, men held absolute superiority over women. The Blackwood tribes was no different. For the sake of the tribe, her father would rid himself of all emotion and abandon her. He would sacrifice her for the sake of the whole tribe. Lin Feng had no idea of what was happening after he left. They had already arrived at the top of a small mountain. It was a very dark and cold night in the desert. Meng Qing slightly moved and put her head on Lin Feng's shoulders. She then said, Lin Feng, don't you have the feeling that there is something strange about this place? As if there is something different. Ha! Lin Feng was stupefied. He then looked at Meng Qing and said, You also feel it. Meng Qing smiled and said, Lin Feng, don't forget that I practice a lower moon skill. The sun is its polar opposite. I can sense both water and fire distinctly. Lin Feng nodded. Water and fire were opposite elements, so Meng Qing being able to sense the overwhelming fire chi wasn't surprising at all. I can also sense it. It's like there is a fire burning under our feet that could explode at any moment. Lin Feng had practiced the Cosmos Burning Sun skill. He was still unable to advance it to an authentic sun skill, but it was still at the level of a lower sun skill. It was enough to sense that under their feet, a terrifying fire chi was burning. It was a very scary feeling. I wonder if my mother and father sensed it too when they arrived, whispered Lin Feng while looking into the distance. Don't think about it too much. Have some rest. Tomorrow we are going back to the Blackwood tribe, said Meng Qing while leaning against Lin Feng's body and smiling. Meng Qing, how do you know that we're going back? Because I understand your heart. If we leave it like that, it could be a catastrophic disaster for Nuana. She can stay with us if you like, replied Meng Qing in a soft way. Lin Feng was astonished. You don't mind me having other women by my side? I don't mind, really. Lin Feng, if you meet a girl that you like, she can stay with us. I really don't mind. As long as there is room for me in your heart, I don't mind. Lin Feng was astonished. While talking, Meng Qing looked sad. Did she really think it was okay? You're lying, said Lin Feng while gazing into the distance. Meng Qing shivered at those words. Well, even if I don't like it, I would have to accept it. The most important thing to me is that I always have a place in your heart, replied Meng Qing in a soft way. Her voice was sweet and gentle. She loved Lin Feng wholeheartedly. She couldn't change that. She was extremely scared to lose him. It didn't matter that their love was a wonderful and beautiful story, or that she was extremely beautiful. She couldn't help but be scared of losing him. Lin Feng hugged Meng Qing tightly and ran his fingers through her hair. His face was filled with warmth and sweetness. Meng Qing was his first love. She was always by his side. She had always protected him and had never asked for anything in exchange. No matter if she was acting coldly or laughing wholeheartedly, he loved her. For Meng Qing's smile, he was ready to do anything. He would destroy the world for her. How could he ever stop loving her? If there ever was another woman, Meng Qing, nobody would be able to replace you, nobody. You will always be the most important person in my life. Lin Feng was still gazing into the distance, but he had a magnificent smile on his face. However, he couldn't agree to having only one woman by his side, because in the Imperial City, there was another woman who wanted nothing more than to be by his side. She was waiting for him. She spent her days drawing portraits of his face. She had dedicated her entire life to him. Sometimes, Lin Feng asked himself why he was going so far for a woman, why he would do anything for a smile. For love, one could accomplish great things. For love, nothing was impossible. When Meng Qing heard Lin Feng, tears started to roll down her cheeks. He was saying that she was the most important person in his heart and that she would always be. That was enough. For her, that was enough.